Prologue. Sarah ran for her life, her copper-brown hair trailing in the wind, while monstrous figures chased after her. Contrary to what could be expected of a maiden running away from horrible monsters, she was not panicking. An Aura Master never panics. Granted, she technically wasn't an Aura Master yet, but that was only due to her postponing her trial in order to take part in this God's-damned expedition. She was more than skilled enough to hold the Crimson Sheath. Still, Aura Master or not, she was confident in her control of her emotions, so the weird sensation in her chest must surely be her armor being a tad too tight, and definitely not abject terror gripping her heart. Similarly, the fact that she was fervently swearing under her breath didn't mean she was scared. No, sir. That was only because of the burning anger for getting herself involved in this whole fiasco. Most of her curses were aimed at Carl, the old adventurer who convinced her to join this accursed expedition to the Dark Heart, the mysterious region at the center of the Caligare forest. If it wasn't for him, she would have never let herself get involved in such a foolish journey, but the old man had been weirdly convincing. His feverish optimism and enthusiasm infected all those who listened to him, to the point that Sarah would have suspected the involvement of some mind magic trickery, if she hadn't been so confident in her mental defenses. Nevertheless, the end result found Sarah as the only survivor of the expedition, and she would soon share the fate of her companions if she couldn't lose her pursuers, which meant she should focus on escaping before trying to pin the blame for this situation. Concentrating on her legs, she used the flash step aura technique to increase her speed, accelerating to the pace of a galloping horse. She could have potentially gone even faster, but the terrain was far too treacherous for that, being almost entirely covered in a weird mold, similar to gray wax, on which she could easily slip and fall. Besides, that speed still allowed her to gradually outdistance her pursuer, albeit not as quickly as she would have wished. The chase continued for a while in an eerie silence, broken only by Sarah's footsteps and her enemy's chittering. There was no bird song, nor rustling leaves, not even insects crawling on the ground. The whole place was dead, and shrouded in that waxy mold that seemed to suffocate any other form of life. Sarah had known something was deadly wrong the very moment they stepped out of the jungle into that huge, mold-covered clearing. Her suspicions had only grown when her aura senses failed to pick up any signs of life coming from it. Worse still, once she had stepped on it, her own aura senses dulled. And yet she let Carl convince her to march on. At worst, he'd said with seemingly absolute confidence, the dead zone would have marked the presence of a colony of undead, and their group had several veteran clerics to deal with such an infestation. After testing the substance covering the ground and making sure it wasn't poisonous, nor would it animate to try to swallow them, he dismissed it as a harmless variety of mold from the Dark Heart. And the others followed him over that dead zone, blinded by Carl's talk of the golden temple ahead, and all of the treasures it would contain. Now, to be fair, the old explorer had been partially right. After half a day of marching through that horrible clearing with their aura sense completely blinded, they'd reached the temple, and it was almost exactly how Carl described it. 40 meters tall, and seemingly made out entirely of gold, crystallium, and other precious materials. And that was where the old adventurer's information started going wrong, and everything went to hell. First off, the walls of the temple were almost entirely covered by the same mold wax that encrusted everything else. And second, it wasn't infested by undead, but rather something much, much worse. Chitin-covered horrors emerged from the inside of the temple and erupted from the very ground around them. Thousands upon thousands of them had been waiting for the humans, preparing an ambush, and not even the aura scan spell managed to find them out. It was as if they were soulless. They were extremely intelligent, as if guided by a common malevolent intent. They struck with surgical precision and coordination, taking advantage of the element of surprise to attack and kill the expedition's casters first. Only a couple of them survived that initial onslaught, and they weren't enough to really make a difference. After that, the battle had been a slow but methodical massacre. The group of adventurers posed a strenuous resistance. Carl had convinced the king of Medellin himself to finance the expedition. Expecting to meet dangerous creatures in the Caligari forest, the old explorer spared no expense in hiring expert warriors to provide protection. At the time of their departure from the city of Brettholtz, the group was 200 people strong. It had over 30 casters, half of which were Legion-grade battle casters, while the other half were skilled clerics, about 20 aura warriors, of which 4, 5 if you included Sarah, were aura masters, and the rest were all veteran hunters, scouts, soldiers, and explorers. It was an incredibly elite group, which, despite its relatively small size, would have been able to take on and defeat most of the creatures that infested the forest. However, taken by surprise and with most of their casters dead, they couldn't do much more than delay the inevitable, since the number of swarming enemies seemingly knew no end. For each creature they killed, 3 more took its place, while the number of humans was slowly being whittled down. If they had a sufficient number of casters, they could have used their magic to clear out an escape route. As things were, it fell on the aura warriors. Not really an efficient method, but there were no alternatives. Half an hour of fighting later, Sarah and the other last surviving aura master spearheaded one last desperate attack to breach the encirclement and escape. Against all odds, it worked. All they needed to do was run for the forest. Sadly, that too proved to be a rather illusory hope. The survivors were exhausted and wounded from the fight, and the creatures were incredibly fast. They caught up with the survivors, killing them one by one until only the girl remained. She was approaching the end of the clearing, and if she managed to reach the trees, she'd have a real chance of getting away with her life. Sure, going back through the forest alone was going to be hard, even for an aura warrior such as herself, but she was confident she could make it. Her hope took a nosedive when a few figures emerged from the mold a few meters in front of her. Once again, those creatures had shown a surprising amount of intelligence and forethought, leaving some of their kin hidden away at the edge of the clearing to intercept any eventual escapee. Sarah gritted her teeth in rage, her frustration surpassing her fear. She was damned if she'd let these oversized bugs get the better of her. Chitin-covered bodies hurled themselves at her, raising scythe-like limbs. The girl didn't even slow down. "Flowing flower slash!" she cried. Something which normally would have made her ashamed, as only rookie aura warriors shouted the name of their attacks. But right now she simply didn't care, and she flew past the monsters like a gust of wind. The monsters' heads fell, leaving their serpentine bodies to squirm in the dirt. Sarah had to stop herself from sneering. Apparently, the strength of these creatures resided in their numbers and ability to not be picked up by the aura scan, but in a fair fight, they were nothing compared to an aura master. Individual trees were in view now, and she picked up her pace. In less than a minute, she would reach the relative safety of the forest, where she could easily lose the creatures. Just a little more and she would survive. Blinded by her own hope, she failed to notice a buzzing noise coming from overhead and a shadow clawing at her from the sky until the very last moment. She instinctively dove to the left, just as a new horror, similar to a gigantic wasp, pierced the ground with its oversized stinger. Sarah immediately picked herself up and dashed away. More of those flying monsters dropped from the sky, and several of the other creatures emerged from the ground before she got very far. She held her ground, trying to open an escape route. Dozens of monsters were felled by her swings, but in the end, she was literally drowned in a sea of chitin-covered bodies, and everything went dark for her. An undetermined amount of time later, Sarah regained her senses. She felt terribly weak and confused, as if her thoughts and memories had been scrambled, and her body ached all over, with a particularly sharp pain concentrated in her head. "Great," she mumbled. "I must be hungover." She tried moving but couldn't. And yet, it wasn't as if she was tied up. It was more like her whole body was encased in rock or something. She opened her eyes to assess this odd situation. She was in a large chamber entirely covered in a weird gray translucent substance, which dimly glowed and was the only source of light. After inspecting her surroundings, she looked down at herself, and to her horror, found she was buried up to her neck in that substance. She immediately tried to free herself, calling upon her aura powers to gain the necessary strength to break the substance keeping her trapped. For some reason, she couldn't. It was as if her thoughts couldn't connect properly with her body. Useless. Useless. A weird, emotionless voice echoed painfully in her mind, making her flinch. A gargantuan shadow moved into her field of vision from behind. It was one of the chitin-covered monsters that chased her, only different. For starters, it was much bigger than the others. Even crouching over her, it was at least 3 meters tall. Its lower body was similar to that of a bloated lizard, with chitin armor covering its skin. Its torso was vaguely humanoid, like that of a praying mantis, an impression reinforced by its scythe-like arms and huge insectoid head with huge bulging eyes that glowed purple. However, unlike a real insect, this one had an actual mouth. One filled with countless needle-sharp teeth, like that of a fish out of the depths of the ocean. More horrific than the creature's appearance was its aura. Even without using an aura scan technique, Sarah could clearly feel it, permeating the whole room like a miasma. Worse still, it was inside her head, keeping her from using her powers and violating her mind in the worst way imaginable, filling it with its utterly alien presence. Sarah tried to scream, but no sound escaped her mouth, except for a weak wheeze. The cold voice echoed again in Sarah's mind, only this time it carried the creature's intention. It was tinged with hunger, which left the Aura Warrior no doubt about her fate. Strong, strong, you make good nourishment for new queen. The Vex will grow big and strong with you. Chapter 1. Bubble Tea Trouble. Marcus was contemplating murder. Or suicide. Anything, really, to get out of this torment. That particular customer was going to be trouble the moment she stepped into the fast food restaurant. She was a rather obese woman, with excessive makeup, scarlet-dyed hair, and was speaking, rather screaming, at her phone. She'd cut in line before the other customers, who looked at her with rage but didn't actually say anything. She'd ordered a bubble tea and finally sat at a large family table, taking it all for herself while still loudly complaining at the phone about something. Marcus hoped she would drink her tea and go away. The bitch had other plans. As soon as she finished her drink, She hung up and marched toward the register with the fury and grace of an enraged hippo. She stared at Marcus with pure fury and placed her cup under his nose, showing that it was empty, save for most of the tapioca balls. "I finished my tea, but I still have a lot of jelly balls," she screeched. "I can see that, ma'am," Marcus replied, struggling to keep a straight face. "So what's the problem?" "What's the problem?" she screamed, as if she couldn't believe what Marcus just said. "What's the problem?" he says. "Can't you see that I can't eat those jellies through a straw without more tea, you idiot?" Marcus's temper flared at being insulted by this fat bitch. But he needed this job. He tried to be professional and answer in a polite tone. "Well, if you want, we can give you a spoon." "A spoon?" she interrupted. "You want me to eat the bubbles of the bubble tea with a spoon? Are you out of your fucking mind?" "Ma'am, please. I don't know what else to do for you." Marcus was using all of his patience to repress the urge to tell her off. "If you don't want to eat the tapioca balls, no one is forcing you." "Oh, and why in the hell would I have paid for a bubble tea if I didn't want to eat the balls?" she replied in a sarcastic tone. "What I want is a refund. You made the tea wrong, and be thankful I don't sue you for the horrible way you just treated me." Rage rose inside Marcus at a dangerous rate. He could give the bitch a refund and let the story end there. But old Hines, the owner of the restaurant, was a bloody miser through and through. He'd made various ridiculous cheap rules. Among them, the chief one was, if you make a mistake, you pay for it, meaning any refunds would be taken out of the pay of the one who made the unsatisfactory dish or beverage. Not really a fair or even legal policy, but the town was full of unemployed students who desperately needed a job. Hines could get away with pretty much anything. However, it was not Marcus who made the tea. That was Lisa, a young girl who was watching them with a tired, almost scared stare. Lisa had to work 1 hour to earn what that bubble tea cost. To take money from her because a land whale was feeling bitchy just didn't feel right. "Sorry, ma'am, but the tea was actually made correctly," Marcus said, with only just a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "You see, there's this thing called physics that say if you have a liquid, like your tea, and you put an object with greater density, let's say the tapioca balls, in that liquid, then the object is going to drop to the bottom because of something called gravity." "Are you being condescending with me, you little twat?" the fat woman cried in an incredulous voice, as if she couldn't believe someone would dare disagree with her. "No, ma'am. I was just explaining to you the reason why the tapioca balls drop to the bottom, and that it's something outside of our control. Besides, you already drank all of your tea, so you're not eligible for a refund." "That's it. I'm suing you. I'm suing all y'all. I want to speak with the manager." The woman was starting to sound like a wounded eagle. "Ma'am, please keep your Marcus tried to say, but the woman threw the cup at him, hitting him on the nose. The cup was made of hard plastic, and the tapioca balls gave it some weight, so it hurt more than Marcus would have expected. He grabbed his face. Blood dripped from his nose and oozed from between his fingers. The fat bitch kept screaming, grabbing everything she could find and throwing it in random directions. She hit Lisa's head with a well-aimed bottle of ketchup, knocking her out. Marcus decided he'd had enough of this bullshit. He jumped over the counter and reached the screaming woman. With a calculated movement, he grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her back. She yelped in surprise, but before she could react, he kicked her behind the knees, knocking her down. The fat lady cried in an incredibly high-pitched voice, like a whistle or a boiling kettle. Marcus shut her up by twisting her arm. "Shut up, bitch," he said, rage in his voice. He lifted his head to see Damien, another employee of Old Hines, staring at him in disbelief. "Call the police, Damien. We're getting this fat bitch out of here." About an hour later, after the police had come, Old Hines himself coldly stared Marcus in the eyes in the staff room of the fast food place. "You're fired." "What? Are you kidding me?" Marcus protested. "You can't do this. That fat bitch was the one who started it all, and because of a stupid bubble tea, no less." "You could have just given her the refund she wanted," Hines replied. "In that case, we could have avoided this mess. The police coming up, the clients hurt by thrown objects. It's all horrible publicity for my place." "Oh, so people can now enter your shitty restaurant and demand free food?" Marcus said with heavy sarcasm. "I get why you want us employees to pay for it. Otherwise, you wouldn't make a dime with that policy." "I don't want to listen to another word of this." Hines turned his back on Marcus. "You are fired. End of story. Take your things and go." Rage was mounting inside Marcus at a rate far greater than before. He knew Hines was a bastard, just not to such a degree. "You pay a misery to us, and you want us to cover for your bullshit with our own money?" Marcus screamed. "And then you fire us when we defend ourselves from assault. You're a cunt, Hines. A huge, colossal cunt. I hope to see you burning in hell with your shitty restaurant." Hines left the room without bothering to answer. Marcus stared at the empty door frame, his anger surging. Then he opened his locker, collected his belongings, mostly his clothes, and considered the pros and cons of murdering your boss. Or rather, your former boss. Surely there had to be some way to pass it off as legitimate self-defense in tribunal. Maybe he could plead insanity. Heaven knew Hines was driving him insane. Marcus?" A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Lisa stood timidly in the doorway. She had a nasty bump on her head, and otherwise appeared fine. She was a tall, really thin girl, about 21 years old, with long sandy hair and an oval face. Lisa was quite pretty, in a subdued way. She was the kind of girl you could see 1,000 times without ever noticing her, and her shy personality didn't help any. Right now, even as she was talking to Marcus, she stared at her feet. She always did that when talking to people, so Marcus wasn't bothered by it. "Oh, sorry, Lisa. I was lost in my thoughts," Marcus said, his voice a little calmer. "Do you need something?" "Well, I wanted to thank you for defending me. And also, I'm sorry you lost the job because of me." "I didn't lose the job because of you," he replied adamantly. "I lost it because Hines is a fucking idiot. And also, don't thank me for that. I just did what was right." "Oh, well, I still want to thank you." Lisa blushed. If you need help, now that you've lost your job, feel free to count on me. I want to repay you somehow." "Don't worry about it. There's nothing to repay," Marcus said in a confident tone. "I'm sure I'll manage somehow. It's not like I'm dead or something, is it? Actually, losing a shitty job like this one could actually be for the best." "Well, if you're so sure." Lisa blushed even more. But could I at least give you my phone number? Just in case?" Marcus hesitated, confused by Lisa's embarrassment. Then he shrugged. "Well, okay then. At least this could work both ways," he said, staring at the girl while taking out his cell phone. "If Hines or anyone else bothers you, feel free to call me, Lisa, and I'll come to punch them in the face." "Oh, thank you, Marcus. But know that you can count on me as well. Don't hesitate to call me if you need help." "Hey, I should be the one to say that," Marcus smiled. "Don't let that old bastard Hines mistreat you, okay?" They exchanged phone numbers and Lisa left him, resuming her shift. He changed his clothes, not wanting to spend another minute in that damned place, and marched right out of the back door, a mix of anger and annoyance on his face. Once he was on the street, the fresh breeze of the evening cooled him down, and anger slowly gave way to exhaustion and worries. "Man, what a drag," he said, looking at the sky. The sun had long set behind the buildings of the city. Its light still hung on, fading and tinging the horizon red and purple. The first stars were showing in the opposite direction. Noises and smells filled the air, and the street was crowded both by people and cars, most going home from a day of hard work. It almost felt like there were no individuals, as if they were all part of some kind of swarm, where the problems and worries of a single person could disappear. Only it wasn't that easy, and even if it was, Marcus would never accept to surrender his own individuality. "Always be true to yourself, son." These had been the last words of Marcus's father, and he tried his best to live by this motto. He couldn't stand people who pretended to be something else. Marcus could forgive a lot of things, but hypocrisy was not among them, especially not in himself. Unfortunately, this attitude had only brought him trouble. He'd lost many jobs because of his inability to look the other way and keep his mouth shut. The fiasco with Hines was only the latest in a long streak of failures. He had to take a pause from his studies because he couldn't afford the tuition. To make things worse, with the loss of this job, he probably couldn't even pay the rent this month. And he didn't want to ask his mother for money. She was dirt poor herself. No doubt she'd give him the money at the cost of not eating. Marcus would never let his mother do that. His father had died 10 years ago. Since that day, Marcus had sworn he'd find a way to take care of his mother. He'd always excelled at school. Although he often got into fights, he successfully enrolled in a good college. Then he lost his first job, and after that, less and less people were willing to hire him. Months of struggle later landed him the dubious pleasure of working under Hines's tyrannical wing, and now he'd have to do it again. He sighed. At least, as he'd said to Lisa, it wasn't like he was dead. With time and effort, he would find a way to make things right. As he kept walking and thinking, night came. The streets were darker, and he met less and less people. The neighborhood where Marcus lived was something of a place of ill repute. At least rents were suitably low, and Marcus didn't feel like he had much to fear, in any case. First of all, being dirt poor meant he had nothing of value to steal. Second, he was intimidating enough to convince most would-be muggers to steer clear. He was very tall, close to 1.9 meters, with broad shoulders. He had short, copper-brown hair and a thin beard, little more than a stubble, really, of the same color. His face was quite rough and sharp, but not without something of a virile, attractive quality. His expression almost always remained serious, with droopy eyes, a kind of threatening brooding that had become a habit since long ago. All in all, he usually had a seedy look, accentuated by his cheap old clothes. Right now, he had the appearance of a thug seeking a brawl, and in that exact moment, he'd have actually welcomed one. At least it would have given him an excuse to vent his frustration by punching someone in the face. It was at that moment he heard the scream. A woman's scream, coming from a dark alley. Normally, Marcus would have called the police or just shouted to interrupt whatever was happening in there. But right now he was too angry and frustrated to be rational. He stepped into the alley. In the dark, he could see a woman being grabbed by a man with a baseball cap. He ran toward them and grabbed the man, throwing him away from the woman. Bang! The deafening sound of a gunshot erupted in the alley. Marcus fell to the ground, an excruciating pain burning in his chest. He had trouble breathing, and through the tears filling his eyes, he noticed the man with a baseball cap held a gun. The woman kept screaming, and the man with the gun simply ran away. Not like this, Marcus thought. I still have so many things to do. I want to live. I don't want to... A deep cold lanced his every molecule. He was incredibly tired, struggling to stay awake. It was futile. After a few seconds, his eyes closed, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 2. A Mother's Disappointment. For some reason, Marcus felt strange. He couldn't focus his thoughts on anything in particular. His mind was numb. All he experienced was a peaceful, cozy, and relaxing sensation of being submerged into some kind of lukewarm liquid. He didn't even have the need to breathe. All he had to do was float and let the warmth cradle him. Let his mind and body rest in that blissful forgetfulness. After an undetermined amount of time, a sharp pain stabbed within his lungs. He gasped for air, his body twitching while the sticky, warm liquid restrained him. Marcus panicked, moving desperately to free himself, and felt some kind of membrane surrounding him like a loose straitjacket. He jerked harder, trying to rip through that substance. Painful flashes seared through his head, and his newfound consciousness started to fade. Fear and survival instinct lent him one final moment of strength, and the membrane started to tear apart. Marcus slid out through that opening and onto a cold, hard surface, able to breathe again. The air going through his throat and into his lungs seemed ice cold after the previous warmth. He breathed gratefully nonetheless, stopping only to cough out liquid. He just lay there for a while, covered in a weird, viscous liquid, coughing and trembling. It took some minutes for him to collect his wits and start thinking again. Even then, he felt too tired to stand up properly. Still, he wanted to know where he was and what was happening, so he sat up and opened his eyes. Despite being very dark, he could see perfectly, although in weird black and white tones. Then he noticed a huge monster staring at him. Marcus tried to jump back, to scream, but he failed at both actions. His limbs were too weak, and the jump was just a slight crawl, while the scream ended up being a wet wheeze. Luckily, the humongous creature didn't move, at least for the moment. Too weak and scared, Marcus studied the weird being. It was like a hybrid between a reptile and an insect. The lower half was similar in shape to that of a bloated lizard, but it was covered in a purple chitin exoskeleton instead of scales. The torso resembled that of a praying mantis, as it had a thin waist, long scythe-shaped arms, and a big insectoid head, without the antennae, and 4 huge yellow glowing eyes. A single sharp horn jutted out between the 2 upper eyes. The beast was at least 4 meters tall. Although he couldn't measure it with accuracy, Marcus was sure it was at least 20 meters long. They stared at each other for some time. After a while, the monster started moving toward him. Marcus instinctively tried to escape, but something weird happened. It was like a huge, incomprehensibly powerful presence had grabbed his mind and kept him still. He was forced to stare in horror as the creature extended one of its scythe-shaped limbs and slightly caressed his cheek with a claw. The gesture didn't contain any hostility, only curiosity. It was actually quite delicate, like a mother caressing a child. Marcus was surprised and thought that maybe this creature wasn't that hostile. Then, without warning, the claw stabbed Marcus in the shoulder, pinning him to the ground. He screamed a shrill sound he didn't even recognize as his own voice. He grabbed the claw, trying to free himself, but he was too weak to make it budge. The monster kept him helplessly pinned. Marcus kept trying and failing to free himself. Then it let him go. He crawled away, desperate to put as much space as possible between him and that insectoid being. But the creature was just staring at him. The presence that touched Marcus's mind appeared again, this time in the form of a voice full of disappointment. Weak. Very weak. Fully formed, but weak. Why? Nourishment was strong. Very strong. Why new Queen weak, then? Marcus sat there trembling. His mind, now fully awake, was riddled with questions. Where was he? What the hell was that creature? Why was he hearing that creepy-ass voice in his mind? And most importantly, what the fuck was happening? Do not understand, but weak Queen is useless. Weak. Too weak. The Vex would grow weak with weak Queen. The disappointment in the voice increased. Making new Queen with that nourishment was a mistake. Weak. Too weak. Can't make Vex stronger. Useless. Too useless. Waste of time and nourishment. The voice turned cold and emotionless. At least can use weak Queen body as material for warrior. The powerful presence grabbed Marcus's mind, only this time it was stronger and more violent, as if trying to crush him. Die. The word was projected directly in Marcus's head. An order with such an absolute authority, he felt the instinctive need to obey it. Darkness enveloped him again, a sensation of sleepiness that was somehow familiar. He felt that it would be nice to close his eyes and let himself go. No! Screw that! With a desperate act of will, Marcus forced himself to stay awake. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. And even if he had to die, he wouldn't go down without a fight. He'd at least take that monster with him. The presence in his mind sensed something and tightened its grip. The command, die, repeated multiple times. Marcus was no longer listening. Powered by his rage, he stared directly at the monster looming over him and clenched his teeth before finally managing to stand up on his feet. His balance was horrible, and he felt dizzy and nauseous, but he stood up nonetheless, his pose full of prideful defiance. The surprise in the monster increased. When Marcus made a step in its direction, the creature cowered back a bit, a small tinge of fear and confusion emanating from it. Do not understand. Body is weak, very weak, but mind is strong, very strong. Newborn Queen with no swarm should not have mind this strong. Why? Why? Marcus took another step, raising his fist to hit that hideous monster. The presence grabbed him again. Only this time it wasn't trying to kill him, just stopping him in his tracks. He struggled with that telepathic grip, trying to free himself. He sensed that the creature was having a hard time keeping him still, and that only made him try harder. Mind so strong. But why? Did nourishment do this? How? Maybe strength of nourishment came from mind and not from body. Could it be possible? The insectoid monster looked appraisingly at Marcus, who returned a glare full of defiance. Strange mind. Strong. Independent. More like flesh thing's mind than Vex's mind. Body is weak, very weak. But maybe new queen strength come from mind. Worth testing. Worth trying to create new hive. Another command was given to Marcus. As if the creature had made up its mind, this command was even stronger than the previous one. Sleep. He struggled against it, grunting and desperately struggling to remain conscious, but the strength of this order was overwhelming. In addition to that, his body was genuinely tired and in need of rest. He fought back harder, even though it was a losing battle. Marcus fell to the ground, slowly drifting off into sleep. He never stopped fighting that command, though, clinging to his senses as long as he could. This was how he was able to perceive the last words of the creature. Sleep. Warriors will take new queen away to a far, very far place. There, new queen will be able to make new test, new hive. Sleep now. Real struggle is about to come for new queen. At that, Marcus finally fell asleep. Chapter 3. Mission 1 Start. Marcus kept sleeping for what seemed a long time. His body felt immensely tired. Even when he tried to wake up, the fatigue always dragged him back to unconsciousness. In his brief moments of wakefulness, he could perceive strange things from his surroundings. A buzzing sound, like that of a huge bee. Strong, hard claws carried him as delicately as possible. A cold wind blew against his skin, and whenever he managed to open his eyes, a huge forest moved beneath him, as if he was flying over it. He was too tired to focus his thoughts on anything specific, though, so after a few moments, he always drifted asleep again. He dreamt of various things. Of working at Ole Heinz's when the fat bitch came in. This time the bitch was a humongous reptilian insectoid monster. She protested the fact that her bubble tea had too many tapioca balls and not enough tea, and demanded a refund. When Marcus refused to give one to her, she grabbed him with her scythe-shaped appendages, raising him to her drooling, fanged mouth, and... Marcus woke to cold shivers running along his spine. Damn it, what a nightmare. He'd dreamt of being fired after discussing something with a stupid fat woman, then was shot by a mugger and threatened by a huge monster, then a mix of all of the above. God damn it, I need some damn coffee, he murmured to himself. He didn't even recognize his own voice, as it was unnaturally shrill. He hoped he hadn't caught anything. He couldn't afford to take a sick day at work. Marcus stretched his arms, clicking his tongue. That was when he realized there was something very wrong. He wasn't in his bed. Heck, he wasn't even in his house. He was in the middle of a forest. What the? He cried. There was indeed something completely wrong with his voice. Not only was it acute and feminine like that of a child, but it also had a reverberating quality that made it sound kind of alien. He grabbed his throat in surprise, his hands feeling weirdly hard and cold. When he looked at them, he almost cried out in surprise. His hands were covered in some dark purple chitin substance that enveloped them like a pair of armored gloves. The chitin also covered up most of his arms, stopping right before his bare shoulders, whose skin was gray. What the actual fuck? Marcus cried, and started inspecting himself more carefully. He had grayish-purple skin. The only parts that seemed to be covered by the chitin armor were his arms and legs, extending from his toes to his thighs. His torso was naked and clearly showed his skin. And that skin wasn't the only thing showing. His chest was flat and smooth. There weren't any nipples. Weird. An even greater surprise awaited him when he finally looked between his legs. What the flying shit bucket is this? There was nothing between his legs. Rather, there was nothing of what was supposed to be there. Marcus's little big fella had disappeared, taking the family jewels with him. In his place, he had something else left. Something Marcus was used to seeing on women, not on himself. Is that a vagina? What the hell? Have I become a girl now? I'm still dreaming. Am I on drugs? Marcus was having a serious mental kerfuffle. For a while, all he could do was sit there, immobile, while sometimes uttering a random profanity. Then he slapped himself and got up on his feet. Okay, stop it. Keep your calm, Marcus, he said to himself. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Count to 10 if you can. Concentrate on the ground if you will, but calm your inexistent tits down. He stood there for a minute, completely immobile, taking deep breaths. He opened his eyes and started doing a summary of the situation. Okay, I don't know where I am. I don't know why I have this body. And most importantly, I don't know what's going on. I think that sums it up pretty nicely, doesn't it? No one answered. Then again, he was talking to himself. If I got it right, I got fired by Hines, shot by that thug, and then I woke up in front of that monster. What could have happened? Maybe this is a nightmare. Maybe I'm in a delusional coma after being shot, or... He didn't want to consider the last possibility. Or maybe all of this is real. In any case, sitting here on my ass won't do me any good. First of all, let's find a clue about where I am exactly. He was in a small clearing surrounded by trees resembling oaks. The clearing was full of rocks and small vegetation. Above it was a clear blue sky, where the sun was shining brightly. Judging by its position, Marcus estimated it should be around noon. Then he froze. There was something else in the sky. A pale red planet, several times the size of the moon, was clearly visible on the horizon. The hell? If there is something like that, doesn't it mean I'm not on Earth anymore? After staring at the sky for another minute, he decided it was a problem for later. Just like his current appearance, it wasn't something he could deal with right now. He had more important things to do. Since he was stranded in the middle of an unknown forest, survival took precedence over anything else. Well, let's see. What to do now? I could try and look for some sign of civilization. He looked around, sighting a big rock in the middle of the clearing that would give him some elevation. He climbed over it, albeit with some difficulty as his arms and legs still felt really weak. Luckily, the chitin armor on his limbs was protecting him nicely, letting him walk and climb on the rocky ground without a problem. After a minute or so, he managed to get on top of the rock and had a proper look around. Apparently, he was on the top of a hill. Even from this elevated position, all he could see were more hills covered by trees. No sign of human presence anywhere. He sighed with disappointment. Well then, what to do now, I wonder? He thought hard, trying to remember any piece of trivia that could help him. When he was young, his father used to take him camping in the forest and taught him a thing or two about survival. First, find a source of water, Marcus recited. Food and shelter can wait, but a human can't survive for long without water. Although, do I still count as human? Damn if I know, but finding some water surely won't hurt. He scanned his surroundings for signs of a stream or a lake. Luckily, he managed to spot something. Right at the base of the hill he was on was a small gorge. Through the trees covering it, he could see the faint sparkle of the sun reflected on the water. Mission 1, start. Objective, secure some water. Let's go. And with an almost military rhythm, he marched toward the gorge. Chapter 4. Oh dear. By the time Marcus emerged from the forest and reached the open gorge, he was wasted. His limbs, although armored, were still very weak. He'd tripped and fallen numerous times, gaining various bruises all over his torso. In the end, he had to use a fallen branch as an improvised crutch. Walking was an incredibly tiring enterprise, as the undergrowth obstructed his advance and thorny plants scratched him. Moreover, he was both hungry and thirsty, more than he had ever felt in his life. Really, the only things that kept him going were his stubbornness and the fact that if he stopped before reaching water, he didn't know if he would be able to continue. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived at the gorge and the small stream he'd seen twinkling in the sun. He rushed to it, dropping to his knees, and put his face in the water, drinking like an animal. Marcus kept drinking until he was out of breath, gasping for air as he collapsed at the edge of the pool. Ah! He sighed, having finally sated his thirst. That was absolute bliss. I'd have never thought simple water could taste so good. He lay there for a while, watching the sky and listening to the sounds of the river and nearby forest, resting his weary body. It was only after a few minutes that he noticed something moving under his back. He jumped away, fearing it could be a snake or some other animal. Except when he looked at the ground, he couldn't see anything. Weird, he murmured. I could have sworn there was something there. Maybe I'd just got something attached to my back? He turned his head. What he saw was a short, stubby tail sprouting from just above his surprisingly big and round butt. Why do I have a tail? How come I didn't notice it before? And why the hell is my butt so fucking big? The tail was reptilian in appearance, with chitin plates covering its upper part. As far as Marcus could tell, the plates also extended to his back, covering his spine up to his neck. Wonderful. I've got a tail and a tiny bit of useless armor in my back. What next? Do I have the face of an insect, too? He was actually afraid of that being the case. He peered over the pool of water, likely the only reflective surface in miles. Well, no time like the present to find out. Fearing what he was about to see, he forced himself to look at his reflection. The face staring back at him was rather feminine and young, framed by wild, dirty, long brown hair. It had gray skin like the rest of the body, but the most striking detail was the eyes. Big and vaguely insectoid, with no pupils and shining with a purple glow. In the center of his forehead, right above his eyes, was a small, sharp horn. He also had no nose, just two barely visible nostrils, and his mouth was a jagged line with no apparent lips. Opening it revealed a disturbing set of sharp teeth. His tongue was also weird, being bright green and unnaturally long. He tried making expressions at the pool. He made sad faces, he smiled, he even tried to make a duck face, a difficult undertaking since he had no lips, before being satisfied. It could have been far worse. His face was clearly not human, but it wasn't nearly as monstrous as he'd feared. Actually, it was kind of cute, in a creepy way. It had a childish quality due to the shape and the size of the eyes. It wasn't his old face, but for the time being, he was glad he wouldn't have to wander around with the head of a mantis or something. A sudden noise ripped him from his thoughts. Marcus raised his gaze to the surrounding forest and saw a huge deer looking at him from the other side of the river. It was a majestic creature, at least 2 meters tall, with a collar of flowing white fur and incredibly beautiful antlers that seemed to be made out of crystal, shining in the sun like a crown. Marcus couldn't help but stare in awe at the sight of such a magnificent creature. As he was soon to find out, that was a terrible mistake. The deer gave him an angry glare with prideful eyes and kicked the ground in annoyance. Then, without warning, it lowered its head and charged. Though Marcus was taken by surprise, he reacted instantly and dove away, dodging those majestic crystal antlers that up close looked sharp and deadly by a hair's breadth. He hit the ground and immediately picked himself up, running away. His heart was beating like crazy. Marcus tried to ignore it, looking behind himself to see the deer charging at him. Marcus tried to dodge but was a bit too slow, and the antlers grazed him. Luckily, they hit him on the arm, where he was protected by his chitin armor, so he was just sent flying away. The young man hit the ground hard. He ignored the pain and jumped to his feet, resuming his run for the forest. If he managed to hide behind the trees, maybe he could hide from the deer. Marcus reached the first tree when the galloping of the beast pounded behind him. He jumped for the cover offered by the tree's trunk, crouching behind it to shield himself from the rushing deer. The vibrations of an incredible impact, accompanied by the creak of wood being torn apart, reverberated through the tree, showering him in a rain of splinters. The deer passed right next to him. When he looked up, just above his head, a huge chunk of wood was missing from the trunk. "Are you kidding me? How strong is that deer? It's more like a monster than an animal." The animal shook its head to clear its antlers of the remaining wood. Marcus used this momentary pause to sprint for the depths of the forest. He kept running until he couldn't hear the noise of the deer's clopping, and kept going, just to be sure. He didn't even dare look over his shoulders. It was only when he was out of breath that he let himself fall behind a tree. The deer was nowhere in sight. Apparently the beast decided he wasn't worth the effort. Or maybe now he was out of its territory. Whatever the reason, Marcus was glad he'd managed to survive. It took some time before Marcus felt rested enough to move, and the sun was about to set. He stared at the alien sky. The red moon had disappeared, replaced by 2 others, one small and white, the other medium-sized with a yellow hue. It was a magnificent view, only Marcus was too crestfallen to take notice of it. He was incredibly hungry, tired, and scared, stranded in the hostile wilderness of another world. He had a weak, weird body that wasn't his own, and to make things worse, he couldn't even scrounge up some coffee. All in all, it was enough to break someone's spirit. That state of self-pity lasted until Marcus slapped himself in the face. His hand was hard, cold, and armored. The slap hurt quite a bit, but it served its purpose, shaking him out of his depression. "Okay, staying here and whining won't help you, Marcus. So stop being such a pussy and get yourself together. You're not dead yet, and if you intend to survive, there are things that need to be done." He picked himself up, standing with his back against the tree. He felt a little dizzy, but was relatively okay. "I need a shelter," he murmured weakly. "Food can wait for now, but I absolutely need to sleep, and for sure I can't do that in the open. What if there are other animals like that deer nearby? He looked around. There was only the forest around him. No source of lights. Where could he find shelter? I could try to build some kind of hut, but that'd take time, and the sun is about to set. Should I try to climb one of these trees? It'd be relatively safe up there, I guess. He looked up, gauging the height, and discarded that plan. Nah, they're too high and difficult to climb. Even with proper equipment, I don't know if I'd manage to do that right now. He sighed. Well then, I can't hide on the ground or above it. The only thing to do is hide under it. A sad, sarcastic smile touched his lips. Guess it's fitting for an insect, or whatever I am right now, to crawl under some rock. He started wandering, looking for a suitable hole in the ground that he could slide into. The search took about an hour, during which the sun completely set, plunging the forest in darkness. Luckily for Marcus, his new eyes seemed perfectly capable of seeing in the dark. That didn't hamper his search, although he was more wary. Now that the sun had set, the forest was even more noisy. Many creatures moved around, crawling, walking, and flying. He even heard the howl of a wolf in the distance. He trembled, and tried even harder to find a suitable shelter. After some time, he found one, but its suitableness was up for debate. It was little more than a hole in the ground, dug by erosion under the roots of a huge dead tree. Before entering, Marcus checked the inside for the presence of any previous occupants. All he could see were tiny millipedes, worms, and spiders crawling about. He shuddered. But hey, sharing your living space with insects beats ending up as food for some hungry predator, doesn't it? Also, he was kind of an insect too, at the moment. He kept his disgust under check and crawled in the hole. The inside wasn't all that comfy. The hole continued into the earth for about 1 meter, and the roof, made of dead roots, was only about 80 centimeters tall. It was more than enough to accommodate Marcus's tiny body, but not to let him be comfy, especially since the ground under him was damp and crawling with vermin. Ew, 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 ew. Marcus lamented when a particularly long millipede fell on his face. This is just the worst. I need to find a better place soon. This was his only choice for now, so he'd have to grin and bear it. He let himself lie against the ground in a fetal position, trying to be as comfortable as possible. Well then, good night, shitty new world. I sincerely hope you'll go fuck yourself, and when I wake up, I'll be back in my home. Chapter 5. Snake Eater. When Marcus awoke, the sun was high in the sky. Despite his state of exhaustion, he had trouble falling asleep the previous night. Various factors conspired to keep him awake. First and foremost was sleeping in a small hole in the ground with insects and spiders crawling all around. It wasn't exactly a comfy bed. Second, he was incredibly hungry. The rumblings of his stomach weren't easy to ignore. Third, he'd been incredibly scared and tense all night. He could hear various creatures moving outside of his temporary shelter, and his imagination pictured all sorts of scary predators crawling inside the hole he hid in, waiting to devour him whole. Between all that, it took hours for the fatigue to finally overcome him, and even then, his sleep had been troubled by blurred, feverish nightmares. He probably hadn't slept soundly for more than a couple hours. Despite that, he was feeling surprisingly well rested. He crawled out of the hole, got up, and stretched. Well, good morning, Vietnam, he said with a yawn. Let's see what shitty surprise this new day has in store for us. His stomach rumbled violently, making Marcus grimace. The hunger was getting unbearable, and he absolutely had to find something to eat, which, since he was in the middle of a forest, basically meant he had to either find some edible plants or hunt something. Since he wasn't an expert of botany and didn't know which plants were safe to eat and which were not, his only option was to catch some prey. Before that, he needed to drink some water, and that meant visiting the gorge where that brutal, crystal-horned deer could be waiting to attack him. Marcus grimaced even harder at the prospect of being chased by that beast. Then again, maybe if he'd try being stealthy, he wouldn't be found out. It wasn't as if he'd been particularly careful before. Weighing his possibilities, he decided a visit to the river was worth the risk. After all, he hadn't found any other water source nearby. As soon as he made this resolution, he picked a broken branch to use as a crutch and started toward the gorge. About an hour later, Marcus was scanning the surroundings while hiding in a bush near the river. The deer was nowhere to be seen. Just to be sure, he waited a few minutes before carefully stepping out in the open. Quickly, while trying to be as silent as possible, he approached the river, turning his head left and right to spot any possible danger. He couldn't see any, and he couldn't even hear anything besides the water and the birds singing. Marcus crouched near the stream and tried to pick up water by making a cup with his hands. That failed miserably because of the hard chitin armor covering them. He almost let out a sigh and just lowered his head into the water, drinking like an animal as he'd done the day before. He really needed to find some kind of cup or container for the water. For now, he didn't have anything like that. As soon as his thirst was sated, he carefully started to step back into the woods. A movement to his right froze him. He slowly moved his head, fearing it was the deer. Luckily, that wasn't the case. A big brown snake, almost 2 meters long, with some type of horns over its eyes and nose, slithered through the rocks toward the river. While he stared, the reptile reached the water and started drinking with rapid movements of its forked tongue. Marcus looked appraisingly at the animal. It seemed quite dangerous, especially if it was venomous, and the sound of a fight could attract the deer. But at this point he was so hungry that even a snake looked positively appetizing. Not to mention it was the only animal he'd met so far that he thought he had a chance of defeating. As if it sensed his ravenous intentions, the reptile raised its head, staring at him with cold eyes. Marcus stood still for a few moments. Then his hunger won over his caution, and he grabbed the fallen branch he had used as a crutch. If things kept going like this, he'd become too weak to fight and die of starvation. Better to take a risk now rather than wait for that. With caution, he moved a few tense steps toward the snake, raising the stick overhead, ready to strike. He didn't want to take any chances in case the animal had a venomous bite, planning to just smash its head in with the branch as soon as it was within striking distance. Before he could do that, the reptile launched at him, mouth open to show 2 oversized fangs. Marcus barely dodged by jumping to his right, then cursed and struck down with his stick, hitting the snake's body. The animal trembled in pain, the blow not enough to kill it. It reared, and its head darted once more at him. This time he was too slow, and the beast bit his arm, causing him to scream in surprise. But there was no pain. He looked at his arm. The snake's fangs had failed to pierce his chitin armor. Marcus was quick to recover from the shock, seeing his opportunity to attack. While the snake uselessly chewed on his arm and became effectively stuck, he lifted the branch and struck its head with all the strength he could muster. The reptile let go of his arm, dizzy from the concussion. Marcus didn't give it any pause. Grabbing the stick with both hands, he started savagely hitting the beast's head and body. "Die, you stupid motherfucker!" This went on for a while, due to Marcus's low strength and the snake's resilience. Finally, with a lucky strike, he hit the animal right behind the head, breaking its spine with the sound of crumbling bones. The reptile collapsed, writhing in agony, and after a while, it stopped moving. Only then did Marcus let himself sink to the ground, breathing heavily. His arms felt like they weighed a ton. He let go of the stick, just sitting on his knees in front of the lifeless body of his prey. He won. A sensation of happiness and triumph coursed through his tired body. He felt incredibly alive. All of his senses were sharpened. The slight breeze caressing his body was cold like ice. His sight revealed details of his surroundings that he'd previously ignored, and the beating of his heart was deafening. But he didn't have the time to rest on his laurels. A big animal was galloping in his direction, probably meaning the deer was coming to investigate the commotion. Marcus forced himself to his feet, grabbed the snake, and dragged it into the forest, hiding among the bushes. After a few seconds, the majestic deer appeared, raising splashes of water as it ran through the river. The huge beast stopped abruptly where Marcus and the snake had fought, and raised its head, sniffing the air. Tension gripped Marcus's shoulders. After what felt like an eternity, but was actually a few minutes, the deer sneezed with contempt and walked away, leaving him alone with his prey. Marcus sighed with relief, exhaustion overwhelming his senses. He didn't know if he would have had the energy to run away from the deer this time. Luckily, he hadn't been found out, and he finally had something to eat. He looked at the snake's corpse. To his mind, it was incredibly repulsive, except his instincts were urging him to devour it. Marcus actually started drooling. He had to use all of his self-control to not jump on the carcass right there. After all, the deer could come back at any time. Better to consume his meal away from the gorge. So he grabbed the corpse, lifted it onto his shoulders, and dragged it away from the river. While he was walking, he thought about how he was going to eat this thing. I don't have any tools to skin it. Maybe I could just try and light a fire to roast it whole. But how do I light a fire here in the forest? Could just use 2 sticks. Maybe 2 stones. The trek accentuated his hunger more and more. The rumbling of his stomach grew stronger. He couldn't ignore it anymore. He looked at the body of the snake. Well, maybe if it's just a bite, I could try to eat it raw, just to stop this stupid hunger. He raised the torso of the snake to his mouth. His reason screamed at him that this was disgusting and gross, but his hunger was too strong. He opened his mouth and bit down on the reptile corpse. His sharp teeth easily pierced through the hard scales, and cold blood drained into his mouth. It tasted bitter and revolting. His instincts kicked in, and he found himself wolfing down the snake like it was the most delicious thing in the world. He ate meat, scales, and bones without distinction, easily chewing it all down. After he took the last bite, he realized he'd eaten the whole snake, leaving nothing behind. What the hell? Marcus was both surprised and vaguely disgusted, rationality flooding him on the waning of his hunger. Did I really eat a raw snake? With bones and everything? He was quite amazed, and to make things stranger, he didn't even feel sick. Actually, he was still a bit peckish. Well, that was weird, and gross, and disgusting, and I hope that I'll never have to do something like that again. At least now I'm not that hungry anymore. He sighed. Let's just hope I don't feel sick later. I just want to lie down and rest for a bit. He walked out of the valley, headed for his shelter, and experienced an odd feeling. He couldn't put it into words, but it was like he was somehow memorizing the snake. Details of the reptile's physiology flashed through his mind. He was suddenly aware of the composition of its scales, the arrangement of the muscles that allowed it to move, and its venom glands. He stopped for a second, wondering if overeating raw flesh like that was giving him hallucinations. He felt fine. It was just as if that information were being absorbed into some part of him. He shrugged. Probably he was just tired. He hoped a nap would help him recover. Marcus kept going until he reached the relative safety of his improvised shelter. Chapter 6. Crab Battle. When Marcus woke up the following day, he was feeling much better. He wasn't starving anymore. He was hungry and thirsty, yes, but tolerably so, and he'd managed to make some improvements on his shelter. He had covered the cold ground with leaves and grass, making a kind of rustic bed, and covered the entrance with various sticks held together by grass strings. It wasn't elegant, or even that well made, but it was far more comfortable than sleeping on the dirt. Having a door, if you could call some flimsy sticks a door, actually made it feel safer. So now, despite it all, he felt a bit optimistic. Sure, he was still stranded in a weird, wild world. At least he thought he could take care of himself. The victory over the snake gave him a much-needed boost in confidence. Now what should he do? Same as yesterday, his priorities were finding food and water, and he could start making plans for the future. He didn't want to stay in the forest indefinitely. He'd have to explore to find some traces of civilization, or even better, a way home. To do so, he needed provisions, and most importantly was a way to carry water, like a canteen or something. That meant he had to craft some equipment, but he didn't have any tools to work with. He needed at least a blade to start building. He knew in ancient times people used to craft flint blades, only he hadn't seen any flint around here. Maybe he could just make do with a sharp rock or something. He remembered spotting various rocks on the top of the hill, so he went that way, hoping to find something to fit his needs. A couple of hours later, he was silently cursing against all rocks in existence. On top of the hill, he'd found some sharpened rocks, which seemed to be just what he was looking for, except when he tried to use them to cut wood, he found it more difficult than he had imagined. After trying to sharpen the end of a long stick to make a wooden spear, the rock's edge always broke after a few hits. Now he was almost out of rocks, and the stick was nowhere near as sharp as he needed. He hissed in frustration. Clearly the kind of rocks on the top of the hill weren't durable enough to be used for blades. But where could he find other kinds of rocks? He searched his memory and recalled that the river in the gorge was full of stones and pebbles. Since he was thirsty, he decided to go there next, and hopefully avoid the deer and any other possible animal that was there to drink. Marcus grabbed his incomplete spear and started down the hill. About half an hour later, as he approached the gorge, Marcus heard some weird noises. It was as if someone was fighting near the river. With caution, he edged closer to the source of the noises, moving ever so slowly in order to not attract the fighter's attention. Using the cover provided by the bushes, he remained hidden while observing what was happening. The scene before him was unreal. The majestic crystal-horned deer that continuously threatened him was struggling against three unlikely opponents. Some kind of giant hermit crabs that stood on long, stilt-like limbs, longer than Marcus himself. They had huge red pincers that, once closed, were similar to boxing gloves. And the crabs fought like boxers too, throwing powerful punches at the deer with their long arms, and dodging by sidestepping whenever the deer charged. Marcus observed the fight with fascination. The boxing crabs were clearly more skilled than the deer, and they were using their numbers and coordination to deliver blow after blow. But the boss of the river took their punches without showing any discomfort, continuously charging at them with his crystal antlers. The stalemate went on for a while. The punches didn't seem to affect the deer, and the crabs dodged its charges like a matador. One of the crustaceans was a bit too slow, and it was pierced by the crystal antlers of the deer. The deer immediately raised his head, lifting the unfortunate crab from the ground. The immobilized boxer tried to free himself, punching the deer repeatedly, but the brute simply stood still, his horns getting brighter and brighter. A blinding flash came from the crystal antlers, and the crab suddenly exploded in every direction, sending a splash of boiling guts and charred shell fragments across the rocks around the river. The other crustaceans seemed hesitant. When the deer turned to them, they turned to their side and scuttled away. The deer ran in pursuit of them, and the gorge was suddenly empty. Marcus, after he heard the galloping disappear into the distance, came out of his hiding place and approached one of the broken yet still smoking pieces of the crab. A delicious smell came from those shell pieces, a scent of cooked crab that felt almost intoxicating. Quickly he grabbed one, seeing some grilled meat still attached to the shell, and put it into his mouth with voracity. "Ouch!" he cried. It was still very hot. Whatever the light that came from that antler was, the heat it released was certainly impressive. Thinking that those same antlers had been about to stab him, Marcus couldn't help but shudder. Once the crab cooled, it tasted like the most delicious thing in the world, and he hurried to collect all the shell fragments. While he was doing that, he noticed most of them were actually pretty sharp. Not to mention one of the biggest ones was actually shaped like some sort of bowl. Well, this was a stroke of luck. Marcus smiled. Not only do I get a free meal, but also knives and a bowl. If only I could get some booze, it would be the perfect gift. That was obviously asking too much, so he quickly emptied the bowl-shaped shell of its meat into his mouth, and then he filled it with water. Now he was facing a different problem. It was very difficult to carry all of the shell pieces with him, and it was outright impossible to do it without spilling the water. He needed to get out of the gorge as soon as possible to avoid being chased by the deer. Marcus stopped there for a moment, wondering about what to do. He made a decision. First, he hid all the pieces into the bushes. Then he proceeded to silently consume all the crab meat. The meal took a while, and it wasn't exactly abundant, but it was too delicious to complain about it. When he finished, too soon, he could have kept eating for a while. Marcus drank all the water in his bowl and proceeded to fill it with the other shell fragments. His reasoning was that he could return to fill the bowl later, but now he needed to get the fragments to his shelter. Once he was prepared, he left the gorge in higher spirits than he had been in a long time, since even before he'd arrived in this world. Chapter 7. Laugh Wolf. About a couple of days later, Marcus finally finished crafting the equipment he needed to start exploring the forest. Doot-doo-doo-doo! He hummed a game, item-acquired fanfare as he finished tying the last laces. You got the shitty backpack. Now you can actually have an inventory. Jokes aside, the backpack was more like a deep basket made of woven grass and sticks he could carry over his shoulder. It wasn't pretty, and it didn't seem particularly robust, but it would serve the purpose of letting Marcus carry his few belongings: a bowl full of water, a knife, and a few needles, all made from the crab's shell fragments. He also had a wooden spear and wore a cloak constructed of green leaves, held together by woven grass. Not the most fashionable outfit, though it beat strolling around naked. At least he didn't need any kind of shoes, as the armor on his leg was more resilient than anything he could make. All things considered, he felt ready and eager to start the exploration of this new world. To be honest, he was kind of excited. He felt like the protagonist of some adventure tale. The fact that he'd managed to somehow feed himself added to his good mood. He'd caught another horned snake, albeit smaller than the previous one, and some kind of huge red grasshopper. Neither of those meals managed to completely sate his appetite, but he certainly didn't feel weak from hunger anymore. And maybe he could find a better hunting spot somewhere else. The options in this place were kind of reduced by the presence of the crystal-horned deer guarding the only source of water. Without further ado, he lifted the kind of backpack over his shoulder, grabbed the spear, and proceeded in the direction of the place he'd chosen to start off his exploration, a big, steep hill with a barren, rocky top. That hill was the highest point he could see. It towered over the ones around it, and would be perfect to get a better look at the geography of the region. He started the march with a brisk walk, eager to reach his destination. That lasted until the bottom of his destination hill, when he started climbing it. Marcus slowed down considerably. The terrain was steep and rough, forcing him to frequently take detours to get around natural obstacles. Despite starting his march early in the morning, it was past noon when he reached the peak. He wasn't particularly tired, having taken numerous breaks during the climb. The top of the hill was barren, other than some stiff grass and a couple of thorny bushes. The trees disappeared about a couple dozen meters under the peak, and it was relatively easy to conclude the reason. The remains of a few trees still stood above that level, burned and cracked by lightning. Evidently, thunderbolts were frequent on this particular hill. But right now, the sky was clear, so there shouldn't be any danger. Actually, it was quite a nice place. The sun was hot, and there was a nice breeze that refreshed Marcus. He basked in that moment for a while, recovering some energy before taking a good look around. Being barren, the top had nothing blocking the view. The surrounding hills were like a beautiful, perfect map that blurred on the horizon. The forest continued in almost every direction, much to his chagrin. On the south, the hills disappeared into a great plain, entirely covered by the forest, and the same thing happened to the east. On the contrary, the hills in the west gradually got bigger, morphing into the profile of actual mountains. And across the north, the hills continued for quite a bit, to the point he couldn't tell what lay beyond them. At the same time, he saw the most promising detail in that direction. A small, faint wisp of smoke rising to the sky. He looked harder, and although he couldn't see the source of that smoke, he caught a glimpse of something equally promising. What seemed to be a small tower was on top of that hill. "Finally!" he rejoiced. "There are people living in this world after all. But will they be hostile? Or even human?" He stopped for a second. After all, if this was an alien world, it was actually quite probable that the people living here would be aliens as well. Well, no point in worrying now. I have to actually reach that tower. Then I'll see what the inhabitants are like. He tried to gauge the distance between himself and the landmark. It couldn't be more than 10 kilometers away. If he didn't get stuck in some rough terrain, he might be able to get there by the end of the day. Eager to come in contact with civilization, Marcus started walking. About 6 hours later, Marcus wound up stuck on rough terrain. At first he had no problem heading toward his destination, until after the first hill, there was a deep gulch he hadn't seen from his previous observation spot, and he was forced to go around it. The next hill was incredibly steep and covered in thick vegetation that all but blocked the path. He had to cut his way through thorny bushes for hours before reaching the top, and by then, the sun had almost set. Shadows became longer as the sky darkened, and Marcus was in a hurry to find some sort of shelter. "God damn it!" he cursed. "I hate this. I swear I'll burn this damn forest down as soon as I get out of it." Finding a suitable place proved to be difficult. The terrain was rocky and hard, and the few holes he could find were too small for him to crawl into. He kept searching as the night fell, luckily aided by his night vision, but he couldn't find anything. "Wait, what's that?" he murmured, having finally spotted something. The hill in front of him was even rockier, mostly devoid of any trees and only covered in small bushes. What had captured his attention was a rock face full of holes, some of which seemed to be actual caves. "That looks like a good shelter," he said, a little relieved. "As long as the caves aren't already occupied by some random monstrosity, that is. But it's worth taking a peek." He started in that direction when suddenly he froze. A weird wailing emanated from the dark woods around him. It was a mix between a howl and a demented laugh, and it made Marcus's blood run cold. The noise repeated several times, coming from various directions. If it was animals, then it meant there was a whole pack of them, and they had him surrounded. Marcus looked around nervously. He didn't actually want to meet whatever made that screeching face to face. He'd have to find a temporary shelter, but the only one suitable was the cave, and that was too far. The only choice he had was to climb a tree. Most of them were too tall and thin to do that, though. He desperately searched for a broader one. And there, in a small clearing 100 or so meters away, was a big but not overly tall oak tree, whose canopy covered almost all of the glade. The laughing howl repeated itself, this time much closer. Marcus sprinted for the oak, hoping to reach it before the beasts showed themselves. His hopes were dashed. A sudden movement on his right caught his eye. When he turned, he spotted a big, dark shadow crawling on the ground. He couldn't make out the details save for a pair of glowing, crazy yellow eyes and a demented smile full of sharp fangs. Other shadows moved behind that one, all converging in his direction. Marcus had to take desperate measures. He wouldn't be a match for those creatures in a fight, so he dropped the spear and backpack in order to be faster and ran to the tree with all his might. The mad cackling of the creatures behind him took on a tone of hunger and anticipation as they drew closer. His heart beat like crazy, thumping in his ears as the ground flew by under his feet. He was almost there. He'd reached the clearing, and the tree was right in front of him. The howling was right behind him now, urging him to sprint even faster, to cover the remaining meters in a flash before jumping to grab a low-hanging branch and desperately lifting himself up. And he did it just in time, the snapping of jaws and growling right under his feet. Breathing frantically, he climbed a few more branches and looked down. About 10 creatures were moving in the clearing, circling the tree. The creatures kind of resembled wolves, but were actually something very different. Covered head to toe in black fur, they had powerful front legs way longer than the hind legs. It gave them an almost erect posture, like that of a gorilla, and their long, thin tails were similar to that of a cat. But their most terrifying feature was their face. Triangular heads, similar to that of a wolf, but their mouth was unnaturally big, distorted into a mad grin that showed their fangs. Their eyes were glowing with malice and hunger. Marcus shivered. He didn't know if things like werewolves existed in this world, but those creatures certainly looked like a pack of lycanthropes. He didn't want to think about what they could have done to him. At least, as long as he remained on the tree, he should be safe. Then, with a powerful jump, one of the creatures grabbed a branch with its paws. Those paws looked disturbingly like clawed and twisted human hands, and lifted with ease, biting Marcus's leg. He screamed, both in surprise and in pain, and instinctively grabbed one of the branches with both hands. The last action saved his life. The creature tried to rip him from his perch and throw him to the ground, where its companions were waiting. Somehow Marcus managed to keep himself on the tree. The creature kept pulling, but he held tight, despite the pain in his leg. The creature had an incredibly strong bite, even capable of getting through the chitin armor covering his limb. Tears of pain and desperation flowed down Marcus's cheeks as he held tight to the branch. He wanted to live, and he was ready to fight for it. Using his free leg, he started kicking the beast. With a stroke of luck, one of the kicks hit the monster right on the nose, and with a yelp, the animal let go, falling to the ground. A growling, angry noise came from the other wolf things. They inched closer to the tree, preparing to jump. Despite the terror and pain coursing through his body, Marcus gave the predators a defiant look. "Come and get me, fuckers!" he screamed hysterically, fear slowly turning to rage. "You want to bite me? Then bite me. I'll make you choke on it, you pieces of shit." It was a desperate situation. The beasts let out another laughing howl and prepared to jump into the tree, when a new noise echoed through the forest. It was a low, reverberating groan, so powerful that Marcus felt it to his bones. The crazy werewolf things froze in response. Then, whining and crying in fear, they ran away, disappearing into the night like shadows. Marcus remained in the tree, too surprised to feel relieved. He just sat on the branch, breathing frantically, as his emotions slowly cooled down. The forest was dead quiet. It was like the air itself had turned to ice. Everything suddenly turned immobile. The wind, the insects, the birds. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat. And then it came. Crawling along the ground, and incomprehensibly huge, a gargantuan shadow slithered under the tree. Marcus's entire being numbed, and a new kind of terror gripped his heart. When the wolf things chased him, he could at least react and run away. Now all he could do was stay still. This beast was something different from anything he'd met before. An existence so unnaturally powerful, big and predatory, it rendered him catatonic by its mere presence. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even think. He could only stay there, paralyzed in terror, hoping with every fiber of his being that this new creature wouldn't notice him. This new horror was at least 20 meters long from head to tail, and at least 4 meters tall, even while crawling on the ground. 6 powerful legs moved its bloated, scaly body, while a huge beaked head shook left and right. 2 pairs of glowing yellow eyes searched the forest, eyes devoid of anything even remotely similar to fear or caution. This beast was the peerless ruler of this place, and its quiet arrogance emanated from every movement. It was similar to a humongous, monstrous monitor lizard, but that wasn't the word Marcus would have used. No, the word that continued popping up in his mind was one that carried a healthy dose of respect for the immense strength of that animal. The word was dragon. The monster stood there for over a minute, letting out an overly long, raspy tongue similar to a misshapen worm, to taste the air. Every second felt like an eternity to Marcus. Each moment carried the promise of a swift death in that enormous beaked jaw. After a tense few minutes, the reptilian creature moved, continuing its stroll, undisturbed and unaware of the terrified creature looking down at it from the tree. Too terrified to move, Marcus spent the rest of the night clinging to that tree. Chapter 8. Cave Story. "Ouch!" Marcus cried as he tried putting some weight on his left leg. The wound the wolf things had given him hurt like hell. The chitin armor on the ankle was cracked, with a couple of holes from which a green, viscous fluid was dripping. He shuddered at the implications that it could have been his blood. He climbed down from the oak tree early in the morning, and now he was slowly limping around, searching for his missing equipment. He found the backpack completely broken, trampled by the wolf things. Luckily, the bowl and the shell knife and needles were intact. He also found his wooden spear, which he started using as a crutch. Even after having recovered those items, the situation was still dire. He was hungry and thirsty, and with his wounded leg, he couldn't hunt or explore. Heck, he couldn't even run away if some big animals found him. Therefore, he needed a shelter, a decent one in which he could rest and recover. The only such thing he'd seen were the caves on the hill in front of him. Of course, he hoped they weren't already occupied by something else. There wasn't really any other option right now, so he started his march toward the rocky caves. The journey was difficult. His leg hurt like hell at every step, even with the crutch. He had to carefully choose his way because he couldn't tread on difficult terrains. This made what would have been a half-an-hour stroll last for hours before Marcus finally arrived at the caves. A narrow path stood between him and potential safety. It hugged the rock face and opened to a very steep slope, almost a ravine, on the other side. The ground was bare of any vegetation and full of precariously balanced stones. Any wrong step could send him tumbling down the hill. He was exhausted both mentally and physically, but he was almost there. The rock face was full of holes, some far above the pathway and therefore useless to him. The biggest of them, shaped like a triangle, conveniently opened right on ground level. Let's see now. Marcus cautiously peeked inside the entrance. Anyone home? Right after the entrance, the cave continued downward in a narrow tunnel. It was dark, but his improved night vision had no trouble penetrating the shadows. This, however, didn't make the cave any less ominous. He stood there a while, trying to decide whether or not to explore it. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. He sighed, entering the opening. Let's seriously hope there's no one home. One wary step after the other, testing the ground with the wooden spear, he descended into the tunnel. The ground was made of broken stones and dirt. Nothing really too hard to walk on. Also, the farther he went, the more he could feel the humidity level in the air rise. After about 15 meters, the tunnel ended in a roughly circular cave with quite a low ceiling. In some places, even with his small body, Marcus had to lower his head. As it was with the tunnel, the floor was made of stones and dirt, but it was moist. At the center of the cave was a puddle of muddy water, surrounded by moss and small mushrooms. The ground was teeming with insects and spiders, but there wasn't a single trace of any bigger animals, so Marcus limped toward the puddle. The water was dirty and full of small insects, but he didn't really have any way to clean it besides trying to filter it with his teeth. He took his shell bowl and took a small sip of water, immediately spitting out a worm that had somehow gotten inside the bowl. "Pah! Wah!" he cried in disgust. though he didn't actually have the time to taste the thing before spitting it out. Ew! This is disgusting! He stared at the water, and the disgust gave way to resignation. Well, at least I have water now. He sighed sadly. It's not like I can go back to the gorge. With my leg like this, that damned deer would get me for sure. The place was damp, dirty, cramped, and dark. No wonder no other animal wanted to use it, besides the insects. For now, it was perfect. Although perfect was a strong word. It was more like he had no other alternative if he wanted to live. And his desire to live outweighed his dislike of the place. As he threw away a centipede that was trying to climb on him, he wondered how long that would last. Well, the interior design leaves a lot to be desired. Let's rest a bit for today, and tomorrow I'll see what I can do to improve it. He searched the cavern for the least damp place to lie on, but all he could find were a bunch of cold rocks that were only faintly drier than the rest of the cave. With a sigh, he lay down with his back against the wall. It didn't take long before he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was shivering. The cave was completely dark, so it was probably night outside. Thanks to his strange eyes, he could see clearly around him. Marcus's teeth rattled while he curled up in a fetal position, trying to use his own body to warm himself. The air was now damp and chilling, and the tattered cloak made of leaves didn't help much against it. Fuck this cold! I need to make a fire. He looked to the entrance of the cavern. It was completely dark, and he didn't really want to risk another night's stroll in the forest. Fuck, I'll do it tomorrow. For tonight, I have to endure. He tried his best to cover himself, waiting for the morning to come. Some hours later, a little speck of light filtered in from the entrance, the signal that the sun had finally risen. Marcus had been awake most of the night because of the cold, and he welcomed the new day and the warmth the sun would bring. He scuttled to the exit, and the blinding light of the new day enveloped him. He couldn't see clearly, but he gratefully basked in the warm sunlight until the cold numbness of his body dissipated. Ah! He breathed in the fresh, clean air of the forest. This is it. Now, if only I could find some breakfast, the day wouldn't be so shitty. Finding something to eat was easier said than done, although the woods were positively teeming with life, from the birds singing in the trees to small animals crawling on the ground. With his injured leg, Marcus would have trouble catching anything. Since he couldn't hope to successfully fight or chase down anything, his only option was to ambush something. To do that, he'd need a good spot and a suitable prey. He hid near a tree, waiting for some slow animal to appear. Mother! Ouch! Fucker! Marcus cursed, picking out yet another spine from his skin. There was a lesson to learn there. Animals that are both small and slow usually still have a way to defend themselves. Otherwise, they'd already be dead. A few minutes before, Marcus had found a weird animal, a strange hedgehog with spine-covered skin like a sea urchin. The beast was barely 60 centimeters long, and it appeared slow. Marcus had been lying in ambush for a while, waiting for the animal to get within a few meters of him before jumping out, ready to stab his prey with the wooden spear. Not his brightest idea, as he'd found out. Due to his leg, his action was a bit too slow, and the hedgehog thing immediately reacted to his sudden appearance by, well, exploding and sending spines flying everywhere like shrapnel. Most of them had been blocked by Marcus's chitin armor, but some managed to hit his defenseless torso, burying into his flesh. Marcus immediately fell over while the creature, now naked and slimy like a frog, scuttled away. The only thing Marcus could do was sit on a rock and pluck out the spines, one by one. Fucking hedgehog. Ouch! Fucking forest. Ouch! Fucking everything! He accompanied every spine extraction with a groan and a curse. When the last spine had been removed, he let himself fall back on the rock, looking at the bright sky. It was a nice day without a cloud to be seen, and that helped him relax. Man, this sucks on ice. I guess no supper for today. And for the day after, too, if my leg doesn't get any better. I can't risk hunting too far from the cave. Heck, taking that kind of risk is what got my leg injured in the first place. But what can I do? He thought for a few minutes, relaxing in the warmth of the sunlight. Then he got back on his feet, a determined expression on his face. Well, I can exist for a while without food, since I have water. I can also try to improve my shelter. A bed of leaves like the last one, and maybe even a fire, if I manage to light one. It should be safe enough to light it in the cave, where nothing can see it, no? And with this resolution in mind, he started gathering the materials he needed, mostly leaves and wood. Chapter 9. Bugging Me Out. Damn it! And they make starting a fire look so easy in movies, Marcus said bitterly. He'd been trying to make a bonfire using wooden sticks for the last hour, with no success. At first he tried to do so inside the cave, but the air was too damp for the fire to catch, and he had to try it outside. Even there, one problem remained. His chitin-covered fingers didn't have a good grasp on the sticks, which kept slipping away. It was like trying to do precision work with armored gloves on. During the attempts, almost all of the sticks had broken. Sure, he could search around for more, but it was late in the afternoon and the sun had started setting. It would be night soon. Marcus didn't want to repeat the experience of being out in the dark. Looks like it'll be another cold night. Well, at least I managed to get a bed of leaves. I hope it'll keep me at least a bit warmer than being naked. His stomach rumbled, which wasn't really surprising considering he hadn't eaten in 2 days. Nonetheless, it was annoying, especially since he still didn't have anything to eat. Cold and hungry, and my leg still hurts. Splendid! What's next? It's gonna start raining. Nope, he interrupted himself. Better not to jinx it. Things are already bad and I don't want them to get any worse. He stayed outside, taking in all the heat he could, until the sun completely disappeared over the hills. He went back inside the cave to try to have a good night of sleep. Shut up! Marcus yelled at his belly. Shut up and let me sleep already. Since he'd lain down to sleep, his stomach continuously rumbled louder and louder, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't ignore it. The leaves he was using as blankets were actually doing a good job at keeping the cold at bay. The bed of straws and leaves was acceptably comfy, but the noises coming from his belly were preventing him from sleeping. He was incredibly hungry. Hungrier than he'd ever been. Visions of food appeared before his eyes, almost driving him mad. God damn it all! He cursed, clenching his teeth. I am so fucking hungry. Why does this damn leg take so long to heal? If I could move, I could hunt, and if I could hunt, I could get something to eat. So hurry up and heal, you stupid leg! He tried his best to distract himself from thoughts of food, but his mind was set on them. Visions of raw, succulent, delicious meat flashed before his eyes, haunting him and preventing him from falling asleep. So hungry. He started to gnaw at his finger before suddenly realizing what he was doing and slapping himself out of it. "Stop it, Marcus. I know you're fucking hungry, but this has to stop. You are getting pathetic." It was completely dark in the cave, other than a little speck of starlight at the entrance. The air was still damp and cold, and though the leaves were actually keeping him warm, they were now teeming with unwanted guests, despite his efforts to swat them away from time to time. Even now, spiders, centipedes, and cockroaches were moving beside him, but he was too concentrated on his worries to pay them any attention. "I should be able to go for another couple of days without food. I hope my leg will be healed enough to let me hunt by then. 'Cause if not, then it's game over. Luckily, water isn't an issue for now. It tastes like mud, but it's better than nothing. And at least drinking makes me feel less hungry. For a while." He decided to take another sip of water. He slowly limped to the puddle, taking his bowl with him. His movements were sluggish, his mind feverish. The wounds on the leg had almost completely closed, but some of the pain remained. Being basically starved didn't help the situation one bit. He hoped he hadn't developed an infection, because without antibiotics, it would probably kill him. There wasn't anything he could do about that, so he tried not to think about it. Once at the pool, he took a small sip of water. He didn't notice the small centipede that had slid inside the bowl until he put it in his mouth. When he felt the insect's frantic movements, he bit and swallowed in surprise. "Gak!" The still-moving centipede slid down his throat, and he almost threw up. "Gah!" He coughed, grabbing his throat and chest. "Ugh, I can feel it moving around inside. This is fucking disgusting." He cursed through the insect's whole journey to his stomach. "I ate a live centipede. What if it's poisonous? Damn it, I need to throw it up." He started to put 2 fingers in his mouth to force himself to puke, but he stopped. The taste of the centipede, which he would have once found revolting, was actually not that bad. He licked his lips. Well, maybe I could wait. I mean, I've eaten a raw snake, and I didn't feel bad after that. Maybe this body is actually resistant to food poisoning. And hey, I could use all the food I can get right now. After a minute, a weird feeling filled his mind. The same thing that happened with the horned snake. He was suddenly receiving information about the centipede. It had indeed been poisonous, but the poison, he couldn't explain it. It wasn't nearly strong enough to harm him, he was sure of that. Also, he now knew about its legs, the structure of its torso, and its eyes. He shook his head. What the hell was that sensation? Anyway, it wasn't an unpleasant one. Rather, it felt appeasing, like when you're eating a specific food you were craving without even knowing it. Somehow he was certain that eating that centipede didn't harm him. Quite the opposite. It both fed him and filled that weird need he didn't know he had. Marcus's stomach rumbled. The tiny appetizer it received had just stimulated its hunger, and now it was craving more. The cave. It was full of other small critters like the centipede, and he was starving. Could he really eat them? His hunger struck him like a hammer, overriding his conscious thoughts that kept telling him this was absolutely disgusting. With a sudden movement, he caught a spider that had been crawling on the ground. The arachnid uselessly tried to bite him, but the chitin armor on his hand was too strong. He squashed it before putting the still twitching mush in his mouth. Again, the weird feeling of knowledge about the spider's body filled his mind. He continued looking around for other prey, a ravenous expression in his eyes. As if they had felt the sudden danger, the vermin suddenly started getting away from him. Most weren't fast enough. With his mind gone completely feral, Marcus pounced at them, grabbing every creature he could and stuffing them into his mouth. First, he caught and ate all the centipedes, millipedes, cockroaches, and spiders he could get his hands on. When he couldn't find any more, he went toward the puddle in the middle of the cavern and started digging the mud around it, grabbing the worms before swallowing them whole, not even bothering to clean the dirt from them. His mind filled with information about the things he ate, and his stomach ever demanded more. He kept going until he couldn't find any other living being in the cavern, and only then did he stop, letting himself fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Slowly he regained his reason, and with it came a huge wave of disgust. He grabbed his mouth with his hands, feeling sick, but the sickness was all in his mind. Physically, he was actually feeling much better than before. Ugh! Puh! He grunted and spit. What's wrong with me? Did I really eat all those? Ugh! He grimaced, recalling all the disgusting things he'd eaten. What was that? What the dancing, flying, holy fuck on a roller coaster was that? His mouth was full of the foul taste of his horrible meal, although it didn't feel all that foul to him, even if it wasn't even remotely good. It only added to his confusion, so he decided to wash it out with some water. He went to the puddle and took a sip with the cup, this time checking it before drinking. Then he went to his leaf bed, lying down in order to rest and sort the mess that was his thoughts. There is something seriously wrong with me. There is no way in hell a normal person could eat all those things without puking afterwards. At least for now I feel, well, not fine, but not that bad either. What the fuck is wrong with me? He looked at his chitin-covered hands. What the hell am I, really? I'm not human anymore, I can tell that, but really, what am I? An insect? A reptile? An alien? No one answered, though Marcus hadn't really expected anyone to. He just sighed, grabbed his legs, and rested in a fetal position. Well, let's look at the bright side. At least I don't feel that hungry anymore. And with this body, it looks like food poisoning is a non-issue, though I wish I knew what that rush of information I received was after I ate. Those things. I mean, how does the knowledge that a centipede has to shed his cuticle to grow, or that a spider doesn't have muscles to extend its legs but have to pump liquids to push them out, have anything to do with eating them? He wondered for a while, but he couldn't find a reason. Eventually, he gave up on thinking and decided to take a nap. Hopefully, having eaten a bit, his leg would heal faster. Chapter 10. Shedding Worries. The very next day, Marcus's leg didn't really hurt anymore, but it was abominably itchy. Cracks had appeared on the armor, which had also lost its shininess, becoming opaque and rough. Please let it not be an infection. I don't want to lose a leg. It would be a death sentence for me in this godforsaken place. He couldn't really walk, since he felt as if his leg was shoved inside an ant's nest. Luckily, he didn't need to move around that much. Eating all those insects had actually satisfied his hunger. He could always hunt for more inside the cave, so he wasn't about to die of starvation, but there wasn't much he could do besides rest and hope he could heal soon. Doing so inside a cold, dark, and damp cave was kind of depressing. He decided to go outside. Using the wooden spear as a crutch, Marcus slowly started climbing out of the grotto, pieces of chitin falling from his wounded leg with every step. He gritted his teeth and continued until he was at the entrance of the cave. For a moment, the sudden light blinded him, and he covered his eyes with his hand, trying to take a look around. It was a nice sunny day with only a few small clouds in the sky. Birds were singing, and a nice warm breeze was blowing through the trees, shaking their leaves. An idyllic and bucolic scenery, perfect for a picnic, that managed to relax Marcus, lightening his mood. He sat on a rock near the entrance of the cave, bathing in the light of the sun. For a few minutes, he didn't think about anything, just enjoyed the warmth and the peacefulness of the day. But soon the itch on his leg caught his attention, and he looked down. The chitin armor covering the leg was in complete disarray, having fallen off in some places. It revealed not exposed flesh or skin underneath, but another layer of chitin, albeit much paler than the original one. What's this? It looked like he was shedding the old armor, and a new one was growing under it. He knew about some animals, like spiders and crustacean, that could regenerate limbs like that. To see it happen to him? Well, that was a great surprise and another reminder that his body wasn't human anymore. Does this mean, if by any chance I were to lose a limb, I could regrow it? Well, let's hope I won't have to put that theory to the test. The new armor looked really soft, though. Curious, Marcus touched it. That was a mistake. Although not really painful, that chitin layer was extremely sensitive, and he felt a weird, ticklish sensation that wormed all the way to his bones. "Ah!" he moaned, a girlish sound that felt incredibly weird to his ears. It was the kind of sound that wouldn't be out of place in a cheap hentai movie. "What the actual fuck?" he cried out, feeling intensely embarrassed. "What was that? I sound like a girl. Well, I guess this body is female, but..." This train of thoughts was making him feel deeply uncomfortable. So far, he'd tried to ignore that his body seemed to be female. Even when he had to pee, he always tried to do so quickly without looking down. After all, he always had more immediate problems, like getting food or shelter or escaping from predators. Since he was just resting, the repressed thoughts about his situation flooded his mind. Why was his body like this? If he was really reincarnated, why did his body have to be like this? And why did he keep all the memories from his previous life? Also, even if there were other humans in this world, would they accept him? Or would they see him as a monster? There were too many questions, and he didn't have any answers. All he could do was explore these lands, trying to learn all he could about them in order to survive. Maybe he could plan some course of action, in case he actually met someone. Since I'm not human-looking anymore, people could be intimidated by me. I need to look harmless in order to not scare people, but what if they want to catch me and dissect me? He shuddered at the thought. Or maybe just revealing myself isn't the best idea. I need to study the people before making contact. If they're hostile, at least I can avoid them. Yeah, this should work. Though I have to find someone first. He thought about the tower he'd seen from the hilltop. The smoke rising from it seemed to reveal that it was inhabited, except the structure was rather medieval-looking. He hadn't seen any light or road, so maybe the people of this world weren't very civilized compared to his own. Or maybe he was just in a wild area. He shook his head. There were just too many things he didn't know. Having some sort of guide, or a way to acquire information, would have considerably sped things up. Something like a game menu, or the power to identify things would have been ideal. After all, knowledge is power, and having a power like that would have made his life much easier. Only this wasn't a game. This was real life, and you just had to go in blind, hope for the best, and learn from your failures. Too bad that any of those failures could potentially be fatal. After thinking for a while, he established a rough course of action. He was going to travel to the tower as soon as his leg was healed enough to let him walk and run without problems. He'd sneak near the building, trying not to be seen, and collect information about the inhabitants of this world. If they were peaceful enough, he could try to make contact, but otherwise he'd have to remain hidden. And even in the latter case, he could just sneak near their settlement to take a few things he could use to survive. After all, even things that would be considered trash could greatly help him survive right now. Marcus nodded. That was a good enough plan for him. Making complicated plans for the future didn't really suit him. Having a general course of action prepared greatly helped, but he was always prepared to change it on the fly. You couldn't predict exactly what the future had in store for you when you were making a plan. He spent the rest of the day outside, napping and resting while his leg healed, although he remained bothered by its itchiness. The following day, the armor had completely shed off Marcus's leg. It was still a bit too sensitive to walk comfortably, so he decided to wait another day before trying to reach the tower, using this time to prepare himself. First came securing provisions. Having much better mobility compared to before, he managed to hunt down a small lizard and some sort of rodent that seemed a mix between a big rat and a mole. The last one was a stroke of luck. Marcus had literally tripped over its burrow, trapping the creature with his right foot. The animal attempted to bite him. Despite its powerful fangs, the chitin on his good leg was too hard, and he managed to get a good prey with ease. Of the two, Marcus decided to only eat the mole rat thing and keep the lizard for the next day. At this point, he figured out that with his current body, he could eat almost anything without getting sick, even raw or poisonous meat. Raw meat especially tasted great. Still, he had to force himself to take the first bite out of the rodent, although after that he'd gorged the thing down with a wild appetite. After eating, Marcus experienced the usual flow of information about the thing he ate. It had amazing hearing, a powerful jaw, and strong claws suited for digging, plus various other details about its body and genetic makeup. He didn't exactly know why he was experiencing these things, but it didn't seem to be harmful, and it wasn't unpleasant, so he didn't mind. Instead, having satisfied his basic needs, he focused on trying to light a fire. He gathered other dry leaves and sticks, this time taking many spares, in case he accidentally broke some of them. Back at the entrance of his cave, he spent the rest of the day trying to light a fire. After many tries, and many broken sticks, by rubbing a surprisingly pointy stick against the dry half of a log, a small wisp of smoke rose from the wood. Immediately he took a dry leaf and put it near while blowing gently. The leaf caught fire, and Marcus threw it into a pile of dry leaves and branches he'd gathered on the rocks near him. A warm, roaring fire crackled to life. "Finally!" Marcus gloated, throwing more wood on top. "I fucking did it! I have a fire! Burn, baby, burn!" He organized things in order to take the fire inside the cavern. Since he didn't want the smoke to suffocate him, he had to keep it near the entrance. The damp air didn't help him, but after a while he managed to arrange a small bonfire on top of a few rocks. The fire illuminated the cavern, making all the small animals squirm away. Marcus welcomed it. The cold and dampness of the cave was banished by the flames, and he took a few more sticks to keep it lit during the night. Only when the evening came, and he was getting ready for sleep, a random, sudden regret flashed in his mind. Damn it! I could have cooked the rat thing before eating it. Chapter 11. At a Turtle's Pace. The sun was once again shining in the sky, and a gentle breeze was blowing through the trees. A perfect day for exploring. Marcus felt ready to go on an exploration trip. His leg was almost completely healed. The new chitin had hardened during the night, and although it was still a little bit sensitive, he could walk without problems. Also, he felt really well rested. Having had his first good night of sleep since arriving on this world did wonders. The fire kept him warm, and the vermin at bay. The only thing that annoyed him was his constant hunger. Despite his intention to keep the lizard as provision, he ended up grilling it on the bonfire and eating it. Weirdly enough, it didn't actually taste that great compared to the raw meat. It felt bland, as if something was missing, and he didn't experience the usual flow of information he usually had after eating something. And he was still hungry. It was strange, especially because he was actually eating a lot, at least by human standards. A normal man could have lived on 1/10 of what he was usually eating, and still, despite his small body, he was always hungry. Maybe his body required a lot of nutrients. Maybe it had something to do with the fact it could regenerate. But it didn't feel that way to Marcus. It was like most of the things he ate went straight to a certain part of his belly located under his stomach. He couldn't explain this sensation, but he didn't really care that much. All he cared about was finding a reliable food source. This was one of the reasons he decided to explore the territory before trying to reach the tower. The other reason was that if he were to meet another unexpected obstacle, he could always go back to his cave before the sun set. He controlled his equipment. The cloak of leaves had wilted, so he discarded it, keeping only a small kilt of leaves and grass covering his genitalia. He put his shell knife in a grass belt he'd made, and he had a wooden spear in his hand. He didn't carry anything else, leaving the rest of his belongings in the cave. After all, he was planning to return before dusk. Before setting out, he threw a few more sticks into the dying bonfire, in order to at least find some embers on his return. He climbed the hill he was currently on in order to pick the right direction and get a good view of the territory ahead of him. The terrain was difficult, rocky, and with few trees. It took Marcus a few hours to reach the top, which was a small, flat area bare of any vegetation. A few kilometers ahead, and the tower stood on the next hill. Between the hill he was on and that one was a huge valley, a plain completely covered in trees. Those trees were different from the ones he'd seen so far. Instead of only oaks, there were trees similar to cypresses and maples here and there. Also, even from where he was, he could see some large clearings where water ponds sparkled in the light of the sun. I could be wrong, but this area looks like a swamp. The thing I don't know is it safe to travel through, or would it be better to go around? He looked left and right. The valley wasn't very wide, no more than 6 kilometers, but it was long, and going around it would take days. He sighed. Well, I guess I'll try to explore it for now. If it doesn't seem safe enough, I'll just come back. A few minutes later, Marcus was cursing as he trudged through muddy water that reached his thighs. Damn swamp! Damn forest! And most importantly, damn bugs! He slapped one of the many mosquitoes that had landed on his face. The terrain was treacherous, full of hidden mud pits and fetid ponds, all covered by some weird species of fern. More than once, Marcus had been forced to march through the muddy water. He was really grateful that the chitin armor on his legs protected him from potential bites of water-dwelling creatures, although the thought of the animals that could live in the mud he was walking through was enough to make him shudder. I can't wait to leave this damn place. Maybe I should just go back and look for another path to the tower. I don't know if I can cross this swamp twice before the sun goes down. He was about to do just that, when a splash behind him got his attention. He turned, but there was nothing there. After a few seconds, he noticed a few ripples on the water's surface. Ripples that were slowly getting nearer to him. "Oh shit!" Marcus started running. Plodding, really, searching for the nearest dry land. Confronting an aquatic creature in the middle of a swamp wasn't the brightest idea. He elected to simply run away and find some cover. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see other ripples converging on him from his left. Then he saw a little mound of earth, no taller than 2 meters, in front of him, and with a very big moss-covered rock on top. He hurried to that point. A few meters away from the mound, one of the ripples reached him, and the water exploded. A black serpentine shape launched itself out of the water, pouncing at him. Marcus barely had the time to dodge, and the black creature fell back into the water. Fuck! With a final jump, he threw himself on the mound. Marcus gasped for air, believing himself to be safe now that he was on dry land. What the hell was that? As it turned out, he wasn't really safe at all. From the water, more of those creatures jumped at him, and with a scream, he jumped higher on the mound, barely dodging. They were enormous leeches, at least 1 meter long, with slender, sinewy bodies that were writhing on the ground, and huge round mouths filled with needle-like teeth. "Ew!" Marcus cried in disgust. He had no time to waste. Even on land, those creatures seemed quite agile as they kept lunging at him. He decided to get on top of the mound and defend himself from there. With a few steps, he got on the highest point, the huge rock sitting on the mound, and grabbed his spear in both hands. "Come and get some, fuckers! I'll kill all of you!" The leeches didn't need any further encouragement. They slithered across the ground toward him. There were at least 24 of the parasites, and many more were emerging from the water. Shit. Even though he had the high ground and a weapon, the situation wasn't all that positive. Those creatures would overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Then, a weird thing happened. The huge rock under his feet moved, almost making him lose his balance. What the? Something emerged from under the rock. It was a huge turtle head, covered in moss like the rock itself. The head looked at the leeches, who had stopped, and then it darted in their direction, the neck elongating in the process. In a fraction of a second, the reptile was holding a leech in his jaws. The turtle swallowed the bloodsucker whole and darted for another one, its head so fast, all Marcus could see was a blur. The leeches, however, were either too hungry or too stupid to retreat. They kept coming and jumping at the turtle. The neck of the creature was too fast, and all the leeches that pounced were either dodged or grabbed and eaten mid-jump. The rock moved again, and 4 huge, stocky and scaly legs emerged from under it. Apparently that huge boulder was actually the turtle's shell, and Marcus was right on top. He remained still for a moment. Then, as the turtle was still busy eating the leeches, he jumped off, landing behind it and running away. Seeing how easily the reptile was killing all those leeches, he didn't want to remain there to experiment how dangerous it was on his skin. Instead, he opted to dart away, hoping the beasts would keep each other occupied until he was safe. From his elevated position, he could see that the swamp ended a few dozen meters from where he was, so he ran in that direction. He could still hear the sounds of battle between the turtle and the leeches, but the noises were getting more sporadic, so he tried to hurry. Finally, gasping and fatigued, he got out of the muddy water, and only then did he dare to look back. The leeches were nowhere to be found, but the turtle had moved from the mound. It was walking in the swamp, incredibly long neck stretched to better scout its surroundings. Going back in that direction was far too dangerous, so Marcus decided to proceed, hoping to find a way out of the swamp. Soon. Chapter 12. Fruits, Bacon, and an Egg. Marcus leaned against a tree to rest for a while. The escape from the leeches and the turtle, albeit brief, had been physically and mentally exhausting. He needed a pause before continuing his exploration. Going back through the way he'd come was not an option. The turtle seemed to have started patrolling the area, so he had to search for another path. Failing that, locating a temporary hideout in order to not be out in the open during the night. His belly rumbled, making him grimace. To make things worse, the constant hunger remained. No matter how much he ate, he was always wanting for more. "I wonder how that turtle tastes," he muttered with a tired voice. "I remember they make turtle soup in some countries. That would be delicious." While resting, a gentle breeze raised through the tree, dispersing the fetid and damp air of the nearby swamp. Marcus took a long breath of that fresh air with gratitude. Ah! He sank into it. Then he noticed something. The wind carried some kind of smell with it, an intoxicatingly sweet aroma that made his mouth water. His stomach rumbled even stronger. The air was full of this sweet scent of food, and he immediately got up, moving toward the source of that smell as if hypnotized. "What is this?" he said in a dreamy tone. It seems like the smell of a candy shop, a bakery, and a grill all mixed together." He walked for a few minutes, his mind lost in visions of delicious, succulent foods, and then he arrived to the source of it all. It was a large clearing, where the trees and the undergrowth disappeared, leaving the terrain completely barren. In the middle of the clearing was a small field of vegetables that looked like a mix between melons and pumpkins, only of a pale pink color. Those fruits were incredibly big and plump, surrounded by emerald green leaves and vines, and small yellow flowers littered the whole field. The smell of food was almost unbearable now. Marcus subconsciously took a few steps toward the field. Those fruits were terribly inviting. They almost screamed that they wanted to be eaten, that they were delicious and succulent. They held the promise of a delicious nectar, of sweet pulp, and... Marcus stopped. Something in the corner of his mind told him there was something terribly wrong there. If he'd met that field a few days before, when his hunger was at its peak, he couldn't have resisted that terribly alluring smell. Right now, he was fed enough to still be able to think rationally. The fruits were just a bit too perfect. They had no visible defect, no signs of being eaten by any insect. And come to think of it, the insects that were infesting the air over the swamp were completely absent here. That scent of food was weird, too. It didn't even resemble any specific scent at all. It was just the smell of delicious food in general. Smelling the air more carefully, he could pick up another scent, barely perceptible under the overpowering aroma of food. It was the stink of rotting meat. Looking more closely, he saw there were elongated objects hidden under the foliage. Even from where he was now, he could tell they were bones. Yep, these fruits are definitely not a trap. I guess everything in this crazy forest is out to kill and eat you. Well, not even I'm gonna fall for this one. Nope, not gonna happen. He turned away, trying his best to ignore the rumbling of his stomach. Despite rationally knowing those fruits were most likely the bait of a lethal trap, his instincts still wanted him to try and eat them nonetheless. Damn it! Maybe this smell has some hypnotic properties. Well, whatever it is, I better get away ASAP. He was about to do so when a sudden noise stopped him in his tracks. Something very big and heavy was walking through the forest, and Marcus, not wanting to attract the attention of whatever beast it was, dove for the trees, hiding behind one and remaining perfectly still. He still peeked from behind the trunk. After all, if another monstrosity was going to show itself, Marcus wanted to know about it. After a few seconds, a huge shape emerged. It resembled a wild boar but was bigger than an ox, with tusks the size of swords. It had powerful legs, and he had no doubt it could easily outrun him. But right now the beast was mesmerized by the fruits. With arrogant and greedy-looking movements, the animal marched into the field, stepping over the vines and breaking them with ease. It stopped in front of the biggest of the fruits and opened its gigantic mouth, taking a huge bite out of the vegetable. Maybe I was wrong, and those fruits aren't a trap after all. Well, if that's the case, I could go get some when this pig leaves. The boar suddenly started wobbling, almost as if it was feeling dizzy. At the same time, the vines, which had remained inert, started moving, darting toward the faltering beast like snakes. The beast soon found itself bound by multiple vines, but even when poisoned and wrapped like that, it was still a dangerous, strong being. With a roar of rage, the boar struggled with all of its strength, breaking several vines while trying to free itself. More vines kept moving toward the animal, replacing those broken and tying it even tighter. The fight between beast and plant went on for a minute, with Marcus looking at it with fascination. After a while, it seemed the confrontation had reached its conclusion. The boar was moving very weakly, and was almost completely covered by vines, which were slowly dragging it toward the center of the field. With a sudden explosion of strength, the animal freed itself, jumping outside of the field with a desperate rush. Even more vines lashed out to bind the animal and drag it back, but it had gained too much momentum to be stopped, and the vines were easily broken. The boar broke free thanks to its enormous strength and determination, but all of his energies had been expended in the escape. Not to mention, it had been poisoned by the fruit. It wobbled, and as soon as it was out of the reach of the predatory field, it collapsed, gasping and wheezing for air. Marcus stood still, but the boar didn't show any signs of getting better. Actually, it was getting worse. Trembling wildly, its legs spasmed. If the boar's so weak, I could use this opportunity to escape. No reason to stick so close to this dangerous field. I'm so hungry that even after seeing that, I'm still tempted to eat some of the fruits. He turned, about to dash away, when a sudden realization overcame him. Wait. If the boar is that weak, doesn't that mean that I could eat it? After all, that's a prey I'd never have the chance to catch by myself, and it has a lot of meat on it. A lot of delicious, succulent meat. Marcus's stomach rumbled at the thought, and he struggled to keep himself rational. After all, if the boar still had some energy to fight, it could very well kill him. Looking at the beast, it seemed very clear it couldn't fight a baby in that state, and Marcus was very, very hungry. All considered, it was worth the risk. With caution, and keeping a long distance between himself and the carnivore field, Marcus approached the boar. The animal was definitely in pain. Its entire body was convulsing slightly, and its breath was short. It didn't even react to his presence. Killing it seemed like an act of mercy at this point. Marcus grabbed his wooden spear in both hands, ready to strike the killing blow, but he hesitated. Although he'd killed other animals in the previous days, he couldn't help but pity this one. Watching how much it struggled to stay alive against all odds, escaping from the killer field, Marcus sympathized with that. Since he'd come to this world, all of his life had been like that. He steeled his decision. This world was merciless, and the boar's death could very well mean his survival. Not to mention that in its state, the animal was going to die anyway. It was better to give it a clear death now, instead of letting it suffer. With this determination in mind, he pointed his spear to the neck of the animal, right where the jugular should have been, and stabbed with all his strength. Blood sprayed from the wound, coating Marcus's body. The boar trembled even more for a few seconds, then it stopped completely. The big beast was dead. Marcus couldn't process all this. As soon as he smelled the blood, the rational part of his brain shut down. He raised his hands, watching the blood drip from them, and then his tongue dashed out of his mouth, licking it. Delicious. With a ravenous hunger, he threw himself on the boar, devouring it like a wild animal. His large mouth and sharp teeth tore through the beast's hide and muscles without problem, letting him take huge bites that he swallowed whole. Soon he had disemboweled his prey and was eating the raw guts. Rationally, this should have sickened him beyond reason, but right now, in the middle of his wild hunger, he didn't care. All he cared about was getting these succulent, bloody nutrients in his body. He needed them. He needed them so much that the rational part of his mind had been overwhelmed by that singular primal necessity. Marcus experienced the usual flux of information about what he was eating. He knew about the powerful muscles of the boar, about its thick skin and tusks. He even got some information about the poison that was slowly paralyzing its heart. The feeding went on for a while, but Marcus had completely lost any sense of time. He couldn't stop eating. He couldn't even think about stopping. He only did so when his stomach felt so full it hurt. "Oh," he moaned, slowly regaining his rationality. "What the hell happened?" He was crouched near the remains of the animal, sitting in a pool of blood. He looked at his stomach. It was incredibly bloated to the point it almost made him look pregnant. And on top of this, he was covered head to toe in blood. "Ugh, I don't feel so good." He looked at the dead boar. To his absolute astonishment, more than half of it had been devoured. The hell? Did I do this? If he really had, it meant he'd eaten more than his own weight. Any human would have likely died after eating that much. Even now, all the discomfort Marcus felt was just a slight pain in his belly and a bit of nausea. "What happened here?" he cried, trying to get to his feet. Dizziness swept over him, and he fell. "Ugh, what is this? Why did I eat so much?" He waited for a bit, breathing wildly. Then he grabbed his spear and used it as a crutch to get himself up. He was wobbling and dizzy, but at least he could stand, more or less. I need some water." Slowly, he walked toward the nearest pond, limping and stumbling until he finally reached it. Then he let himself fall to his knees on the bank and took a sip of water. It was muddy, but at this point he'd stopped caring about that. Then he started splashing his body, cleaning himself of the blood. It took a few minutes, but he felt both refreshed and a bit cleaner. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with this body? Why did I eat so much? I get it that I was hungry, but isn't this a bit too fucking much? He looked at the sky. The sun was about to set now, and he wasn't in any condition to get back to his cave. Right now, he didn't have the time to ask idle questions. He needed to find shelter, otherwise he'd be out in the dark again. With a groan, he got to his feet again and stumbled around, searching for a suitable place. In the end, Marcus decided to simply sleep near the field of killer fruits. It was a questionable decision, but he simply couldn't find any other shelter. In that valley, all the holes in the ground were filled with water, and he felt too weighed down to climb a tree, so he'd simply decided to rest near the field. The smell of the fruits should hide his own, and the presence of that predatory plant should take care of, or at least repel, most potential dangers. Moreover, after binge-eating the boar like that, Marcus wasn't hungry at all. The mesmerizing smell of the field had almost no effect on him. For his bed, he dug the ground a bit, covered himself in leaves, and hid there, trying to get some sleep. But he couldn't fall asleep. At first he thought he had the symptoms of indigestion. Strangely, by the time he lay down, he felt as if he'd almost completed his digestion. No. What was keeping him awake were weird thoughts about some undefined creature. The creature in his mind was a weird mix between a reptile and an insect, whose colors were similar to his own, but the specific features were missing. This somehow irked him to no end, and soon he was forced to think about how to fill in the missing features of that being. Let's see. I could make it similar to a snake or a millipede. The image in his mind changed, and the creature took some serpentine features. Nah, it looks disgusting. Let's try to think about something else. Like, what kind of animal would be useful to me right now? I'd say some sort of dog would be the best. A hound to defend me and hunt for me. How to make this creature more similar to a dog? In response to this question, the recollections of the information he got from eating the animals of this world appeared in his mind. None of those animals were even remotely similar to a dog, but maybe he could get something close enough by mixing them. Let's see. A quadruped creature. Wait, it must have 6 limbs? Well, 6 limbs it is then. I'll just shrink the anterior ones. If I take the legs of the boar and mix them with those of the rat and the lizard... Too bad the features of the lizard are vague. And there I have it. As for the head, well, a big head filled with teeth is good enough. Let's mix the boar with that of the snake. Horns? No. Wait. It must have at least 1 horn. Okay then, but let's make it little too. As for the senses, the sense of smell of the boar is very good, but that of the snake isn't bad either. The hearing? The rat is by far the best. Marcus thought about the features of the creature for quite a long time, and in his head, the image of that being gradually changed to fit his decisions. Then he finally finished thinking about all the details. He'd thought about a creature similar to a dog in shape, with a back protected by a chitin armor covered in small spikes. The creature had a big, triangular head with a small horn in front of its forehead, and a big mouth filled with sharp teeth. The creature was incredibly fast and had a sharp sense of smell and hearing. It was a natural hunter, ready to catch all prey. As for the size, it was quite big, at least the size of a wolf. Marcus thought a bit about this image before nodding. This was the companion that he'd like to have in this God-forsaken world. Then, immediately after he solidified his thought on it, he felt a sudden pain in his bowels. "Fuck!" he cried, trying to emerge from his hiding place as fast as he could. "I knew eating all that meat was going to have some repercussions." As soon as he managed to get out of the small hole in the ground, he stumbled a few meters away and squatted, the pain in his belly getting stronger. "This is gonna be a big one," he snarled, gritting his teeth and trying to push. Something was wrong. He did indeed feel as if something big was coming out, only not from his butt. What? What the heck? He cried in pain and surprise. What is this? Am I... Ugh! The pain intensified, along with another sensation, not necessarily unpleasant, but that somehow made him feel really, really uncomfortable. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Fuck! Marcus cried, pushing with all his strength. And then something slid out of him and fell to the ground. Marcus collapsed, panting and shaking. He was strained now, and he felt weirdly hungry. What the hell was that? He mumbled, looking down to see what he'd produced. He completely froze in surprise, his mind unable to process what his eyes were seeing. He remained in that condition for a few seconds, before closing his eyes. Okay, Marcus, maybe you didn't see it right. Maybe this is just a nightmare. Just open your eyes, and that thing won't be there anymore. He opened his eyes, and the thing was still there. It was an egg. At least, it seemed like an egg. It was more similar to the egg of a fish or a frog than that of a reptile or a bird. It was oval in shape, about the size of an ostrich egg, and it was transparent. There was a weird shape inside, a creature similar to a tadpole, only it had 6 limbs and was covered in a soft-looking chitin armor. What the unholy alien fuck dancing on a nuclear shit is that? He didn't have an answer for that question. Nor did he have one for the hundreds of other questions popping in his mind. He only had one certainty at that point. That night, he wouldn't be able to sleep. That was for sure. Chapter 13. The Puppy. As usual, Marcus's expectations were proven false. Despite all the astonishment and horror of having laid an egg, he was simply too tired to stay awake for long. He fell asleep as soon as he crawled back into his improvised bed. He didn't touch the egg, leaving it where it was. First, he didn't even want to acknowledge that it existed, since it brought a lot of uncomfortable facts about his body to his mind. Second, even if it hatched, he didn't have the means to take care of whatever was inside the egg. It wasn't like he was abandoning a baby. It wasn't even born, and it was clearly not humanoid. And third, he was too tired and shocked to give a shit about anything. He simply tried to sleep it off and forget it. But even his sleep was troubled. He had a weird, feeble dream, a dream where he felt somehow warm, suspended in some gelatinous substance. The feeling became clearer and clearer until he started moving in that dream, trying to free himself from that substance. Wriggling and clawing, he finally managed to free himself, landing on the cold, hard ground. The first thing he did was take a long breath, taking the air in his lungs for the first time. The air was full of smells so intense they almost hurt. He was still in the forest, but somehow everything looked bigger. It was night, but his eyes could see perfectly even in complete darkness. He also felt very hungry. He started moving toward the field on all fours. Or were they 6? Attracted to the smell of the fruits. He stopped. It was very hard to focus his thoughts, but he remembered that those plants were dangerous. He headed for the remains of the boar. They were still there, a mountain of raw meat already half devoured. What remained was more than enough for him. With a ravenous hunger, he threw himself on the dead beast, biting off pieces of bloody meat. Marcus woke up, rising from the leaf-covered hole that was his bed. He stretched his arms and yawned, looking around. It was early in the morning, and the sun had yet to rise from the hills. The sky was already bright, a few stars remaining visible. Still half asleep, Marcus rose, thinking that he was hungry. Well, the boar is still there. I'm eating it right now, after all. I think I'll go there and eat it by myself, too. For a few seconds, his sleepy mind didn't register the weirdness of what he'd said. And then it hit him. What is this? I'm here. How could I be there eating the boar if I'm right here? But I'm there, too. He stopped moving. Something really weird was happening. Even though he was standing near his bed, he was also next to the boar, still munching it. It was like he was in two places at the same time. What the hell? He ran toward the dead animal to see the source of this weird double vision he was having. What he saw left him paralyzed with astonishment. There was a creature eating the boar, a small animal with 6 limbs that vaguely resembled a dog with reptilian and insectoid features and a chitin armor that covered its back. It was similar to the creature he'd imagined, only much smaller. It was barely 30 centimeters long and somewhat more insectoid. It was the creature that had been inside the egg. But the strangest thing was that Marcus somehow was that creature. He could see through his eyes, experience what he was feeling. It was like their minds were linked. No, it was like their minds were one and the same. Stop eating and watch me, he tried to say, but the creature immediately turned around as soon as he had the thought about giving it an order. The two stared at each other. A weird thing, since it was like looking at himself from 2 different bodies. Marcus tried to make some movements, and the creature replicated them. He stepped to the right, lifted his head, jumped, and always the creature did the same things in sync with him. Okay, let's try it another way, he thought. I'll move, and you'll stay still. He jumped, and the creature remained perfectly still. Perfect! Now you jump, and I stay still. The creature jumped while he remained motionless. Okay, this is pretty fucking weird, Marcus mumbled. I don't know if it's telepathy or some other bullshit, but it seems I can control this thing. But what is it? Will it become the animal I imagined when it grows up? Will it still be controllable? There were too many questions in Marcus's mind, and his stomach was rumbling. He sighed and approached the dead boar. Well, I will think about those things after breakfast, he said in a resigned tone. I think better with a full belly. Between the two of them, Marcus and the puppy, since it looked kind of like one, he decided to call it so, soon devoured most of the remaining boar. Marcus, seriously wondering if he was really a man anymore at this point, packed the leftovers in some leaves. He also ripped the oversized tusks out of the beast's mouth. He thought he could make a pair of knives out of them. Then left, heading for his cave. He'd given a thought about his destination, and decided to go toward the cave instead of proceeding to the tower. After all, he thought while giving a look at the puppy, he had to process some new things now before meeting people. This time, Marcus decided not to cross the swamp, since it was too dangerous, and attempted going around it. He walked at a brisk pace, the puppy scuttling behind him. It was a weird thing to experience the feeling of having multiple bodies. Sometimes his mind was lost in that sensation, and he either tripped or stopped moving entirely. This was mostly caused by the puppy's sense of smell. It was far more developed than that of Marcus's main body, and the forest was full of interesting, scary, and appetizing odors. The main body, shook her head. It was hard to focus like this. And in order to survive in this forest, he needed all the focus he could muster. Okay. The plan is to get back to the cave and don't leave until I can make some sense out of this mess. To get to the cave, I need to concentrate, so don't distract me. You got me? He looked at the puppy, then rolled his eyes. Well, of course you get it. I'm in your head, after all. This feels like talking to myself. Luckily, I've been talking to myself since I came to this fucking world, so no big difference there. The sharp senses of the puppy came in handy soon enough. Various times, the small animal perceived the smell of dangerous creatures ahead, warning Marcus of their presence, and allowing him to avoid areas which he'd have otherwise walked through. Thanks to this, the journey back to the cave was pretty uneventful, albeit quite long. It was late in the afternoon when Marcus finally reached the hill where the cave was, leaving the swamp behind him. During the day, he'd gotten much better at coordinating his shared mind. He discovered he didn't need to constantly think about the puppy in order to control it, and that greatly improved his concentration. It was kind of like breathing. If you thought about it, you had to consciously control your breath, but normally you would breathe automatically. When he finally got to his cave, he had the hang of it. The awkwardness of having the same mind in two bodies was gone, replaced by the still weird, though much more manageable feeling of having an extra body part, like an extra limb or something. Still, learning this process had been tiring, and Marcus was exhausted. Luckily, the cave was exactly as he'd left it, except for the fire, which had completely died out in his absence. He could make another one the next day, though, so he took some leaves and made another bed. The old one was completely overrun by insects. Too bad the cave was as damp and cold as he remembered, maybe even more so. He started trembling with cold. Damn it. Maybe I should start a fire. After all, it's not like I have a blanket or something else to keep me warm. A sudden realization came to him. He looked at the puppy, which, following his desires, simply stood a few meters from him. Come here. Obeying his thought, the puppy immediately came, and he took it between his arms, hugging it like a teddy bear. The chitin of the animal was hard and cold, but the rest of its body radiated a pleasant warmth. Plus, it was nice to experience the feeling of hugging and being hugged. Marcus suddenly realized how much he missed the company of other people. The feeling of communicating and talking to someone else. Somehow hugging that weird creature that was part of him made him feel less alone. You need a name, he said, slowly falling to sleep. Puppy is too generic. I had a dog named Cooper once. I guess I could call you that. The puppy didn't really react, but Marcus's ease and approval echoed in its mind. Chapter 14. A Boy and His Dog. 3 days had passed since Marcus had returned to his cave. In that small amount of time, Cooper had grown at an incredible pace. He went from being just about the size of a puppy to that of a grown German shepherd, and apparently it was still growing. The downside to this was he needed a lot of food. Cooper proved to be an exceptional hunter, catching a lot of small animals thanks to its speed and senses, to the point it was also feeding its owner. Though, to be fair, Marcus was still leaving most of the praise to Cooper for two main reasons. First, the animal was growing and needed more food. Second, he now suspected that the constant hunger plaguing him was directly tied to his ability to lay eggs. Since he didn't feel mentally ready to repeat that experience, he ate just enough to keep himself going, leaving no excess food for producing offspring. Since the puppy was providing food for them both, that meant he had more time to work on his equipment. Using the skins and tendons of the captured animals, mostly rodents and rabbits, He managed to sew a small fur coat. It was barely enough to cover his shoulders, but it kept him warm, and that was enough. He'd also managed to turn the boar's fangs into a couple of curved daggers. They were far more effective and useful than the shell knife he had before. Marcus also made another grass belt and leaves kilt, since the ones he had were wilting. The new ones were much better than the old. All in all, he was ready to resume his exploration of these lands, save for one thing. He still needed to know more about Cooper. As far as he could tell, the animal hadn't developed any kind of personality. Apart from instinctive behaviors like eating, hunting, or sleeping, it didn't show any signs of autonomy. Everything it did was a consequence of Marcus's thoughts and feelings, be they conscious or subconscious. If he was sad, Cooper would rub against him, unless he desired to be left alone. If he was hungry, it would bring him food. Conscious orders had a precedence, but otherwise the puppy would instinctively do everything it could to please its master. Marcus, in turn, always felt the animal's presence in a corner of his mind. He learned to ignore it for the most part, relegating it to his subconscious unless he decided to actually focus on it. Since Cooper didn't really have feelings or thoughts of his own, it was easy to do, but the link between them was always present, and the puppy constantly used its master's experience and intelligence to make decisions. There was also the question of the range of that mental link. Marcus tested it by sending Cooper to explore the territory, and the link never disappeared or weakened. To be fair, he didn't send the animal farther than a few kilometers. All in all, that was an excellent range, and it allowed the puppy to freely hunt and explore, while Marcus remained hidden and safe in his cavern. And that presented him with a really good opportunity. He could actually use Cooper to scout out the tower, while remaining hidden in the cave. He didn't know if the link would endure such a distance. The tower was more than 10 kilometers away, after all, but it was worth a shot. The only problem with this plan was he didn't like it one bit. He'd always been a man that had done things by himself, refusing to rely on others. Sending someone else to risk their own life while he remained hidden was something he would have never done. Sure, the animal seemed more like a part of him than an actual sentient being, but despite that, it didn't feel right. Moreover, letting the puppy explore while he was hidden would be a huge blow to his pride, another reminder of his current weak and pathetic condition. The logical thing to do was to send Cooper to scout ahead. His pride as a man dictated otherwise. Moreover, he was getting sick of staying in the damp cave, even with a fire and food. He wanted to get out, to explore, and basically do anything to take control of his own life. Also, thinking about it, there was another matter to take into consideration. Even if the puppy found people at the tower, it didn't have any means to communicate with them. Marcus would have to reach the tower by himself eventually, and he much preferred to do that now. At that point, the decision was made. Marcus and Cooper were going to travel to the tower together. After all, the animal's senses were sharp enough to spot most potential dangers, and he was probably safer with him than alone. Of course, if the people in the tower proved to be hostile, it could be a problem. Marcus was confident he could sneak near enough to gauge their intention first. It was a nice, clear morning, perfect for traveling. Marcus didn't see any reason to wait, so he grabbed his spear, took a bit of meat and water in a grass basket, and with Cooper at his side, departed from the cave, heading toward the tower. The journey was quite uneventful. Thanks to the animal's senses, the duo was able to spot all possible dangers in advance and avoid them. Quite a few times they hid from predators or avoided areas that didn't smell right, with the result that they didn't meet anything that threatened them. Later that afternoon, They reached the field of carnivorous plants, where Marcus decided to set camp. He started enlarging the hole in the ground he'd left 3 days before, so it could accommodate both him and Cooper, while the latter went hunting for something to eat. It was evening when it returned, with what looked like a couple of big rabbits in its mouth. Marcus had of course followed all the movements of the dog thing with his mind, directing him toward the most suitable prey. It was really like moving one part of his own body. Still, he couldn't help but feel a stint of envy toward it. Cooper's body was strong and powerful, perfect for hunting. Its back was protected by a chitin armor covered in spines, and its large mouth was filled with dangerous-looking teeth. It was a perfect predator. Comparing it with his own childlike body was quite harsh for Marcus. At least I can say with confidence that I'm the one thinking for both. Literally, he thought sourly. But that still doesn't change the fact that I'd wish for a better body. The only things this body of mine seems good for is eating and laying eggs. He sighed, grabbing the dead rabbits and starting to skin them using one of his knives. At least now things were going better than they used to. He had a faithful, powerful companion to hunt for him and protect him. He was no longer hungry, at least not too much, and he was finally about to reach the tower. All things considered, he didn't really have many reasons to complain compared to before. Feelings and emotions are a fickle thing. Though he rationally knew complaining would get him nothing, he couldn't really help it. He sighed again. Looking at the bright side, maybe tomorrow he would reach civilization. If the natives were nice enough, he would be able to get a nice dinner and a bath. A long, warm, and luxurious bath to wash away all the dirt, blood, and dry mud covering him. He was still daydreaming while biting off the raw head of one rabbit, giving the other to Cooper. The next day, Marcus resumed his march to the tower. Despite all of his hopeful expectations, he decided to proceed cautiously. After all, he didn't know if the people of this world would be hostile or not. After a few hours of walking, he finally got to the base of the hill upon which the tower stood. Hidden by the trees and bushes, he tried to make out the details of the building and what the occupants looked like. It was hard to get such details from his position. He could only tell that the building was circular and rather squat. "Well, no choice but to get closer," he whispered. "Time to be sneaky, then." He had Cooper sniff the ground and the air ahead of him. There was a strong scent there. A smell of many creatures that regularly passed through the area. He couldn't tell what creature they were, though, apart from the fact that they weren't something he'd met before. Damn it. I don't even know how humans are supposed to smell here. The only way to know is to see them with my eyes. He started climbing the hill with Cooper at his side. He moved carefully, trying not to make a sound. An inexplicable tension filled his mind, resonating from the dog. Something about the smell of the creatures living on this hill wasn't right. They smelled dangerous. But he'd gone too far to stop now, so he continued to advance. After an hour or so, he had almost reached the top of the hill and realized he, or rather the dog, could hear voices. He tried to listen. They were still too far to actually pick up specific words. Marcus was sure they were actual words, not just the sound of an animal. Finally! I finally found people. Now let's try to see what they look like. Slowly, he and Cooper sneaked closer, using trees and bushes to hide their presence, until they reached the limits of a big clearing. In its center was the tower. Marcus peeked at it from behind a tree. The tower was an impressive construction. A big, stout building made of gray, smooth stones shining in the daylight. Only the moss and vines climbing it betrayed its age. At the base of the tower were other structures, more recent and less impressive. Mostly leather tents and wooden shacks, all rather poorly made. A few humanoid figures were moving through that camp gathering wood, repairing things and doing other chores. But those weren't humans. From what Marcus could see, those creatures were indeed humanoid, but they had pale gray skin, huge bat-like ears, and were much shorter than a human. Their arms were long, to the point that they could touch the ground if they crouched, and most of them were very thin. Their faces were somewhat square, with flat noses and big mouths and two big, bulgy red eyes. They were also completely hairless. What are these creatures? Gremlins? What do I do now? I don't know if they're friendly or not. I mean, we're not even the same species. They could help me, but they're just as likely to just kill me and eat me. Marcus was still in astonishment when a gasping sound from his right attracted his attention. He turned immediately and saw one of those creatures, carrying a bundle of wood, staring at him and the dog with a shocked expression. The two were paralyzed for a while, staying absolutely still and silent. Marcus tried to make a reassuring gesture. Hi there," he said in a friendly tone, raising his hands to show he had no bad intentions. The creature dropped the wood he was carrying and bolted for the tower, screaming in fear. "Well, there goes my good first impression," Marcus said sardonically. In response to those screams, a dozen or so of those creatures emerged from the tower, all armed with wooden spears, maces, and axes, and they immediately ran toward Marcus's direction. "And speaking of going, I should probably—" Marcus bolted downhill with Cooper at his side. Running in the woods wasn't really safe, and there was the risk of tripping and stumbling down to the base of the hill. But Marcus threw all caution to the wind in order to run faster. He jumped over rocks, dodged trees, and risked falling more than once. He was lucky, and that didn't happen. Meanwhile, Cooper was having no trouble at all. Heck, it could have easily left him behind if it wanted to. Again, what the dog wanted was literally what Marcus wanted, and he certainly didn't want to be left behind. The two kept running until they reached the base of the hill. Marcus felt as if his lungs were about to explode, and he needed a pause. He crouched over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Only then did he turn to see if the gremlins were still on his trail. A wooden spear flew, barely missing him, and grazing his shoulder. The humanoids were only a few dozen meters away, and they were throwing their weapons at him. "Oh, shit!" Marcus cried, resuming his run. This time he was too shocked and tired, and tripped after a few steps. The gremlins were upon him, and fear and panic rushed through his mind. It was then he heard a wild, angry growl, and some part of his mind seemed to shut up in utter fury. Cooper, still growling, a weird sound that reverberated with an insectoid echo, threw itself against the creatures, its huge mouth open to show an impressive collection of needle-sharp teeth. It pounced on the first one, throwing it on the ground, and the humanoid's screams were cut short by Cooper's fangs crushing its throat. The other gremlins were taken by surprise for a few seconds, and that gave the animal the opportunity to attack another one. This time, the small humanoid tried to defend itself by raising its arms, but Cooper bit right through them, ripping the arm right off. The others, recovering from the shock, counterattacked by throwing their spears, but Cooper's chitin armor protected it, letting it free to assault another one of the creatures. At this point, the group started panicking, putting distance between them and the terrifying predator, killing one after the other. One lone humanoid stood firm. It was bigger than the others, at least one head taller and much larger, with part of its gray skin covered by scales. The creature was armed with a big wooden club, and it met Cooper's assault with a cold, calm gaze, remaining perfectly still in guard position. As soon as the dog threw itself at him, the big humanoid moved with surprising speed, hitting the animal mid-jump with his club and sending it flying 3 meters away. The dog whimpered, bouncing on the ground. It immediately stood, albeit shaking and wobbling. The blow hadn't been enough to put it out of commission, but it surely had been effective. During this, Marcus was still on the ground, looking confusedly at the scene before him. For the first time, he couldn't really feel Cooper like a part of himself. As soon as he had been wounded by those creatures, the animal's mind shut down, filled with nothing but murderous rage toward those that dared to harm its master. Even then, it didn't seem like that berserk rage was enough. The big gremlin was clearly an experienced warrior, and Cooper's wild assault wasn't enough to defeat him. To make things worse, the other gremlins were now coming back, rallying after their leader. If Marcus didn't do something, that would be the end of both him and the dog. He struggled to enter the angered mind of the dog. In order to survive, they needed to defeat that big humanoid before the others could join the fight, and to do that, they needed a plan. "Listen to me, you stupid mutt," he thought with anger, trying to overcome the barrier of pure instinct that was keeping him from Cooper's mind. "If you want to help me, you need to do as I tell you. Obey me. Listen." With a sudden flow of willpower, Marcus managed to dispel the rage filling the dog's head, calming it down and re-establishing the link between them. They only had one chance, and they had to make it work. Following its master's instructions, the dog kept on wobbling, making a few tentative steps toward the big gremlin while growling weakly. It wasn't actually that hurt, but for the plan's sake, it had to look like it was. With a confident smirk, the gremlin grabbed its club with both hands and walked toward the animal, ready to give it the final blow. It was at this time, when no one was paying attention to him, that Marcus jumped to his feet, took one dagger out of his belt, and jumped at the humanoid. The creature registered his presence when he was almost upon him, and turned around surprisingly quick, easily swatting away Marcus's dagger with the club. He then smirked down at his seemingly pitiful opponent, raising the weapon to kill him. He never got the chance. As soon as the gremlin was distracted, Marcus made Cooper drop the too wounded to fight act, and the animal pounced, lunging at the humanoid's throat. The animal and the gremlin both fell to the ground, the latter trying to free himself, but the dog didn't let go, biting even harder. Then Cooper jerked his head away, tearing off almost all of the creature's throat with a huge splash of blood. The gremlin tried to shriek, producing only a weak gurgle before rolling its eyes and staying still. The rest of the hunters, who had been approaching, were visibly appalled and scared by this spectacle. When Cooper and Marcus turned to face them, they simply ran away, disappearing in the direction of the tower. Marcus stood still for a few seconds, and then let himself collapse, the tension and fatigue of that escape and fight finally getting him. Well, that could have gone better. Chapter 15. Three's a Charm. Marcus sat in the forest, trying to put some order in the chaos of his thoughts. Beside him was the body of the humanoid creature Cooper had slain. The dog was not too far, sitting while looking at him. What confused Marcus the most was the apparent lack of emotions he was experiencing. He'd just killed someone for the first time, and he felt nothing at all. To be fair, the thing he killed wasn't exactly human, and it tried to kill him. Nonetheless, he would have expected to feel something. Staring at the body of the creature, a thick lump of muscles covered in scales, he didn't experience any emotion. No, to be honest, he was feeling something. By looking at the exposed flesh of the humanoid, he was feeling hungry. No. No, 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 nope. Not happening. I am not gonna eat this thing. Why am I even thinking about it? What the fuck is wrong with me? Despite that, he couldn't help it. He looked at the lifeless body as if he was looking at an all-you-can-eat buffet. The rational part of him didn't want any of that, screaming internally that it was disgusting to eat another humanoid being. His instinct was equally loud, roaring of hunger. Marcus considered that eating the creature would actually be the most logical thing to do. Not only would it give him sustenance, but if his powers worked as usual, he would even learn a lot of things about those gremlins' biology. Maybe he could even give birth to spawns with the traits of those humanoids. He shook his head firmly. No. No matter how much I want to eat this thing, I have standards for fuck's sake. I am not gonna turn into a cannibal if I can help it. And if this gremlin's friends come back and see me munching on their pal, well then I won't be able to blame them if they want to put me down like some dangerous beast. He raised his head, looking to the woods in which the humanoids disappeared. Speaking of which, I'd better get away from here before they come back. I'm pretty sure they won't help me now. I don't want to kill them or be killed by them either. This was a huge misunderstanding, and I'll be damned if I'll drag this on longer than I need to. Let's go, Cooper. His desire to keep his humanity won over his instincts, and he walked away, with Cooper limping right behind him. It took him a bit of effort, but when dusk came, Marcus was finally back at his cave. The reason he'd been able to get back so fast was because he had gone through the swamp. He'd done so despite the danger because he didn't want to risk being tracked by those humanoids. Going through the water seemed like an excellent way of losing them, and those leeches or turtles hadn't attacked on the way. As soon as he was safe inside his cave, Marcus let himself fall onto his bed of leaves, with Cooper sitting next to him. He was dead tired and demoralized. All of his hopes of finding civilization and help had gone up in smoke. For now, he was too exhausted to process all that. He knew as soon as he rested a bit, he would receive all the emotional shock of those facts. He looked at Cooper, who seemed unperturbed as always. The animal was still quite hurt, but nothing too serious. It recovered quite a bit during the afternoon, a sign of the resilience of its species. Of our species, Marcus corrected himself bitterly. Let's face it, I'm not human anymore, and there probably aren't humans in this world either. Just me and a bunch of other monstrous creatures that want to kill and or eat me. He sighed, hopelessness sinking its claws into his heart. His plans of getting rescued weren't feasible anymore, and now he feared he was completely alone in a hostile world. Except for Cooper. But the dog-like creature alone was not enough to keep him safe. Wait a second. If I need help, couldn't I just make more helpers? He suddenly realized. I mean, if I can make more creatures like Cooper, I could actually be reasonably safe. I could even start building a house and try to make a living in this godforsaken place. The downside of this was, obviously, that he had to actually give birth to the creatures himself, and laying eggs was something that made him feel deeply uncomfortable. But at this point, his pride and comfort had to be set aside, at least for now. He desperately needed some help, and that was the only way to provide it. He sighed again with a dejected look in his eyes. The plan seemed good, but he didn't really like it. At least he could get a good night of sleep before starting to pull it off. If there was any upside to his latest plan, it was that Marcus was finally able to eat as much as he wanted. He apparently needed a lot of nutrients to produce offspring. The following days, he and Cooper spent most of their time hunting. Between the two of them, they managed to get more than enough food to sate their hunger. Also, in order to expand the traits that he could give his minions, he tried to eat as many different animals as possible. The first day after getting back to the cave, he caught a big lizard, the same species as the one he grilled before. This time he ate it raw, absorbing all of its genetic information. Cooper also managed to hunt down another one of those big rodents. He also found a small praying mantis that rested on a leaf before he grabbed it and ate it whole, absorbing its nutrients and, more importantly, the traits it possessed. The next day, Cooper had completely healed from his injuries and was out hunting all day. By the evening, between the two of them, they caught a couple of snakes, a rabbit, and a weird animal that seemed like a mix between a monkey and a raccoon. Marcus left one of the snakes to his dog, eating everything else himself. The monkey-raccoon provided him with some nice traits for a prehensile tail and nimble human-like hands. The third day, Marcus started feeling something funny in his tummy, and upon further inspection, saw that his belly was a bit bloated. He decided to rest that day, keeping his energies for the egg-laying, although he still dreaded the prospect of that. Cooper had to hunt alone that day, but it still managed to catch a very big lizard and another snake. Again, Marcus consumed most of the food, even though he felt quite full at that point. If things would go like last time, he'd need every last bit of those nutrients. Later that evening, he was tending to the fire at the entrance of the cave when he suddenly found himself thinking very vividly about what kind of creature he wanted. Well, here we are, he thought bitterly. Let's see. Do I make another dog like Cooper? No. It'd be better to get some more versatile minions for starters. Something kind of humanoid would be good, if possible. Images of a six-limbed reptilian insectoid creature flashed in his mind, taking inspiration from the large creature he'd first seen when he appeared in this world. He elected to make it like a centaur, with the lower body of a quadruped, which ended in a short reptilian tail and a quasi-humanoid torso, similar to that of a mantis. The legs were strong, allowing the creature to jump and run very fast, while the arms were long and had human-like hands covered in chitin, pretty much like his own, only they had 4 fingers instead of 5. The chitin armor of this creature was actually a lot smaller than Cooper's, leaving a lot of their skin unprotected, save for its arms and legs. It had some sort of chitin helmet to cover its head, with a single horn sprouting from its snake-like head. The end result was a creature that wasn't really a hunter or a warrior, although it could serve as one, but more of an unspecialized drone that could adequately perform most tasks. Good. This way, they could even help me build stuff. He stopped for a second. Thinking about building had drawn out some potential traits he didn't know about. What's this? The ability to make mold? A wax-like substance? Where does it come from? I don't remember eating something with this ability. It seems useful. The wax is sturdy enough to build structures with it. It grows like mold with just some light and humidity, and it's even edible. Quickly, he added the glands necessary to produce that substance to his mental project. He also had to decide about the size of that creature. At first, he was tempted to make it big, but since a bigger size meant it required more food and it would be too clumsy for an unspecialized drone, he opted to make it rather small. no bigger than Cooper in size. When the project was finally ready, he took a deep breath and gave it his mental approval. "Here we go," he thought with dread. He didn't have to wait long, and suddenly felt an acute cramp in his belly. "Oh, God!" he cried, squatting and starting to push. "Oh, fuck! This feels even worse than last time!" He kept swearing while pushing and sweating. He suddenly realized that Cooper was sitting in a corner of the cave, watching him. With horror, he realized he could see himself through the animal's eyes. A small creature, similar to a little girl, trembling while squatting on the floor in a very unsightly position. "Go the fuck away, Cooper!" he snarled, panic in his voice. There were few things he had less desire to see than himself giving birth, as it would most likely give him a mental scar that would last forever. The dog obeyed his command, trotting out of the cave as soon as he desired so. When he was finally alone, Marcus resumed the birth, breathing spasmodically while shouting an occasional curse from time to time. To be completely honest, he wasn't exactly in pain, but the sensation was simply too intense and intimate, making him deeply uncomfortable. After struggling like that for a few minutes, he fell on the ground, breathing wildly. In front of him were 3 translucent eggs, each with a small larval drone barely visible inside. Marcus looked at them with a mix of fatigue, horror, and embarrassment. He still didn't really want to process the fact that he produced such things, but the circumstances didn't leave him any choice in the matter. "Well, you can come down now, Cooper," he said with a sarcastic voice, giving a mental command to the animal. "Come and see your little fucking brothers." Chapter 16. Chess and Goblins. Gabur was a bit anxious. Trak had the reputation of being a fair leader, but you never knew how a leader would react when he received bad news. He'd been ordered to report to the headquarters, and he could hardly refuse. The small goblin left the southern tower early in the morning, arriving to the city in about 1 hour. The city alone was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Goblins had always been a tribal race, usually not having any settlement bigger than a few hundred. Now here they were, thousands upon thousands of them inhabiting the ruins of an old human city. The sight was terrifying and exciting at the same time. Countless goblins were moving through the dusty streets, surrounded by huge stone houses. Most of the buildings were little more than ruins, showing signs of crude repairs made by the goblins using wood and leather. They looked terribly overcrowded, but to the goblins, who were used to living in caves and temporary camps, it was still a huge improvement. Under the leadership of Trak, they managed to live together in that place. Each goblin had his own task, and there was a clear chain of command that went from the lowliest goblin whelp to the general himself. It was something unheard of in the history of goblin kind. These radical changes made Gabur uncomfortable, but also excited. He felt as if he was part of something bigger, a weird feeling that reassured him, at least until it meant he'd be given responsibilities. Gabur hated being responsible for anything. It meant his superiors would punish him if he failed to meet their standards, and Gabur didn't like that. Leaving the city meant being on his own against all the other creatures that infested the forest. Gabur liked that even less. Trying not to get distracted by the activities on the street, the goblin headed straight to the headquarters. A stone building even bigger than the others. It had 2 wings, but one was completely in ruin, so only the other wing was inhabited. Still, it was the most spacious building in the town, and Trak decided to make it his own residence. Gabur approached the front door, guarded by two hobgoblins. Both were still recognizable as goblins, having gray skin, big bat-like ears, and square, flat-nosed faces. But they were much taller than Gabur, and possessed characteristics of other races. One had human-like traits, like the straighter posture and more proportionate limbs. The other one possessed the burly frame and scaled skin associated with the orcs. The human hob carried short iron spears and was dressed in some sort of armor made of scrap metal, while the orc hob wore a simple leather tunic and was armed with a huge bronze axe. "Halt!" said the human hob, blocking his way. "What is your business here, Gob?" Why did it have to be so complicated? When he was part of a tribe, he could simply walk off to the leader of the tribe and speak with him. Now there were all sorts of procedures to follow, and he didn't understand half of them. Still, he knew by experience it was better to follow those rules. Truck was very fussy about the regulations he made, and was more than happy to punish those who broke them. "Gabur, from the southern tower, sir," he said half-heartedly. "Came here to tell the boss about all the fuss we had. Can I pass now?" The human Gob frowned at his sloppy attitude, looking at him with disapproval, but the orc hob simply laughed. "Pass, Gob," the big hob said. "Boss is upstairs, with another apprentice. Tell him about the fuss." Gabur quickly went through the door, secretly pleased with the sour expression the human hob was making. He didn't like those that had evolved from contacts with the humans. They always behaved as if they had a stick up their collective asses. Sadly, not only was the general a human hob, but he was perhaps the one with the biggest stick in his buttocks. He passed through the main hall of the headquarters. It was a huge room, crowded with all sorts of goblins talking with each other. They were mainly hobs, but Gabur could also spot several shamans, with their ornate staves and their robes, and a couple of winged gargoyles. No one paid attention to him, so he headed for the stone stairs that led to the general's office. When he finally got there, he found himself in front of a wooden door, which was kind of unusual. Goblins had never used doors before. The general was a weird one, and not only wanted his office separated from the rest of the building by a door, but pretended that everyone visiting him would knock before entering. Still, it was useless to argue with him, and it was kind of dangerous to try it, so Gabur wouldn't be the one to disobey. He just knocked, waiting for a response. "Come on in," a quiet voice answered, and Gabur opened the door. The office was a simple room with only a wooden table, a chest, and two crude chairs. A very young goblin, little more than a whelp, was sitting on one of them, trembling in fear, panic in his eyes, while the other was occupied by General Truck himself. At first glance, the general was a human hob like many others, possibly smaller than most, barely taller than a standard gob, with only the posture and the proportion of his limbs revealing he was a hob. The more you looked at him, the more it was clear that something was not ordinary. Maybe it was his piercing eyes, which looked as if they could see right through you. Or maybe it was the aura of absolute confidence that surrounded him. Whatever it was a mesmerizing feeling, as if you were drawn to him like a moth to a fire. And when he spoke, with his calm, polite, and charismatic voice, all doubts would be lifted. He was no simple human hob. He was a goblin general, the first to appear in centuries. "Ah, Gabur, what a pleasant surprise," Truck said. He had the unnerving ability to remember the name of each of his subjects, no matter how much time passed since he last saw them. "You come at the right time. I think young Drook here is in dire need of a pause. His game has been getting worse for a few minutes now." Gabur looked at the poor young goblin on the chair. Some sort of board was on the table between him and the general. Surely one of the human games Trak loved so much. Gabur didn't know about this one. The board was covered in black and white boxes, upon which there were black and white wooden figures. For some reason, there were very few white figures and a lot of black ones. The whelp seemed terribly scared, which was normal for an apprentice, since it meant being put in life-or-death situations. Apprentices had only two choices ahead of them: trigger their evolution, or die. And sadly for young Druk, the odds weren't in his favor. Among the dozens of apprentices that Trak had taken, not even one managed to evolve. "So, Gabur, do you have anything to tell me?" the general asked. "Yes, sir," the goblin answered, this time trying not to sound too sloppy. Unlike the guards, Trak wasn't to be trifled with even in the best of times, and now he had to give him bad news. "The patrols have searched the valley, but they didn't find the humanoid and the dog-like creature that killed Braga." "I see." There was no trace of anger in his voice. Gabur was starting to feel relieved. Maybe Trak would leave it at that, and let the garrison of the southern tower resume their routine. But his expectations were thoroughly crushed by the general's next order. "Increase the range of the perlustrations, then. Explore the hills around the valley. Search every nook and cranny. We must find those creatures." Why?" Gabur asked, confused and worried. "I mean, there are the night wolves and the king of the forest and all sorts of dangerous monsters on those hills. If those two creatures went there, probably they are dead by now, and any patrol sent there would risk dying as well." "Those monsters only come out at night," Trak replied. "Any sufficiently smart animal could avoid them by simply hiding during the night. The patrols will be okay for the same reason, if they just keep track of the time and remember to come back before sunset. Anyway, I'll send a few winged gargoyles south as well. They will explore the most dangerous areas from the sky, and they will report to the southern tower. Keep the state of alert until I order otherwise." Now Gabur was just flabbergasted. This all seemed like a huge waste of time and resources. He had seen the two creatures with his own eyes. Two weird reptilian insectoid things, one vaguely similar to a young human female, and the other similar to a dog. As strange as they were, they didn't strike him as particularly dangerous. Heck, most of the other creatures that infested the swamp would have made a snack out of them. True, the duo managed to kill Braga, but that was mostly because the hob had been careless, and his group was made of young whelps too undisciplined to be helpful in a fight. Certainly it wasn't worth risking the lives of the garrison of the southern tower, of which Gabur was part of, just to look for those two. "Why do we even care about those creatures?" he asked, trying to sway the general. "I mean, there are many worse threats. The orcs on the east, the king of the forest in the south, the humans in the north. Couldn't we just leave those creatures be? We don't even know what they are." "And that's exactly why we can't leave them be," Trak replied, still calm but stern. "I much prefer an enemy I know to an unknown one. Moreover, from what I have been told, the humanoid creature used weapons, and the dog was protecting her." He paused, looking very serious. "This is the worst kind of danger we could ever face. Something intelligent, organized, and unknown. They may not be a threat right now, but they could very well become one in the future. It's better to play it safe and crush them now." He looked Gabur straight in the eyes, and all the replies the goblin could have made instantly disappeared. Very few goblins could argue with the general after he gave a direct order, and Gabur, was not among them. "Go now," Trak ordered. "Report my order to the commander of the southern tower. I'll send the gargoyles to him tomorrow." Gabur instinctively saluted and marched right out of the room. As he was exiting, he could see the young goblin, Druk, looking at him with desperation, almost as if he was asking for help. "Sorry, whelp, but better you than me," Gabur thought, before closing the door behind him. Chapter 17. Hello, Neighbor. Slowly but steadily, things were falling into a daily routine. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but it beat having your life threatened in new, exciting ways every day. Eat, drink, sleep, and manage the minions. This was all Marcus had been doing lately. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had given birth to the builder drone triplets, and since then his hive had increased more than 5-fold. He now had about 6 builders, 8 hound hunters, including Cooper, and a couple of flying explorers, which looked a bit like oversized dragonflies. Food was no longer an issue. Thanks to the hunters, he was always able to eat as much as he wanted, and the builders had done an amazing job at renovating the cave. Although the wax mold they produced wasn't enough to build things on its own, it worked perfectly as a coating material. By covering branch structures with that stuff, Marcus managed to create some furniture: a bed, table, and a couple of chairs. Plus, the wax mold was exceptional as a thermal insulator, so he had the inside of the cave coated in it, resulting in a much drier, warm, and overall pleasant space. There were also some drawbacks about having such a number of minions. First of all, Marcus felt their presence inside of his head, and it was incredibly distracting. The first couple days after the triplets had been born, he couldn't even walk without tripping or slamming against something, since the shared thoughts of his offspring took all of his attention. All he could do was sit and concentrate, using his brain power to micromanage his minions. He was getting better at it, and now, even though he had more units to control, he could move normally while supervising the activities of the hive in the back of his head. The other drawback was that the presence of so many new hunters was thinning the local fauna. The drones had to go farther and farther to catch new prey, and that entailed some risks. First of all, the forest was still full of other dangerous beasts, some of which were more of a match to the pack of hunter drones, so traveling around was quite risky. He already lost 4 hunters to some of those animals. Although they were easily replaceable, he didn't exactly like feeling their pain. It wasn't that traumatizing. The pain itself didn't get transferred, just some sort of alarm, but it was still unpleasant. Second, the swamp and the forests nearby were full of patrols of those gremlin-like humanoids. Marcus didn't want any more trouble with them, so he had the hunters avoid them. But hiding away like that had a negative effect on the hunts. Luckily, the mold wax was a great boon to his food supplies. Not only was it edible, it was also highly nutritious, and it grew at an amazing pace when exposed to sunlight. The taste wasn't anything to write home about, but it wasn't actually disgusting. It tasted kind of like grass and stale bread. Thanks to this surplus of nutrients, Marcus could produce a lot of minions, to the point that he was giving birth almost every other day, much to his chagrin. The experience of laying eggs was still something he couldn't quite get used to. It made him feel vulnerable, confused, and uncomfortable. Yet it was also incredibly stimulating and almost titillating in a very weird way. He would have died before admitting that even to himself, though, so he just tried to avoid thinking about it. In order to keep his mind occupied, he only had one pastime: exploring the lands around him. Although it was risky to get out of his cave personally, He had no trouble seeing through the eyes of his offspring. At first, he sent the hunters or the builders to the places he wanted to see, but then he decided that making a drone specifically for reconnaissance was worth the effort. Using the information he got from the animals he'd eaten, he created a sort of lizard-dragonfly hybrid, the size of a small dog. They could fly and had excellent sight, but they were rather clumsy on land. Also, the first one he made could only look downward, which had proved to be a mistake when some big bird attacked and killed it from above. After that, Marcus made sure to include a way for the flying drones to look upward, giving them 3 pairs of eyes, and explored all the surrounding hills and valleys through them. It was then that he discovered the nest of the dragon-like animal that had both terrified him and saved his life days before. He made this discovery almost by accident. One of the flying drones was returning to the cave at twilight when he spotted a gargantuan figure moving through the trees. Even while being safe in his cave, only looking at the creature through the eyes of his drone, Marcus couldn't help but shiver. The dragon was larger than his world's whales, and yet it moved with a serpentine grace that suggested an unnatural agility. Every movement it made was confident, calm, and without any trace of urgency. It was at the top of the food chain, and nothing could threaten it or make it nervous. Not that Marcus had any intention of bothering it. He just had the flying drones follow it in order to learn its habits to better avoid it. The dragon wandered for most of the night, sometimes stopping to tear down a tree and eat its foliage. Marcus started wondering if, despite its appearance, the animal could actually be an herbivore. Then a huge boar, even bigger than the one he met at the carnivore plant field, crossed paths with the dragon. The encounter was over so fast, Marcus had barely any time to register it. The gargantuan reptile moved with incredible speed, pouncing on its prey in a blur of dark scales. With a loud snap, the dragon bit the side of the boar with its humongous beak. The poor animal squealed in pain, trying to free itself, but it was too late. The dragon lifted the animal, throwing it into the air, and decapitated it with another bite before it touched the ground. The creature then proceeded to eat its prey, tearing off huge chunks of meat and swallowing them whole, before returning to its nest before the sun rose. Much to Marcus's alarm, the dragon's den was actually pretty close to his cave, just a couple kilometers downhill, in a narrow canyon between 2 hills. After some thinking, he decided this was actually a good thing. It kept other predators away, and the dragon didn't seem interested in going uphill. Staying on guard wouldn't hurt, though. Since he now knew the area was free of dangerous animals, except for the dragon, Marcus decided to expand his mold wax field. He got out of the cave, looking at the rock face his cave opened into. Part of it was already covered in the gray, opaque stuff, and the builder drones were already working on making it bigger. Those drones were very good at climbing steep surfaces, using the powerful grip of their talons to cling to the rocks, and were producing mold wax from their mouth and spitting it on the rocks. The process was quite disgusting to watch, but also somehow fascinating, like popping a zit, or something like that. Marcus planned on having the whole rock face covered in mold wax. This way, both he and the drones could live on that stuff. Since it would grow back, he wouldn't have any more food-related problems, and could stop with the excessive hunting he'd been doing lately. Also, that'll reduce the risk of being discovered by those gremlins. After all, if neither me nor the hunters have to travel around, it will decrease the risk of being discovered by those patrols. He smiled to himself. This new life wasn't exactly what he'd have wished for, but he had the feeling that he was actually doing good for once. He looked up at the sky, which was, as always, mostly cloudless, and basked in the light of the sun. For a moment, he almost thought he had seen a flying figure in the air, something similar to a humanoid with bat wings, but when he searched the area, it had disappeared. Must have been a bird, I don't know. He shrugged. Well, back to work then. Let's see if I can make some other furniture with the mold wax. A few 100 meters above, Grak started moving again. He had hidden himself from the scrying creature on the ground by flying in front of the sun. Now the weird insectoid creature was distracted again. Not that he was worried about being harmed, being confident in his flying skills, but the boss had ordered him to scout the area without being discovered. The gargoyle flapped his wings, flying toward the southern tower to report his discovery. While flying, he was amazed once again by the foresight of the general. When the orders had come, he didn't think much of them. Using multiple patrols and even gargoyles like himself just to search for a couple of creatures seemed like a waste of time. Even if they managed to kill a single hob, the forest was full of beasts that were capable of such a feat. But after seeing that hive, he concurred with the general. A group of organized creatures like that would become a serious threat for the goblins if it had time to grow. Now that the hive had been discovered, time was something the goblins wouldn't give to it. Chapter 18. Night Raid. It had been a busy day for Marcus. Wondering if he could make pottery out of the mold wax, he'd spent hours trying to shape the substance into that of bowls and cups. Sadly, the wax was too liquid to stand on its own before solidifying, and once solid, it was invariably stuck to what he used as a mold. After many attempts, he finally found a passable solution. He covered the rock he wanted to use as a mold with leaves, and then covered those leaves with the wax, which would stick to the leaves and not to the rock itself. Late in the afternoon, the results of these experiments was a dirty, fragile thing that could hardly be called a bowl, although it could maybe be used as one. Marcus wasn't impressed by that result. Well, it'll do for now, he sighed, going back into his cave. But I gotta make some decent pottery sooner or later. Luckily, there's a swamp nearby, so maybe there will be some clay there. And I could try to build a small oven in the cave. As of late, he was focusing on making his stay in this new world as pleasant as possible. Housing, food, and security were not a concern anymore, so he could try to get other less important luxuries. Pottery, clothing, and a few other things were what he was trying to get now. He also really wanted to get a bath. Except the only pools of water he knew about were the swamp, which was quite dangerous, and the river that was guarded by the crystal-horned deer. Thinking about it, I could try to kill that deer. I'm sure I could get some good traits for my minions by eating it, and securing the river for myself would also be a good thing. The only problem with that plan was the strength of that damn animal. He'd seen exactly how powerful the deer was in its battle against the boxer crabs. He wasn't sure if the hunter drones could kill it. I could make a more powerful drone. Maybe a warrior drone, made for fighting instead of hunting. Following that line of thought, he accessed his mental database of genetic traits. In the past weeks, he'd learned how to do so at will, and had also discovered many new things about his ability. Apparently, most of the nutrients he ate went to some sort of reserve used to produce offspring. This reserve had a maximum cap that, when reached, kind of forced Marcus to produce at least one drone. With an act of will, he could also lay eggs before hitting that limit, provided he had enough nutrients stored to do so. Gauging that reserve of energy was mostly instinctive and not really accurate. It was like trying to decide how much food you could eat before being full, but he was slowly getting the hang of it. Right now, he judged that he had enough energy to give birth to 5 worker drones or 3 hunters. It wasn't nearly the maximum cap, but he had enough food at hand to reach it if he wanted to. Slowly and carefully, he started to think about the kind of characteristics the warrior drone could have. Should I give it wings? No. For now, let's just focus on making it strong. In order to fly, it should be quite light, and that would decrease its power. It should still be fast. Speed is always a good thing in a fight. So about the legs. Should it be a quadruped? No, I don't think so. Let's make it similar to a velociraptor. Since it can have 6 limbs, let's give it powerful raptor-like posterior legs. The upper ones can be mantis-like scythes, and the middle ones, let's just make them very long. This way, the soldier will be able to use them to balance itself, as well as run and fight on all fours should it need more stability. And it could always use them to grab its prey and finish it with the scythe claws. Oh, it should also have a long tail for balance. But let's make it barbed. Another potential weapon never hurts. As for the armor, it should be thicker than that of the hunters and covered in spines. The image of the creature slowly took shape in his mind. When it was finished, it indeed looked very dangerous. A reptilian creature that seemed like an armored mix between a velociraptor and a mantis. It reminded Marcus of an alien straight out of a horror sci-fi movie. Well, it certainly looks dangerous enough, and I think I have just enough energies to actually make it. Let's do this. As soon as he made the resolution, he felt the sudden cramp he'd learned to associate with the act of giving birth. Grinding his teeth, he squatted in the middle of his cave. Now this is something I won't ever get used to, he growled to himself. God fucking damn it! Why do I have to... Fuck! Why do I have to go through this crap every time? Trembling and spasming, he concentrated on the task of pushing the egg out. A few minutes later, he was sitting on the floor of the cave, panting, with a translucent egg in front of him. Well, another one for the hive, I guess, he said, breathless. Now I need to sleep. This crap always exhausts me. The egg should hatch during the night, hopefully. And with that, he went straight to bed, while giving a mental order to the drones to come back for the night. He only left a hunter drone out as a sentry, a precaution he took ever since he discovered that the dragon lived nearby. After all, he didn't want that beast to catch him inside a cave while he was sleeping. He was about to be really grateful for this decision, but not for the reason he expected. Ever since he'd given birth to Cooper, Marcus had technically stopped dreaming. Or to be more precise, his dreams were filled by the collective consciousness of his minions. Even now, while he was asleep on his mold wax bed, he could perceive all of the drones. Most of them were resting in the cave with him, with only one hunter out in the open on guard duty. The hunter drone was feeling restless for some reason, and that anxiety was transmitted directly to Marcus, troubling his sleep. The forest is quiet. The sun has just set, and every remaining light is disappearing from the sky. The air is still. Not a single breath of wind is blowing. There is not a single sound. Apparently, no reason to be alarmed. But the hunter drone still feels uneasy. It doesn't actually have enough of a consciousness to feel anxious for itself, but its duty is to protect the queen and the hive. That duty is absolute. The hunter drone must stay on guard and identify any potential danger to the queen and the hive. The hunter drone is not smart enough to understand the cause of this sense of uneasiness on its own, but it can draw upon the collective consciousness of the queen and the hive to understand. the mind of the hive starts analyzing the situation. The forest is quiet. Too quiet. The sounds of the animals that usually move out of their nests at this hour is missing. And since the air is so perfectly still, the hunter drone can't smell anything. Something isn't right. The primary directive is to explore the surroundings, searching for potential threats. The hunter drone moves from the entrance of the cave, slowly walking uphill as silently as possible. The hunter drone can see perfectly in the dark and notices movement at the top of the hill. It can't identify what it is, though. So it approaches cautiously, one step at a time, making absolutely no sound. There are dark figures above the cave that are slowly, silently descending. They can barely be called humanoid. Most of them have a hunched posture, and some even walk on all fours like beasts. All of them, however, have the big ears associated with the gremlin-like creatures from the tower. The hunter drone stares at them, the alarm it's experiencing resonating through all the minds of the hive. Suddenly, one of those figures spots the drone with big, luminous eyes. With a soft screech, the creature charges at the hunter drone with a couple of its companions, but the hunter drone doesn't run away. Its duty is to protect the hive, and it will do so. It charges the attacking creatures, opening its mouth to meet them halfway in a blur of fangs, claws, and blood. The hunter drone bites hard, sinking its teeth deep into the flesh of the first assailant. But there are too many. In a few seconds, the hunter drone is swarmed by a dozen of those creatures, each of them biting it, tearing it apart. Marcus woke up in a panic. Around him, all the drones started moving, reacting to his fear. "We're under attack!" he cried, running toward the exit. He stopped, his rationality affirming itself over his fear. If I get out now, those things are going to be all over me in a heartbeat. He looked at the drones that were now completely still, waiting for his orders. The only chance I have at getting out of this alive is to keep them occupied while I run. He gave a mental command, and all of the hunters, save for Cooper, rushed out of the cave to confront the incoming creatures. They wouldn't keep them occupied for long, so Marcus slipped out right after them, Cooper at his side, surrounded by the builders and explorers. He noticed another presence scuttling awkwardly on the ground behind them. It was the freshly hatched larvae of the warrior, which struggled to keep pace on its undeveloped legs. Without hesitation, Marcus grabbed the baby drone and lifted it on his shoulder while hurrying out of the cave. In his mind, he could now see the hunters were fighting against the invaders. Thanks to their coordination and their armored hide, those drones were still resisting. It was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of those bestial gremlins. "I have to get out of here," Marcus muttered to himself, hurrying downhill. And then he stopped, frozen in surprise. Right below him were many figures slowly climbing the hill to reach the cave. Judging by their shapes, they were the same breed of creatures as the ones above, but their numbers were even bigger. He didn't lose time counting them. They couldn't be less than 100. He was surrounded. Uncertainty and panic paralyzed Marcus for only a moment before his survival instinct, refined by weeks of living on this dangerous world, took the wheel. "Inside the cave! Now!" he cried, turning back. That would have meant trapping himself, but at least he would be able to resist for a while since the enemies would be forced to come at him a few at a time, through a narrow tunnel, instead of ganging up on him and the remaining drones from all directions. Not that he knew what to do once he was inside. There were too many enemies. They would certainly overwhelm the few defenders. If only he could call someone to help. He had a flash of inspiration. A really outrageous and risky idea, but one that might just work. As he ran, he mentally ordered the 2 explorer drones to fly away. The 2 complied immediately, taking off and flying downhill. Now, all Marcus and the others had to do was to resist for a few minutes. While he was finally entering the cave, he felt the last surviving hunter he'd sent uphill die. The beastly gremlins were about to come at him from all directions. "Inside!" he shouted needlessly, as the other drones would obey mental commands, but he was too agitated to act completely rationally. Once inside, he grabbed a couple of wooden spears he had made for himself and handed them to the builder drones, who then proceeded to block the entrance of the cave, spear pointed high against the invaders. And it didn't take long for them to come. The first gremlin, a beastly, hairy thing similar to a hyena, was so savagely enraged that it literally threw itself at the spears, getting impaled for its trouble. The others came as a wave, barely contained by the worker drones, who stopped them from entering the cave with their armored mass, while the 2 with spears poked at them from behind the defensive line. Luckily for the defenders, the entrance to the cave was pretty narrow, allowing only a couple of those creatures to enter at a time. Unluckily, those who did manage to reach the defensive line were fighting with a berserk fury that was almost overwhelming. One drone fell, then another. A small pile of bodies was forming, further hindering the attackers, but too soon they would manage to break into the cave. Cooper joined the dwindling builder drones, adding his jaws and claws to the defense. Marcus just stood in the back, his mind focused on both coordinating the fight in the cave and simultaneously directing the explorers outside. The 2 flying drones are nearing the bottom of the valley. The sounds of the battle are now barely audible behind them, but they know they have no time to lose. With incredible speed, they fly directly to the small canyon where the dragon has its den. The air there is tense with a sense of impending danger that is felt even by the barely self-conscious drones. That doesn't stop them. The 2 of them fly inside the canyon. The rocky terrain is littered with bones, and a stench of death and decomposition fill the place. At the end of the canyon, there is a small cave. Something's inside. Something big that's now moving, annoyed by the flying sound of the 2 creatures that so foolishly entered his domain. But the creatures have their orders. Orders that to them are more important than their own life. One of them, following a mental command from the Queen, throws itself at the dark shape inside the cave with all the speed it can muster. There is a loud sound when the explorer collides with the hard scales of the dragon, and the small creature feels pain and dizziness as a result from the impact. 4 yellow eyes stare at the drone in surprised disbelief. The dragon is so used to having no rivals that the sensation of being attacked is almost forgotten for him. But the surprise only lasts a moment, and with an outraged roar, the reptile snaps its beak at the drone, killing it instantly. Then, with a single-minded fury, it throws itself at the other drone, which immediately flees uphill. The small drone doesn't look back, but it can hear the sound of something humongous following it at an incredible speed, smashing every obstacle on the way. Marcus smiled. Just as planned. There were only a couple of builder drones and Cooper left, not counting Marcus and the larvae of the warrior. The gremlins were finally about to force themselves into the cave, and as Marcus turned his attention back at them, another builder went down, torn apart by the claws and fangs of the attackers. The gremlins rallied themselves, preparing for the final assault. A deep roar resonated, coming from outside, followed by the high-pitched, panicked screams of the gremlins. The attackers already in the cave hesitated, confused by what was happening, and the defenders took advantage of it. Cooper threw itself in the middle of the creatures, tearing and biting all he could reach, while the last builder charged at them with its spear. Confusion quickly turned to panic, and the attackers fled, rushing outside the cave. Cooper and the builder pressed forward, not giving them time to recuperate, and Marcus followed with the larvae in his arms. Soon they were all out. The army of beastly gremlins had all but broken down, its scattered remnants running in every direction like scared ants. The huge shape of the dragon, barely visible in the darkness, pursued them at its leisure, grabbing and swallowing the unfortunate humanoids it reached with a single bite. Marcus and the surviving drones ran away as fast as they could, trying to put as much distance as possible between them and this place. Before disappearing into the night, Marcus couldn't help but turn once, giving the gremlins a furious look. "Good riddance, you motherfuckers!" He flipped the bird in the general direction of the humanoids. "You better not come bother me again, because I'm fucking done playing nice guy." Chapter 19. Firing My Laser. Marcus was carefully spying on the deer through the eyes of his flying drone. He'd come back to the valley he started his journey in. He soon discovered the only source of water there was the river guarded by that damn crystal-horned deer, so he decided to keep his original plan of using the warrior drone to kill the animal and take its territory. But it'd take some days for the drone to fully grow, so he decided to spend that time learning as much as possible on his prey, hoping to discover a possible weakness. Marcus had learned many things about the beast and its territory, though nothing that could be called a weakness. The river came out of a big cave at the end of the gorge, and it went on for about 3 kilometers before disappearing underground. The whole valley dug by the river was the deer's territory. The animal had its den in the cave, where it slept at night, and during the day it patrolled the area, attacking all trespassers with extreme prejudice. It even attacked apparently harmless animals that were just there to drink, like snakes or birds. And to make things worse, that deer wasn't just extremely aggressive. It was damn strong, too. No other beast managed to resist it, and few even attempted to. Still, Marcus was confident the warrior drone could take it down. Although fast and strong, the deer was quite predictable. All it did was charge its enemies, trying to skewer them with its crystal antlers. No doubt it was a dangerous attack, since those horns were apparently both almost indestructible and incredibly sharp, but the warrior drone was, at least according to Marcus's mental project, nimble enough to dodge such an attack and lethally counter it. All he had to do was wait until it was grown enough to actually take on the deer. Or so Marcus thought. It was the 3rd day since he'd come back to the valley. The weather, which so far had always been clear, was getting a little bit cloudier. Not having anything better to do, with Cooper and the builder drone hunting and providing him food, Marcus used the flying drone to keep spying on the deer. The drone was flying over the gorge when it saw a few shapes on the ground. The crystal deer was fighting against something, and after a moment, Marcus recognized the animal's enemies. They were those crazy wolf-hyena hybrids that almost killed him once. The deer was having trouble against those opponents. The creatures had it surrounded, and every time the animal tried to charge one of them, the others attacked, keeping it occupied enough to let the target canid dodge the deadly antlers. Right now the deer was bleeding from multiple little wounds, while the canid things were unscathed. Damn it! Those fucking dogs might kill the deer before me. I think the warrior drone can deal with them, but I wanted the genetic information of the deer. Well, If they leave at least one bone, I could still get some, I think. Both he and the wolf things had deeply underestimated the power of the deer. Suddenly, the crystal antlers of the animal started shining, seemingly absorbing the sunlight. Then, with a blinding flash, a beam of light erupted from the horns, hitting one of the canid wolf things. With an agonizing scream of pain, the beast fell, completely charred and smoking. Its companions were paralyzed, and the deer charged its horns once again, discharging another beam and killing another one of them. It was more than enough for the wolf-hyena hybrids. They turned around and ran away, pursued by the deer, which was charging another beam. Marcus, watching the scene from the flying drone's eyes, was completely astonished. What the hell? That deer has fucking laser beams now? How the hell am I supposed to kill something like that? It's not fair. Something happened that caught his attention. The deer was about to fire his laser beam when a passing cloud obscured the sun, and the antlers immediately stopped shining. The beam wasn't fired. The deer kept chasing the wolf things nonetheless, until they were way out of its territory, but to Marcus, he'd finally found a weakness. So that damn thing can't fire his lasers unless there's direct sunlight. Good. This is good. All I have to do is to attack it during the night, and it won't be able to use that trick to defend itself. Then the warrior drone will be able to kill it, and by eating it, I'll be able to create laser creatures too. He smiled. This opportunity was too good to pass up. With a group of laser-firing creatures at his command, not even those humanoids would stand a chance against him. 3 days later, the warrior drone, which Marcus nicknamed Achilles, had finally reached maturity. It looked so intimidating that even its creator couldn't help but shudder in its presence. Achilles was easily 3 meters tall, with a slender, sinewy body that made him light and fast without losing any power in the process. Its serpentine torso was covered in spined chitin armor, making him impervious to most damage, and its extremely long and nimble whip-like tail ended with a sharp stinger. Its forearms were like those of a mantis, with scythe-like hands sharp enough to cut down a small tree in a single slash. Its legs were similar to those of a velociraptor, long and powerful, and with strong clawed toes to grip on every surface with ease. Not only did those legs allow it an incredible speed and jumping power, but a kick from them could break all the bones in one's body. And finally, the middle arms were very long and slender, although he usually kept them folded back, and had nimble but strong clawed hands that could be used to grab things. Those secondary arms could be used either as standard arms to grab an opponent or as an additional pair of legs for extra mobility and balance. The scariest part of the drone was its head. Big and triangular in shape, it rested on a long but strong serpentine neck, and it was protected by a chitin helmet from which a single horn protruded. 2 pairs of eyes were visible from holes in the chitin, glowing with furious energy, and its gigantic mouth was filled with rows of teeth that could make a shark envious. By look alone, Marcus would have thought that Achilles was one of the most dangerous creatures in the forest. And now was the time to put this thought to the test. It was night. The moon shined in the sky with only a few clouds passing over it from time to time. The sounds of the animals could be heard through the forest, but in a certain area, they stopped completely, signaling the presence of a dangerous creature passing through. That creature was Achilles. Its armor and blade arms shined dangerously under the moonlight, passing by almost without a sound. Every step it took was graceful and elegant. Every movement it made was dangerously calculated. It was a born killing machine, and the small creatures that witnessed its passage fell silent and stood still, paralyzed by fear. Accompanying him was Cooper, another dangerous-looking animal, similar to an armored wolf lizard. The eyes of the two drones were perfectly visible in the dark, a creepy purple light shining in them. About 30 meters above, the flying drone was acting as a scout, searching for every possible menace until the two reached their destination. Marcus and the builder drone stayed behind in their temporary shelter, a hole in the ground under a fallen tree. After all, since neither of them was especially effective in combat, they'd only risk hurting themselves and getting in the way of the others. This didn't really please Marcus, who was still used to thinking of himself as a strong man who could solve his problems by himself. But he wasn't stubborn or stupid enough to risk his life just for that. He swallowed his pride and relied on his offspring. The flying drone arrived over the cave of the deer's den. There was no sign of the animal, so Marcus made Cooper and Achilles advance into the gorge, slowly getting closer and closer to the entrance. If I'm really lucky, maybe that damn deer is asleep. This way, I won't even need to fight. He hadn't even finished his thought when the deer emerged, galloping in the direction of the drones. Damn it! Marcus cursed, before sending a mental order to his minions. Achilles, stay your ground. Cooper, hide in the bushes and get ready to sneak attack when the deer is occupied with Achilles. Obeying his order, Cooper hid away while Achilles simply stood there, flexing its talons in preparation for the fight. The deer arrived, appearing from behind the trees right in front of the warrior drone. For a few seconds, the two just stared at each other, Achilles flexing its legs, ready to jump. The noise of the streaming water was the only sound to be heard. Everything looked unreal under the light of the moon. Then the deer charged at Achilles without warning, trying to impale it with its horns. But the drone, or rather Marcus, as he was the one doing the thinking, was expecting such a move, and it jumped out of the way, dodging the reckless charge of the animal with grace. Before the beast could turn around and charge again, Achilles was over it, trying to slash its neck with its scythes. But the deer was also fast and jumped away at the last second, getting only 2 long scratches instead of being beheaded. The deer charged again, and the drone dodged, counterattacking, which was also dodged. The two opponents went on like this for a while. Charge, dodge, counter, dodge, charge again. It was like some sort of dance. The only difference was that the first one to make a mistake would end up dead. And the drone wasn't alone. Now's the time, Marcus thought, as the deer's last dodge brought it closer to Cooper's hiding spot. Cooper, attack it! Cooper jumped out of the bushes, biting at one of the deer's legs. The animal screamed in pain and surprise, but before it could react, Achilles attacked, slashing with its scythe arms. With a desperate jump, the beast tried to dodge, but this time, with another predator biting its leg, it was a bit too slow. The chitin blades bit deep into its flesh, spraying blood everywhere. Good! Now finish it! Marcus thought with excitement. It can't use the laser beam without the sun, so it's basically defenseless if it can't move. He'd declared victory too soon. Just as Achilles was about to strike the killing blow, the deer stared at it, a cold, murderous intent in its eyes, and its antlers started shining, absorbing the moonlight. What? With a blinding flash, a beam of light erupted from the antlers, hitting Achilles in the middle of its chest. The drone screamed, and Marcus could feel the echoes of its pain. Luckily, he didn't actually feel the pain itself, but still, it wasn't a pleasant sensation. And the greater the pain was, the more unpleasant the sensation became. This time it was actually very, very unpleasant. Damn that deer! It can use the beam even with the moonlight. God fucking damn it! Then he noticed the feeling of Achilles' pain hadn't disappeared. He concentrated on the warrior drone and was surprised to find that it was still alive, albeit badly injured. Why didn't the beam kill it? This afternoon it was deadly enough to char those wolf things. Maybe it's weaker when using the moonlight instead of sunlight? There wasn't time to be lost in thought. The deer turned over to Cooper, who was still biting its legs, and started charging its laser once again. "Oh, no, you fucking don't!" Marcus screamed, and gave a quick mental order to the hunter drone. Immediately, Cooper let go of the leg, jumping away. It barely made it in time, as the spot he had been a moment before was hit by the light beam, bursting into flames. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Marcus cursed, as he made Cooper jump left and right to avoid the following light beams. The wounds it had received slowed the deer, and its aim wasn't good enough to hit a target small and fast, like the hunter drone. But the rapid barrage of beams meant Cooper couldn't attack either, as it had to give its all just to dodge. Achilles couldn't help, as it was too injured to move. It was a stalemate. Until the light of the moon disappeared. A cloud passed in front of it, and the deer's antlers ceased to shine. The animal was cornered, but it wasn't stupid. It backed away, putting its sharp crystal horns between it and its attacker, stalling for time and waiting for the cloud to pass. A direct attack with Cooper was likely to fail, with the prey being on guard like that. Then again, Cooper wasn't alone either. "Go!" Marcus commanded to the flying drone, and it dove out of the sky, hitting the back of the deer with considerable strength and starting to bite it. Surprised by the aerial attack, the animal turned to see its new opponent, and it was at that moment that Cooper lunged. Taking advantage of the distraction, the hunter drone jumped at the deer's throat, biting deep into its flesh with all the strength it could muster. The beast wailed in agony, coughing blood, and started jumping, trying to shake off its attacker. But Cooper refused to relent and kept on biting the deer's throat until finally the deer collapsed, shaking slightly as it was dying. Only then did the hunter drone let go, and watched as the beast slowly lost his life. Marcus, watching the scene through his drone, was shocked by the eyes of the deer. It wasn't scared or even in shock. It just looked absolutely incredulous, as if it couldn't believe it had been beaten. "Well, you better believe it, pal," Marcus said, even though he was so far that the deer couldn't possibly hear him. "This is for trying to kill me. If you had been a little more tolerant, it wouldn't have come to this." With a sigh of relief, Marcus let himself fall to his back. Even though he hadn't moved a finger personally, he still felt incredibly tired. Killing such a majestic animal didn't make him feel happy or anything. It had been a necessity, but he still felt somewhat sorry for it. Not that his sorrow would prevent him from eating the beast. After all, this was the law of the jungle. And besides, he really wanted those laser minions. He looked at the builder drone, which was sitting beside him, and got up. "Well, let's go then. Dinner is served, and after it, we can take a look at our new home. Maybe tomorrow, I'll finally be able to take a bath." And with these words, he left the muddy hole in the ground, followed by the builder drone. Chapter 20. Better Served Cold. "What the fuck is this? Where's the laser horns feature?" He was sitting near the corpse of the deer, hands bloodied after skinning it. A few minutes before, he made various portions in order to share it among all the hive. Most of the meat went to Achilles, who could barely move and needed a lot of nutrients in order to heal from the burns. The rest was shared equally by Marcus, Cooper, and the other 2 drones. The raw meat of the deer had been incredibly delicious, easily the best food Marcus had since he came to this world. Not even the boar could compare. The texture and flavor were incredible, and the blood seemed more like a sauce, salty and sweet at the same time. And then, the rush of genetic information came. As expected, they were incredible. From the power of the muscles to the hardness of the bones, it was clear the deer had been a force to be reckoned with. Marcus had smiled, thinking about what kind of powerful minions he could make with that information, and waited for the info about the laser antlers to appear. But when the rush of information stopped, there was no trace of the ability among them. This was the cause of his outrage and anger. Perhaps I missed it. He accessed his mental databank of genetic information. But even upon a more accurate exam, he didn't find anything. Rather, there were a few genetic information bits about the deer's antlers, but apparently he wasn't able to process them. He tried to, but they made absolutely no sense. He couldn't put it into words, but it was the same confusion one might experience when presented with a purposely nonsensical problem, the likes of, if you have an orange and your brother has a pear, what color is the bookshelf? Marcus scanned each genetic blueprint, trying to make heads or tails out of it. The fuck is that? The fuck are those? Ah! He moaned in pain. Trying to probe those impossible genetic codes had given him a migraine. That's it. Fuck this, I'm out, he said, stopping his investigation and looking at the mostly devoured corpse of the deer with rage. Keep your fucking secrets, you stupid animal. I hope you're happy that, even in death, you're a pain in my ass. He stood up and stomped his foot on the ground in frustration. Then he stopped, a doubt appearing in his mind. Or perhaps the information isn't in the flesh. Maybe it's in the antlers. But what can I do if that's the case? It's not as if I can eat them. Or can I? He gave a quick, appraising look at the crystal horns, then grabbed them and tried to take a small bite. Ouch! The crystal proved to be just as hard as he thought it would be. Nope, can't fucking eat them. Ouch! He shook his head, waiting for the pain to subside, and finally he sighed with resignation. Well, let's look at the bright side. I managed to kill this deer, I got a delicious meal, and I have the river all for myself now. Also, I can make a new shelter in the deer's cave, and tomorrow I'll finally be able to take a bath. All things considered, I have plenty of reasons to be happy. But I really wanted laser minions. With this deliberation, he and the builder drones took the remains of the deer, mainly the bones, the hide, and the crystal antlers, and started toward the end of the gorge where the cave was, followed by Cooper, the flying drone, and the limping Achilles. The following morning, Marcus was definitely feeling more positive. Apart from a good night of sleep, his new cave was also a reason for his good mood. It was much bigger than his older one, and more comfortable. The cave itself consisted of 3 main chambers, all crossed by the river, which disappeared into the rocks. The first room opened directly on the gorge, and it was roughly the same size of his old cave with a higher ceiling. Marcus had called it the porch. The second room was much bigger. It was a circular cave more than 30 meters in diameter, and at least 10 meters tall at its highest point. On the ceiling was some sort of big window in the rock, from which light entered and illuminated the whole space. The cave was cut in the middle by the river, and was covered in moss, mushrooms, and small vegetation. It had apparently been the house of the deer, since in a corner there was some sort of nest made of moss and grass, with deer excrements in every corner. Finally, the third room was much smaller than the other two, a roughly circular 4 meters in diameter room. The river disappeared in the ground right before the entrance. It was therefore a bit drier than the rest of the chambers. All things considered, this was the best shelter Marcus could hope for, and it was perfect for hiding a great number of minions. As soon as he got off his bed, a comfortable hole in the second chamber full of soft moss, he started organizing his hive. Achilles had already healed quite a bit, but it was still rather weak, so it would just rest in the cave for further recovery. The builder drone, meanwhile, would start growing another field of mold wax. Since the second cave had both water and sunlight, it was perfect to grow the stuff undetected. And finally, Cooper would go out and hunt something to eat with the flying drone acting as a spotter. Marcus gave those orders rather quickly, and as soon as he was done, headed out of the cave. There was something he was dying to do. Take a bath. Right outside of the cave, the river formed a large pool of water, which seemed absolutely perfect to swim in. Marcus looked at the sky. A clear and sunny day for now, but he could see some dark clouds approaching from the north. Better take a bath now, although he didn't really have any intention to wait. Then I can dry myself in the sun and get back in before it gets cloudy. Without further ado, he threw off his few clothes and ran into the water, diving in and splashing water everywhere. "Fuck! That's cold!" he cried as soon as he emerged, but he forced himself to stay in the water. Soon he got used to the temperature, and he started washing himself, trying to whistle happily, and failing because his almost non-existent lips weren't suited for that. He spent a lot of time in the water, getting rid of all the dirt, mud, blood, and other filthy things covering his body. He also tried to wash his hair, which proved to be difficult as it was messy and full of knots. Using his fingers as an improvised comb, he managed to give the strands a semblance of order. When he was done, he grabbed his clothes and gave them a quick wash too, before getting out of the water and lying on the rocks near the river, warmed by the sunlight. I really needed that. I never thought being clean could feel so pleasant. He lay there naked for more than an hour, until passing clouds obscured the sun, and the air started getting chilly. With a sigh of irritation, he left that spot and headed back into the cave. Later that afternoon, it started to rain. The sky was gray, and big droplets of water fell. Cooper and the flying drone had managed to come back right before the storm started. The hunter drone caught a couple of big rodents, similar to beavers with reptilian tails. It was barely enough to feed everyone, but it would do for now while waiting for the mold wax to grow. As usual, Marcus gave most of the meat to Achilles, reasoning that the sooner the warrior was able to heal, the sooner it would be able to join the hunt. Because of that, a rather small portion of meat was left for Marcus, at least for his present standards. Well, I guess I'll have to tighten my belt for now. Let's look at the bright side. I won't have to lay eggs for a while. He said the words with a hint of embarrassment and disgust. But sadly, I do need to start doing that again soon. If those humanoids find me right now, they will kill me. I don't even have another dragon I can call upon if I get discovered. I need to make my own fighting force. I really wish there was another way of doing so. It took about 3 days for Marcus to get his new hive going. The mold wax grew at an amazing rate in the cave, engulfing most of the ground of the main chamber and absorbing all other forms of vegetation. That meant they weren't dependent on the hunting of Cooper and Achilles, who had almost completely recovered. This was actually a very good thing, since the weather had considerably worsened, and the almost constant heavy rain really hindered the hunt. After the mold wax had grown enough to be eaten at will, Marcus started eating more than his fill. The stuff didn't provide him with any new genetic information, but it gave him more than enough nutrients to produce new minions. The first batch he made were builders, in order to produce even more food. After all, with all that rain, hunting was rather difficult, and a diet of mold wax was just as nutritious, even though bland and boring. It rained for more than a week, and in this time, Marcus didn't get out of his cave, focused on making the greatest amount of minions he could. When the sun finally showed up again, the hive had 7 additional mature builder drones, plus another 3 builders and 4 hunters, which still had to reach full maturity. Marcus also tampered with their genetic project a bit. The builders had a more humanoid torso now, but he'd also given them the ability of walking on vertical surfaces like geckos and spiders. This way, they could also start farming mold wax on the ceiling of the cave. Meanwhile, the hunters were, or would be, since they still had to reach maturity, both bigger and stronger than Cooper, without losing any of their speed. Marcus used the information about the deer to create them, and their muscles were both slender and incredibly strong. In addition to that, he also allowed them to fully grow their 3rd pair of limbs, but instead of legs, he made them become some sort of appendage that sprouted from their backs, like featherless wings. Those pseudo-arms were tipped with sharp, vaguely hook-like claws, which could be used both for combat and for grabbing their prey. And although he still didn't give birth to any, Marcus had also done a small mental modification to the project of the warrior drones. They would be faster, bigger, and stronger than Achilles, although their general shape wouldn't change that much. Imagining what those warriors could do to the humanoids that chased him out of his previous home, Marcus couldn't help but make a ferocious smirk. For now, he kept this project in reserve, as those drones would require a huge amount of food, and he wanted to grow the mold wax more before actually producing them. In the meantime, since it was sunny again, he decided to take another bath, and also because he wanted to take a breath of fresh air. When he got out, the air was quite chilly despite the sun. He looked around and was surprised to see the leaves on the trees were starting to turn red and yellow. So fall is coming. I didn't know this world had seasons, too. Well, I was lucky to appear here in the summer, then. To wander around naked in the winter would have sucked on ice. He proceeded with his bath, taking much less time than he had before, since the water was positively icy in comparison. When he was done, he was trembling. Fuck! I need to light a fire as soon as I can. I can't stand this cold. He covered himself with his fur mantle, giving one of the builder drones a mental order to find some sticks to use to light a fire. Not that he expected to find dry ones, since it had just stopped raining, but at least he could wait for them to dry. That same day, he sent the flying drone to explore the valley where his old cave was. He had been caught flat-footed once, and he didn't want it to happen again. He decided to keep an eye on the activities of the humanoids. The drone flew for a few hours before reaching the old cave, and the spectacle that Marcus saw through its eyes made him furious. His old shelter had been set on fire, burning all of the mold wax. Even after a week of constant rain, the rocks were still blackened by fire. Sadly, that wasn't the worst of it. As it was flying back, the drone saw figures moving on the ground. It was a patrol of those gremlins, made of 3 of the more beast-like ones and a couple of humanoid ones armed with short spears. The more beastly creatures were on all fours, sniffing like hounds, and occasionally raising their heads and pointing in a random direction. The patrol advanced slowly and carefully, since the beastly creatures took a long time sniffing after every step. Marcus had no doubt about the objective of their search. The path they were following was the same one he used to escape that valley. Luckily for him, the constant rain had probably washed away most of his trail. The patrol was constantly getting lost, wandering away from the right path and coming back to start again. Marcus kind of wondered why it had taken them so long to send hunters after him, but the reason didn't really matter. What was important was that those creatures had lost the occasion to kill him while he was vulnerable. Now, with his new hive, he could make them pay. So they really are that intent on killing me, huh? Marcus's voice was full of rage. Too fucking bad for you, then. Because this time, I'm done pulling punches. Krag was feeling uneasy. He had very good reasons for it, to be fair. Being in the middle of the forest during the night with just 4 other goblins was dangerous. Those hills were full of beasts capable of killing 3 ferals and a couple of hobs. A pack of night wolves, a tusk-boar matriarch, and of course, there was the king of the Ashwood Hills roaming that valley. Just thinking about the forest dragon and the death and destruction it caused recently made Krag shudder. In his mind, he cursed the general for the crazy order he'd given his group. Finding a few monsters in that forest after more than a week was basically impossible. To make things worse, the constant rain of last week had all but erased the traces of their passage. But, being a human hob, and therefore a bit smarter than other goblins, Krag could also understand the reasons the general was still worried about those creatures. In a short time, those bug reptile things had managed to create a nest near their city. And to make things worse, they'd proven to be smarter than most monsters. To think, using the king of the Ashwood Hills as a defense against the force sent to eliminate them. But even then, sending a scouting party after more than a week was just ridiculous. They couldn't get in the valley sooner because the dragon, enraged by the invasion of his territory, rampaged for days, searching and slaughtering all patrols it found in his valley. By the time it calmed down, the rainstorm started, making exploration very difficult. Those bug reptile creatures would surely have escaped far from here. Maybe they were already back in the Dark Heart, together with all the other monstrosities that resided there. But the general had to be sure. Having to deal with a nearby enemy would mess up all the plans for the invasion. So he sent Krag and the others to make sure those beings were really gone. It was a risky and probably useless mission, but it had to be done. Although Krag was quite unhappy with being the one actually doing it. He looked at his companions, an orc hob and 3 feral goblins. He was in charge, so everything that happened would be his responsibility. He really didn't want to get any farther from the city, risking his life among the wilderness. He paused for a moment, then said, "Okay, Gobs, let's stop here for tonight. We'll resume the search tomorrow, and if we don't find anything by the time we leave this valley, we'll get back to the city. After all, if they're gone farther than that, it means they're not a threat anymore." The other goblins nodded, looking a bit relieved. Even they understood the dangers of the forest, and were happy to hear they'd soon be back home. Krag and the other hobs started preparing their camp, when suddenly, a feral raised his head in alarm, his ears in the air. He'd heard something. "Danger! Danger!" he growled with his guttural voice. "Close! Danger!" Krag grabbed his weapon, while the other goblins jumped to attention. He and the other hobs stood back to back, their spears pointed, while the ferals growled. "What is it?" Krag asked. Even though his own hearing was almost as good as that of the ferals, he couldn't hear anything. Or could he? There was a buzzing coming from above, almost like that of a big bug. But that was quite a normal sound in a forest, so he hadn't paid attention to it. Now he noticed that buzzing was the only noise present. All the other animals were silent, and that meant a dangerous predator was nearby. "Stay close," he ordered his companions. "Prepare to defend yourself. If we flee now, we're dead." Goblins had very good night vision. Not perfect, but they didn't have any trouble seeing about 30 meters away, even in the middle of the night. And Krag could now see something. Dark shapes moved through the trees, circling them, and occasionally he could see 2 pairs of purple lights, eerily similar to a bug's eyes, staring at him. From what he could guess, there were at least 5 shapes around them, all of them bigger than a hob. "Prepare to engage," Krag ordered. "We will show these monsters what a real goblin is made of." He couldn't finish the phrase when those creatures attacked. The ferals, incapable of controlling themselves, charged. 3 dog-shaped animals who had clawed limbs sprouting from their backs met them halfway in a vortex of fangs and claws. Their opponents were stronger and more heavily armored, and the ferals were quickly overwhelmed. Krag was wondering if he should rescue them or just run away with the other hob, when a movement came from his side. Another monster. This time an abomination 3 meters tall, walking on 2 powerful clawed legs, had charged at him, and now was trying to slash him with its huge scythe-like arms. Krag jumped away at the last second, and those scythe limbs hit the orc hob, cutting him neatly in 2. After that, there was no more room for doubt in Krag's mind. He just let go of his spear, got up, and started running as fast as he could, his rationality lost in a sea of pure terror. He ran downhill at maximum speed, not daring to look behind. He could easily hear the monster chasing him. Not caring about anything but putting some distance between himself and those creatures, Krag ran like a madman, foaming at the mouth and blinded to everything by his own panic. Then, as it should have been expected by running blind in a forest, he tripped, tumbling down the hill and seemingly hitting every part of his body on the way. He jumped to his feet almost immediately, but collapsed as soon as he took another step. His ankle was sprained, and he couldn't run any more. With panicked gestures, he took out his knife, a pathetic weapon against the monstrosities he was facing, and pointed it in the direction he'd been fleeing from. There was nothing there. Not a single one of those creatures. Gasping wildly, he darted his eyes left and right, but he couldn't see anything. Then, with a sigh of relief, he lowered his knife. He heard something behind him. He turned and found himself face to face with another of those dog-like creatures, although this one was a bit bigger and lacked the limbs on its back. The monster looked at him with its 4 glowing purple eyes, and Krag could perceive something in that stare. Something was watching him through those eyes, an intelligence full of anger and hate toward him. Krag screamed. The last thing he saw was the maw of the beast opening, and its teeth closing on him. A few kilometers away, in his cave, Marcus watched the scene through the eyes of his minions. A wild, ferocious satisfaction filled him as he took his revenge upon those humanoids that tried to kill him. "Told ya I was done playing fucking nice," he whispered. "I hope you motherfuckers are happy now, because since you couldn't leave me alone, I'm coming to wreck your shit. Chapter 21. Homecoming. Meanwhile, in a village at the northern border of Caligare Forest, northeast of the Ashwood Hills where Marcus was, another chain of events was started. Oakfell was in the middle of a big clearing in the forest, with a small river near it. The village was the product of 2 generations' worth of hard work. The clearing had been opened with axes and sweat, and the wood from the felled oak trees had been used to build the first houses. During the years, more buildings made of wood and stone were added, surrounded by a solid fence and a ditch. But right now, before sunrise, the village looked fragile and ephemeral. A temporary intruder in the wilderness that surrounded it. So much so that it seemed the wind could blow it away like the veil of morning mist that enveloped it. Clara would have actually liked for that to happen, so she wouldn't have to see the village and its inhabitants again. She walked sluggishly toward the main gate. She had been walking for 3 days, taking only short rests in order to get back as soon as possible. She had a good reason for that hurry. The region near the border of the Caligare forest was dangerous, even for armed groups of hunters, and she was alone. A huge number of monsters and magical beasts capable of easily killing and eating her lurked in the depths of the forest. Thanks to her skill and a fair bit of luck, she'd managed to avoid them. The risk she took had paid off. The backpack on her shoulder was full of all the furs and body parts of rare animals. 2 wapans, a blue raccoon, and most importantly, a mist fox had been caught in her traps. The mist fox was a particularly lucky catch, since those animals had the ability to become incorporeal, thus avoiding all non-magical traps and predators with ease. This particular beast had her neck snapped by the trap as soon as it was sprung, which killed it instantly, preventing it from getting away. A really nice catch for Clara, who would be able to sell its fur for a really good price. Step by step through the dew-covered grass, Clara approached the gates. On her path, she crossed trappers, hunters, and lumberjacks from the village, all people that had known her for a long time, and even some that were once her friends. They simply pretended not to see her, except some that openly gave her contemptuous looks. Clara simply lowered her head, not meeting their eyes. Inside, she was full of rage. She arrived right at the entrance of the village, where a clump of tents and temporary shelters had been built. This was where a mercenary group had made their camp after the owner of the local tavern had thrown them off his property when they destroyed his hall during a brawl. Not having anywhere else to go, the mercenaries were simply encamped just outside of the village's gates. It was at this point that Clara started moving cautiously. After all, mercenary bands were known for taking liberties with women, and had already made a pass at her previously. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but she wasn't that ugly either. Her skin was tanned due to spending all of her time outside, and she had long blonde hair combed into a single braid. Her face was regular, but a bit too masculine, and this, combined with her broad shoulders and loose hunter's clothes, made her look more like a guy than a girl. The only thing that clearly indicated she was a woman, apart from her hair, was her chest, which protruded a lot despite her loose clothing. For most mercenaries, almost any girl was good enough, and she had no desire to listen to their sleazy comments. She moved at a brisker pace, trying to get past the camp as fast as she could. She hadn't been fast enough, though, because a big shadow emerged from one of the tents, blocking her way. Clara knew him. His name was Lud the Quick. leader of the mercenary group, the Bright Swords, even though there was nothing bright about their swords or the mercenaries themselves. And among them, Lud was easily the worst. A total scumbag who was also annoyingly full of himself, to the point that the only reason his own men tolerated him was because of his strength. Lud was an aura warrior, as the blue sheath he proudly carried on his belt showed. Something which made him a rarity amongst mercenaries, since aura warriors who weren't part of an order were usually hired permanently by lords and nobles. Clara strongly suspected the only reason Lud still worked as a freelancer was because no noble could stand having him around any longer than it was strictly necessary. A sentiment she wholly shared. "Why, hello, sunshine." The man smiled with his crooked teeth. "Nice seeing you again. You've been away for a long time. Did you at least catch something good?" "Out of the way," Clara replied emotionlessly, trying to get past the mercenary, but he just moved to block her. "Why such a hurry, sugar plums?" Lud asked, sarcasm in his voice. "If you want something to drink and a place to get warm, you can come in my tent right here. I've got everything you may need in there. What do you say?" "I say get out of the way right now, or you're gonna regret it," Clara growled, trying again to get past the mercenary. Lud wasn't so easily dissuaded. He stood right in front of her, bowing slightly to get closer to her face. Clara could smell sweat and alcohol on him, a mix that almost made her sick. "Oh, why so rude, little kitty?" he said in a paternalistic tone. "I think you'd better behave yourself for your own good. Everyone in the city hates your guts, and soon you won't be able to earn your living by playing in the woods as you do now. We both know what the only other job available for you is, and since you're not much of a beauty, the least you could do is try to be nice to your future clients." At this insult, Clara's hand slowly slipped to her knife. Her eyes were flashing with fury, and for a moment she seriously thought about stabbing that son of a bitch. Lud, seeing her movements, just smiled confidently, waiting for her to make the first move. "Oh, this little kitten is going to show her claws?" he mocked her. "Come on, do it. Let's play a little bit." Their standoff was interrupted by the smell of something burning and a voice that cried, "Fire! Fire!" They both turned. Smoke was coming out of Lud's tent. "Shit!" the mercenary cursed, and rushed in to save his belongings. Clara, surprised, just stood there for a moment. But then a suspicion came to her mind. Looking around, she could see a thin figure with red hair slipping into the village through the gates. That, and the fact she'd recognized the voice that cried fire, let her know who was responsible for the little distraction. She couldn't help but smile despite herself, and since her path was now free, she quickly got out of the mercenary camp, entering the village. From the inside, the village was a great deal more inviting. There were at least 30 buildings of stone and wood, about half of which were houses and the others were warehouses, stores, and a single tavern, the biggest building in town. The dirt streets were full of activities, even this early in the morning. Merchants, hunters, and many other workers moved from one place to another, seemingly too busy to notice anything else, which suited Clara just fine. After all, drawing attention on herself lately didn't seem like a positive thing. "Hi, Clara. How are you doing?" A cheerful voice, the same who'd cried fire, saluted her. Clara sighed. So much for passing through unnoticed. Even without seeing him, she knew exactly to whom that voice belonged. After all, he was pretty much the only person left in town that was still friendly with her. "Hello, Felix." A brief smile passed her lips. "I'm fine, thanks. What about you? Won't you be in trouble for setting Lud's tent on fire?" Felix laughed heartily. He was a young boy, about 17 years old by his look. He was thin but lively, with red, fiery hair and slightly bronze-colored skin. His traits suggested a possible fire Jinni ancestry, which his alleged affinity for fire magic made even more probable. "Nah, it wasn't actual fire. Just some smoke. I thought that actually setting his tent on fire would make Lud a little mad, but a small smoke bomb would just irritate him. If anything, it'll drive some cockroaches out, so he should thank me." "You still shouldn't have intervened," Clara replied, a hint of hardness entering her voice. "I could have handled him myself." "No doubt," Felix conceded flippantly. "But he was kind of counting on it, didn't you notice? He was provoking you on purpose. If you'd have attacked him, he and his band would have been justified for killing you in front of the law." "What?" Clara exclaimed. "Why would he do something like that? I'm not exactly loved in town right now, but he's an outsider. He doesn't have any reason to want me dead." "Who knows?" Felix shrugged. "But while you were in the woods hunting, he and the vulture were often seen together. And since both of them are about as friendly as a snake with a toothache, I don't think they were simply enjoying each other's company." "What? You mean that Vicar wants me dead? But why? Just for the house? I mean, I love my house, but I don't think it's worth killing people over." "I don't know. It may just be the house. After all, as you said, you're not exactly popular among the villagers right now. Maybe he thinks he can do whatever he wants since no one would defend you. Well, almost no one, at least," he concluded with a little wink. "Well, that's a great consolation for sure," she said sardonically. "The whole village hates me, and Vicar and that sleazeball want me dead, but I can count on an apprentice sorcerer that barely knows any spells. Really, what was I worried about?" She tried to sound completely deadpan, but she couldn't totally hide the emotion in her voice. Felix had always been her best friend, and his support was priceless right now. Thankfully, as a true friend would, the apprentice sorcerer magnanimously chose to ignore that moment of weakness. "Hey there! How dare you doubt my incredible powers?" he said in a completely fake-offended tone. "I just saved you using my most wondrous arts. You should have more respect for a great sorcerer like me." "If you're a great sorcerer, then I'm the mother-loving empress," she snorted. "I know perfectly well you can barely light a match with your magic, and fire is your specialty. Hey, I'm still an apprentice. As soon as I become a qualified sorcerer, I'll be able to burn mountains and face whole armies by myself. You'll see." "Dream on, Felix," she laughed. "It'd be funny if an idiot like you actually managed to do this, so I'm cheering for you. But I've got to go now." She indicated her backpack. "Unlike you, I've got no time to daydream all day. I have to go to the Emporium to sell the fur and the reagents, and then I'll finally be able to get home and have the first decent meal in a week." "Well, I won't keep you here any longer," Felix said merrily. "I don't want to stand between you and your meal. You'd probably bite my fingers off." "Don't worry, I don't eat spoiled food." Clara smiled. "But I'm hungry, dirty, and in a bad mood, so I may just kick your ass if you annoy me enough." "Oh well, then I've got no other choice than to let you pass." The young boy laughed. "See you around then, Clara. And if Vicar or Lud mess with you, I'll make them pay." "Don't worry. I'll make them pay enough myself if they try," she replied with a confidence she didn't really have. See you around, Felix. And then they separated, each going their own way. Chapter 22. Home Sweet Home. What? Only 3 royals for all this stuff? Clara's voice was incredulous. Are you out of your mind? She was in the emporium of the village, a big wooden room full of every sort of good, from furs and magical reagents to everyday commodities like flour and medicines. It was the only shop in the village, and the only place where trappers like Clara could sell their catches. The owner was a big, stout woman in her 50s that everyone in the village called Mama Gertrude because of how nice and sweet she was. But in that moment, she was anything but. In fact, she was looking at Clara as if she was a cockroach on the floor. Yeah, only 3 royals and not a coin more, Mama Gertrude replied in a cold voice. And do not make a commotion or I'll kick you out of my store. But, Gertrude, Clara protested. This is unheard of. A mist fox fur alone is worth more than 10 royals minimum, and I'm selling 2 wapan horns and a blue raccoon tail as well. My store, my price. The woman shrugged. If you don't like it, you are free to sell that stuff to someone else. The girl stared at Gertrude with a cold, burning rage. We both know there isn't anyone else here I can sell these things to, Gertrude. Not my problem. I'm already being generous to consider buying stuff from you. Do not test my patience or my pity, you little brat. Clara's face became red with frustration. This isn't fair, Gertrude. The woman stared at her, eyes flaring with her own rage. Fair? Fair? She growled like a bear. I'll tell you what is not fair here, you little brat. The fact that I won't be able to see my little nephew anymore. My little Ulrich, the same one you played with when you were little. Remember him? She asked rhetorically, her voice full of bitterness. Your grandpa took him away from me. Took him away to die somewhere in the forest, and you have the gall to defend him. He knew the risks of the expedition, Gertrude, Clara protested. My grandpa never hid anything. Ulrich volunteered. Same as all the others. It's not my grandpa's fault if— Out of my shop! Gertrude interrupted her, clearly not in the mood to listen to reason, shoving her away from the door. Get out! 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 Ouch! Clara cried, as she was thrown into the middle of the road. A few moments later, Gertrude threw her stuff at her. Don't ever come back here, bitch! The old woman shouted, tears flowing down her red face. Until you can bring back my little Ulrich, you can die on the road for all I care. She slammed the door closed. Tears were flowing down Clara's cheeks, too, as she bowed to pick up her stuff. It wasn't fair. It had been a month since everyone started treating her as if she was some kind of monster. But it wasn't her fault. And it wasn't her grandpa's fault either. As she walked to her home, she thought about the circumstances that led to her being ostracized by the same people she had once considered her friends. She came from a family of adventurers and explorers. Her grandpa, Carl, and her parents, Craig and Laura, were all expert scouts and treasure hunters. But during one of their adventures, Craig and Laura had died, leaving Clara, who wasn't even 2 at the time, alone with Carl. The old explorer stopped going on adventures in order to stay with his granddaughter. He tried his best to raise Clara, and although he didn't really know anything about how to raise a girl, he proved himself to be a caring and loving grandparent, always playing with her and teaching her everything he knew about history, hunting, and exploring. But deep inside, Clara had always known that her grandpa missed his adventures. She could perceive it in his voice when he talked about his explorations, and in his eyes when he looked beyond the horizon. But for 15 years, Carl never went on an adventure, content with working as a trapper and spending his days with Clara. That all changed 1 year before. One day, Carl had returned home from Brettholz, the capital of the province, with a very old book full of weird runes and strange maps. He was positively feverish with excitement, and he spent a month closed inside his study, attempting to decipher the books and maps. When he came out, he was dirty, tired, and all the more excited. He started talking about a temple in the Dark Heart, the core of Caligari Forest. A temple made of gold, full of every sort of magical treasure and relic. A treasure beyond anyone's imagination, he kept repeating. Clara remembered that, even to her, he'd seemed a little crazy. She'd been worried about him. He was the only family she had left, but she couldn't stop him. When she tried to talk to him, he didn't listen. He seemed almost possessed by something. He then called all of his old contacts, trying to gather enough funds and people for an expedition in the Caligari Forest. In his excitement, he didn't care about anything else, even taking money from moneylenders like Vicker in order to pay for the supplies. He also talked publicly to all the inhabitants of Oakfell, trying to goad as many people into that adventure as he could. Many of the villagers, especially the young ones, listened to him, lured by the promise of treasures, fame, and adventure. Often against the will of their families, most of the village's youngsters followed the old explorer, along with a platoon of mercenaries sent directly by the king of Medelan, which included many casters and aura warriors. The expedition counted more than 200 members when it departed from Oakfell, a number unheard of in that century. Clara had asked her grandpa to take her with him. She was a good hunter and scout after all, but Carl declined. "I've already lost your parents. I can't risk losing you too, little Clara," he'd said right before departing, about 5 months before. For a moment, his eyes had become focused again, and a cloud of doubt passed through them. But that moment of clarity lasted for only a second, and his eyes became feverish the very next instant. He added, "Stay here and take care of the house for me. Don't worry for me. I'll come back with so many treasures you won't be able to believe it. So many treasures. A treasure beyond anyone's imagination." And then he left, still babbling about treasures, while she stayed at the village's gates, looking worriedly at his back. Despite her doubts, everything seemed to go well at the beginning. The sorcerers had sent daily reports to Brettholz using their magic. The expedition was well organized, and they proceeded through the Caligari Forest without any trouble, either killing or avoiding any monster that could have bothered them, while the clerics cured any wound or disease the expeditioners took. But then, 2 months after their departure, all communications stopped. The casters at Brettholz had desperately tried to contact them for over a month, using either twin stones or dreamscape messages to locate them. Everything failed. It was like the dark heart of Caligari Forest had eaten all the explorers, leaving nothing behind. After another month with no further contact, the expedition was declared officially lost, its members dead. Clara remembered when the royal messengers announced that news in the center of the village. She remembered the shock and pain she and probably everyone else felt when their hopes were destroyed. And she also remembered her rage when someone in the crowd, she couldn't recall who, had insinuated it was all Carl's fault. It was at that moment she'd made a mistake. Had she just kept her mouth shut, everyone's rage would have been directed only against Carl. But she couldn't do it. She had faced the rest of the villagers, screaming at them that it wasn't her grandpa's fault and that everyone who followed him was a volunteer. Even worse, she'd told them to their faces that her grandpa was better than everyone else in the expedition, and that if it was someone's fault they disappeared, then it certainly wasn't Carl's. The village was full of mourning families. They were sad, angry, and hurt, ready to take their hate out on the first scapegoat available. And Clara had marked herself as one. After that, everyone started ostracizing her. They didn't quite do things like lynch her or attack her physically. Everyone avoided her, and no one talked to her. She also started to find rotting vegetables or animal corpses on the walls of her house. All the traps she had set in the usual spots had been sabotaged or destroyed. This was why she went so much farther away than usual inside the forest to hunt down animals. And to make it all worse, there was Vicar, looming over her like a literal vulture. Clara's house was in the middle of the village, right next to the tavern. It was a big, wooden, 2-story building with stone foundations, and a wide porch on the side that faced the main street. Apart from being slightly bigger, there was nothing remarkable about it. Upon a further inspection, it revealed delicate carvings in the wood, as well as very big windows, which were now closed by solid wooden shutters. Overall, it was a building of a better quality than the others, surely one of the best houses in the village. The only thing that ruined it in that moment were the dried, rotten vegetables that someone had thrown on the porch, and the trash that was deliberately left in front of the door. Grimacing at the sight of that act of vandalism, Clara threw the trash away and opened the door. The hall behind it was completely dark, but when she clapped her hands and shouted, "Light!" 2 pairs of lamps immediately started emanating a dim light. The room was a big wooden hall with a stone fireplace on one wall, and the floor was covered by thick furs and big carpets. At the center there was a big table and various chairs, and stairs in a corner of the room connected the first floor. The windows were all closed, and had been so for a long time, if the stuffy air had anything to say about it. The reason was visible. A lot of the glass in the windows had been smashed by objects thrown from the outside. Clara kept the shutters closed since then to avoid further damage, relying on the lamps for light. Speaking of which, she looked at the flickering lights with annoyance. The spell powering them was already fading. This time it didn't even last a month. She'd have to ask Felix to cast it again soon, although he never really did a good job. When cast by a professional wizard, a light spell like that could last more than a year. She sighed. She couldn't really complain, since the young apprentice sorcerer did it for free. Clara left her stuff on the table, closed the door, and prepared to head to the bathroom to see if the heat spell was still good enough to warm some water for a hot bath, when she heard someone knocking politely at the door. "Who is it now?" Clara asked, running at the door and opening it. "Felix, is it you? You came right on time. The light spell is—" It wasn't Felix. The man at the door was the one Clara least wanted to see. Vicar the Vulture. "Clara, I'm so relieved to see that you're well." The man smiled a smile that managed to look genuine, while also remaining incredibly cold. "The forest is such a terribly dangerous place, after all, especially for a young maiden such as yourself. It would have broke my old heart if something had happened to you." "Cut the crap and tell me what you want, Vicar," she snarled, giving the man a disgusted look. "If you're here, it's surely not to exchange pleasantries." Vicar continued to smile, unperturbed. His appearance was very deceptive. He was short, a bit fat, and balding, his few remaining hairs completely gray. His face was round and kind, with a big nose and a thick, luscious mustache. His eyes were tiny, and almost always squinting behind a pair of elegant glasses. He looked like a kindly old grandfather, but he was actually a dangerous and ruthless person. A moneylender who had ruined many people without a shred of mercy or compassion. He had gained his nickname, the Vulture, because of his habit of stalking his debtor like a vulture would follow a dying animal. As usual, he was accompanied by his bodyguard, a huge minotaur named Sergei, who was currently waiting on the porch. Many of Vicar's debtors were desperate people, or at least became desperate after dealing with him. It was Sergei's job to keep them from solving their debts by simply getting rid of the vulture. Thanks to the Minotaur's incredible strength, all who tried received a bloody beating for their trouble. And if it wasn't for the presence of that looming bodyguard, Clara would have gladly decked the moneylender in the face, especially when he started to talk with his sardonic voice, like he was doing right now. "Oh, my dear Clara, you wound me," he cried in a completely fake, pained tone. "For such a young lady to have so harsh a language. Oh, your Grandpa Carl would be so disappointed in you." "Do not mention my grandpa, you wretch," Clara admonished him, her eyes flashing with rage. "Just cut to the point." "Oh, the impatience of the young," Vicar lamented before chuckling evilly. "Fine, then. I'll keep it professional if you really want. Do you have my money? 'Cause otherwise I'll have to ask you to vacate the house in 3 days. "What? 3 days? I have at least another 2 weeks before the deadline." "Well, things have changed," Vicar replied. "By the legislations of the kingdom, I'm entitled to ask my debtors to settle their debt prior to the deadline if their job is particularly dangerous, putting them at risk of dying before the debt is repaid. And forgive me if I tell you so, there are few jobs as dangerous as strolling around in the Caligare forest." "Are you serious? Why are you doing this? The house is going to be yours even if I don't pay. You've got nothing to gain from this." "On the contrary, young lady, I've got everything to gain. In case you disappear in the forest and your body would not be found, a lot of time would pass before you would be declared officially dead, and even more time would pass before I could take legal possession of your house, so it's in my best interest to settle this matter as quickly as possible." Clara said nothing. She just stared at the little man with a mix of anger and incredulity. For a moment, she wondered if punching the slimy little bastard would be the best thing to do. Sergei moved, getting closer to his boss while giving her a warning look, and slowly, her rage gave way to caution. She'd seen what the beast man was capable of, and it wasn't pretty. He probably wouldn't kill her, since, as his boss said, dead people can't pay their debts. But he would most certainly beat her black and blue if she dared attack Vicar. Meanwhile, the moneylender seemed positively ecstatic, seeing the frustration and powerlessness on her face, and he laughed merrily. "Oh, poor Clara. You've been given such a burden for such a young lady. Well, I'm feeling so sorry for you that I won't take actual possession of the house right now. I gave you a 3-day notice to vacate the premises, but if you'll get the money by then, I'll consider the debt set." "And how do you expect me to get 100 royals in 3 days? It's utterly impossible." "Oh, there is always a way, my dear," the moneylender replied, slimier than ever. There are many ways to get money. Not that they're always legal, but they are there. You'd love to see me stoop that low, wouldn't you? Clara said, disgust palpable in her voice. Except that if I committed a crime, you'd be the first to denounce me to the authorities. Also, I know about your association with Lud. You're trying to get me killed to get the house. Now that's just slander. Vicar sounded genuinely offended, but she knew him well enough to know that nothing was genuine about him. I've entertained some business with Lud, all right, but it had nothing to do with you. And frankly, you should be ashamed of yourself for throwing around baseless accusations. Cut the crap, Vicar, Clara snarled. I've had enough of you. You said you'll give me 3 days? Fine, but I don't want to see your ugly face until then. The moneylender hesitated, but then he smiled again and bowed. Of course. I shall respect your desire, young lady. I will not bother you again for 3 days. Until then, I bid you good luck in finding my money. Not wanting to listen to anything else, Clara slammed the door in his face. She waited, giving them time to walk away, and she let herself fall to the floor, crying helplessly. Chapter 23. May I give you a suggestion? After leaving Clara, Vicar went straight to the room he rented at the inn. His own pawn shop was in the city of Bretholz, a good day of travel away from Oakfell. He had no choice but to get a room in order to do his business in the village. He sincerely hoped the investment of both time and money was worth it. He went through the hall of the tavern without a word, and at the same time, no one seemed interested in him. He took the stairs and went straight to his room, which was the best in the inn. Someone else was already inside. A middle-aged man sat in an armchair near the bed. As soon as he saw Vicar, he stood up. "Took you long enough, Vicar," he said with an annoyingly nasal voice. "I was about to get downstairs to have something to drink." "I remember telling you not to drink anything while you were on the job, Zeno," the moneylender said with disapproval. The man called Zeno shrugged, as if he didn't care. He was of average height, his balding hair still mostly black, but with some gray here and there. He was incredibly pale, save for his nose, which was as red as a cherry. His limbs and neck were very thin, but he had the pot-belly of a heavy drinker. He was dressed in a simple gray tunic, with a gray cloak over it. The only remarkable thing was a weird amulet tied with a silver chain around his neck. It looked like a dried eyeball, the size of a child's fist. For some reason, that eyeball really captured the attention of whoever looked at it, making thinking straight pretty hard. "A lot of people told me not to drink," Zeno replied. "I didn't listen to them, so why should I listen to you?" Vicar's eyes flashed with rage, but he controlled himself. Getting in a discussion with Zeno wasn't a smart thing to do. With a nod, he gestured Sergei to wait outside the door, a standard procedure in order to avoid being spied on. When the Minotaur was out of the room, he returned his attention to the odd man. Or at least he tried to, as the dried eyeball around his neck kept messing with his focus. "Could you put that thing away?" he asked, shaking his head to rid himself of the confusion. "It's very distracting." "Oh, sorry. I forgot about it," Zeno said, putting the dried eyeball inside his tunic. As soon as he did, Vicar's thoughts became clearer. "Much better," the vulture sighed. "I don't know how you can stand that horrible thing." "You get used to it. Unless you are a spineless coward, that is." Vicar refused to pick up that thinly veiled insult and tried to take the conversation on a more professional ground. Okay, enough pleasantries. How are things going? Did you renew the suggestion spell on enough villagers? This time, Zeno took his time, carefully pondering all possibilities before giving an answer. Vicar knew he could trust Zeno's judgment, at least while he was sober. For all his flaws, the man was still a stellar sorcerer. If it wasn't for his drinking problem and caustic personality, he would probably be serving as court magician under some important noble. But that was very lucky for the moneylender, who wouldn't be able to employ a wizard of Zeno's skill otherwise, even though he now had to deal with the sorcerer's antics. Thanks to his advices and spells, Vicar had been able to make many lucrative deals over the years, making him into one of the richest persons of the Brettholtz province. And it was because of his advice that they were here now. I think for now I've mesmerized enough villagers to make life difficult for the girl here, Zeno finally said. Just yesterday I managed to plant a pretty powerful suggestion in the head of the woman who owns the emporium here. She's still mourning her nephew, you see, and I used those feelings to fuel hate toward the girl. Excellent. Vicar lowered himself into the armchair. And dear young Clara is finally starting to crack down. Took her longer than I expected. That damn brat has been quite an annoyance, forcing me to move my old body from Brettholtz to this godforsaken place so often. Ah, at least you weren't the one that was forced to stay here and cast spells all day, Zeno replied with bitterness. I'm getting sick and tired of this job, and the beer here is disgusting. Couldn't you just buy the damn book from that dumb girl or something? Not without making her suspicious, the moneylender replied. I've already offered to buy some of her grandpa's stuff for a very good price, that book included, but she's refused. Insisting on it would just draw her attention on the fact that I'm actually interested in the book and not the house. And if she realizes that, we can kiss our chances of getting the damn thing goodbye. He gave Zeno a suspicious look. This would be much easier if we could just steal it. That would be hardly prudent, Zeno said adamantly. Powerful magic items like that book have very specific rules associated with them and terrible repercussions if they are not followed. One of the most common rules, to the point of being almost universal, is that trying to steal or acquire a magical artifact through illegitimate means would almost invariably end up in a disaster. To be fair, what we're doing right now is not exactly legitimate, Vicar noted. Planting suggestions in people's minds to make them hate one person is not exactly legal. Yeah, but we're not harming the girl directly. Zeno made a smug smile. One thing you can say about the rules of magic is they are hardly absolute. You can circumvent most of them if you are smart enough. Harming the owner of a magic item directly in order to acquire said item, either through thievery, violence, or threats, would almost certainly trigger the curse. But anything else should be fair game. If you say so, Vicar conceded. I just hope the book is valuable enough to make this worthwhile. You can trust me on that, Zeno smiled. The Chronicles of Alaraziel is a legendary tome. I still wonder how Carl was able to get his hands on it. Not that it did him any good. He shook his head. Trying to read the Chronicles without any protection was incredibly foolish. The gods only know what it did to his head while he was searching it for treasure maps. He certainly wasn't sane when he organized that expedition. Well, I have no intention of reading that book anyway, Vicar remarked. I am interested in the money I could make by selling it. If it's so legendary, it should make a hefty price. If by hefty price you mean enough money to pay for a duke's ransom, then you're right. Greed showed in Zeno's eyes. The book holds many secrets, both about history and magic itself. Any magical academy in the world would kill to get their hands on it. Ah, that's music to my ears. The moneylender smiled with equal greed. But let's not count chickens before they're hatched. First, we actually have to get our hands on the damn thing. His smile turned into a frown. And that's easier said than done. The last thing I want right now is for Clara to actually give me the house, take all of her stuff, book included, and get away. Thankfully, she's delightfully stubborn, and so far she doesn't want to give it away. But we still have to get her to have an accident, or break the law. I paid Lud to provoke and kill her in self-defense, but that idiot didn't even manage to do something that simple. And she's far too alert when she's in the forest to have someone follow her. As you said, she's stubborn, Zeno noted. But if she's starting to crack down, it's only a matter of time before she does something stupid, like trying to burn her house down to keep you from having it. That would give you the right to take all of her other possessions in reparation. And the fire wouldn't actually damage the book, would it? Vicar asked. Not a chance, the sorcerer assured him. An artifact like the Chronicles can't be destroyed that easily. It would take a catastrophic event, or a very powerful magic to actually damage it. Good. Vicar felt more relaxed. Then we can continue as we have thus far. If we play our cards right, the book is as good as ours. Vicar gave Zeno a pointed stare. Until then, we have to be careful. So keep off the bottle. I don't care if you drink yourself to death afterwards. As long as you are on this job, I want you sober enough not to screw up. Zeno smiled. Don't worry, Vicar. I couldn't get drunk on the piss that passes for beer in these parts even if I tried. The two men laughed, but stopped when someone knocked at the door. They looked at each other, and Vicar asked, Who's there? It's me, boss. The deep voice of Sergei answered from behind the door. There is news from the village. There could be a problem. Chapter 24. Don't Shoot the Messenger. Clara was still sobbing on the floor when a knock came to her door. She didn't answer at first, not caring about who it might be. To hell with this village and all these people. They can all burn for all I care. In fact, I might just start the fire myself and... Clara? Are you there? The voice of Felix came from behind the door. Open up if you can hear me. I've got some very good news for you. Clara remained on the floor for a few moments, shook her head, stood up, and went to the door. Right in this moment, Felix was the only one she had, so she forced herself to meet him face to face. Even if all she wanted right now was everything to just disappear. She opened the door, and Felix was right behind it, an excited expression on his face. Clara, there you are. I've got to tell you something. He stopped, getting a good look at her face. By the gods! You look terrible. Are you all right? Clara didn't know whether to answer or not. Even if she told him, the young apprentice wouldn't be able to do anything concrete to help her. On the other side, he'd always been there to support her, morally at least, and she could certainly do with venting some of her frustration. Oh, I don't know. You tell me. Should I be fine when everyone hates me for something I'm not responsible for? When Gertrude threw me away from her shop after refusing to buy my stuff? When the son of a cheap prostitute vicar is giving me 3 days before he takes possession of the house? Am I fine when I want to burn this place down and leave it behind me? She was fighting back the tears, but a few were still flowing despite her best efforts. Felix looked at her in astonishment for a moment. Then his expression turned dubious. "Gertrude threw you out of her shop? Really? But why?" "I don't know. You tell me." She started to cry again. "She offered me a ridiculously low price for my stuff, told me that it was my fault that Ulrich died." Felix looked even more surprised at this point. "That's strange. Very strange. I talked to her 2 days ago and she told me that she was sorry about your situation and that she was going to buy anything you'd bring to her at more than its value in order to help you pay your debt to Vicar. Also, throwing people out of her shop is something Mama Gertrude would never do." "Well, she did it to me," Clara shouted. "Called me a bitch for defending my grandpa." Felix's face became even more dubious. Now that's something completely out of character for Gertrude. She and Carl were really good friends. She actually helped him raise you when you were a kid. This can't be right. Suspicion burned in Clara's mind at his words. Yeah, Gertrude wasn't the kind of person that would do that, and she hadn't been that hostile to her in the past month. Only now. Why? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious the whole affair became. "Oh, right," Felix blurted. "Before I forget, I have some good news for you, Clara. A messenger just came from Bretholtz. They're organizing a scouting expedition in the forest." Clara, who'd been busy thinking about the weirdness of her situation, looked at him with annoyance. "So what?" she said bitterly. "I can't see how this is going to help me." "Well, this is an official state expedition," Felix explained. "The officers in Bretholtz are worried about something that's happening in the forest, and they're recruiting local hunters to serve as scouts for the exploratory mission." "Again, I can't see how this could help me." Clara sighed. "That bastard Vicar gave me 3 days to move out unless I pay him 100 royals, and I barely have 50. Even if the mission would pay 50 royals, something that I highly doubt, it would be impossible to be back in just 3 days. Felix smiled with an air of smugness. "Ah, but you're forgetting a little fact, Clara. This is an official state expedition, which means you would be considered part of the army for the duration of the mission, which in turn would mean that all of my debts would be frozen." Clara completed the phrase for him. "For all the duration of the mission and for a month afterwards." She stopped, making quick calculations in her head. "If I work tirelessly, I could make it. Especially if the mission pays well. 5 royals up front, and an additional 5 royals each month," confirmed the apprentice mage, "plus eventual bonuses. The messenger from Bretholtz was very clear about that." The girl frowned through the surprise etched across her features. "That's a lot of money for a scouting mission," she said. "What the hell is happening in the forest to justify such a mission? And where are they going?" Meanwhile, in the central plaza of the village, a crowd of people was gathering around a man with the uniform of a provincial messenger. "The area to be explored is the Ashwood Hills," he told to the men and women gathered around him. "We need anyone familiar with it, or that at least knows the way." The mood of the crowd around him suddenly cooled. They had all been hooked by the promise of payment and having all of their debts frozen, but after hearing the name of the place, they turned somber. The recruiter sighed. This was the 3rd village he went to, and he barely got any volunteers. Not that he could really blame people for being scared. The Ashwood Hills were notoriously dangerous, even for the standards of the Caligari forest. Rumors stated that a huge forest dragon had his nest somewhere in those hills, and to make things worse, the territory was treacherous, full of swamps, ravines, and dangerous beasts. Almost no one ever went there, and even fewer had returned. These people were all professional hunters, and they knew very well about the dangers of the forest. Most of them were now shaking their heads, whispering and heading away. They knew very well that the risks were higher than the reward. One had to be desperate to sign in and... "I want to join!" a female voice shouted. The recruiter turned his head and saw a young blonde girl, accompanied by a red-haired boy, running in his direction. Judging by the contemptuous looks she was receiving, she probably wasn't very popular in the village, which might be one of the reasons she wanted to join the expedition. But her reasons were her own. The messenger was only there to recruit all professional hunters he could, and this girl seemed to be reliable. Although very young, she was well-built, and she moved with the confident grace of a hunter. "Well done, young lady," the recruiter said. "That's very brave of you. What is your name and age?" "Clara Kreikdörter. I'm 18 years old." "Very well." The man took out a paper from his purse, wrote Clara's name, and gave it to her with a pencil. "This is the recruitment paper. If you're really interested in joining, sign here or just put an X in case you don't know how to write. Then take this document to Bret Hartz's city guard. The expedition will depart from there, and they will provide you room and board until you depart." "I'm familiar with the procedure, and I know how to write," the girl said, taking the paper. "Just a question. All of my debts will be frozen from the moment I sign this document, am I right?" Ah, so this is why she decided to join, the recruiter thought, but then answered, "You're absolutely correct. However, in the case you'll not take the job after you've signed, you'll have to pay a fine, and the grace period for your debts will be retroactively made null." "I'm perfectly aware. Thank you." She signed the paper and gave it back. "I'm familiar with the procedure of official expeditions." "Well, good to have someone who knows what she's doing, then," the recruiter said with a smile. This girl seemed quite professional, and she'd make a fine addition to the expedition. Unlike some village boys who just wanted to join for fame, adventure, and especially girls, and who would almost certainly be a burden to... "I want to join too," the red-haired boy who'd accompanied the girl shouted. Clara looked at him with an astonished expression, while the recruiter studied him. This boy was clearly no hunter. Tall and thin like a broom, and moving awkwardly like someone who still had to adjust to their own size after a sudden growth spurt. It'd be a miracle if someone like him wouldn't trip on his feet on his way home, let alone survive an expedition in the forest. He started answering. "I appreciate your bravery, young man, but I don't think that—" "Are you out of your mind, Felix?" the girl cried. "This isn't a stroll in the woods. This is an expedition to the Caligari forest. You could die in there." The recruiter decided to keep quiet. Maybe the girl would do his job for him and convince the boy to remain home. "I'm aware of the risks," Felix replied, "but I think I can take care of myself. Besides, my master has gone to the capital for a while, so I'll have nothing to do or learn for a few months. At least this way, I could help you." "No, you wouldn't," she shouted. "You'd get in the way. I'd have to keep you out of trouble, and I'm going to have my hands full trying to survive myself in a place like the Ashwood Hills." "You can't stop me, Clara," Felix said in a flippant tone. "You're not my mother, nor my master. You have no authority over me." "Well, I'm going to tell your master about this," she said. "He'll kick you out if he knows you've deserted your apprenticeship." No, he won't, Felix said with irritating confidence. He barely cares about me anyway, and if I'm going to give him the pay I'll earn, the old coot is going to be perfectly fine with whatever I do. At this point, Clara just looked at her friend with impotent rage. The recruiter, seeing that she had failed in making the boy desist, sighed and spoke. Well, I'm sorry, young man, but I'm afraid you're not going to be accepted into the expedition anyway. He shook his head. We are looking for people with experience for this job, and you don't look like an experienced hunter or scout. Well, that's because I'm neither, the boy replied. I'm a senior apprentice sorcerer, and I guess you're going to need some casters in your expedition. Senior apprentice sorcerer, my ass, Clara cried. You can barely cast any spell. They're not going to take someone like you. But the messenger seemed dubious. He gave an appraising look at the boy. Well, it's true we're short of casters right now, after most of them went on that expedition about a year ago. He turned to Felix and asked, Tell me, young man, do you know how to operate a telestone or how to send a flare signal? Of course, Felix answered, secretly relieved. Those were among the few things he'd been taught to do. I can do that easily. I can even send a flare signal without using a focus. Felix pointed upwards. A minuscule ball of flames fired from his fingers, flying up to the sky, and exploded into sparks with a loud crack. The messenger nodded and took out another sheet of paper. Fine. I guess they may take you after all, he said, and then asked, What is your name and age, young man? Felix Agner. I'm 17. Good. The messenger wrote the name on the paper and handed it to the boy. Sign here, please. The conditions are the same as those for the young lady. Wait, you can't do this, Clara intervened. You can't accept him. Someone like him wouldn't make it in the forest. Well, I'm just a messenger, so I can't stop him, the man replied. Also, if he's a caster, he's going to stay with the main bulk of the expedition, protected by the knights. Scouts like you are the ones taking the biggest risk. Clara looked at the man and Felix with powerless exasperation. Meanwhile, Felix had signed the paper and stuck his tongue out playfully to Clara. Don't worry for me, Clara, he said with a smile. I can take care of myself, and I'll do my best to take care of you, too. You moron, Clara hissed. This isn't a game. You could die in there. Well, there's no coming back now anyway. The boy's face became a little more serious. I don't have the money to pay the fine if I don't show up after having signed. Clara was speechless. But as he'd said, she didn't have the authority to stop him. She turned and went straight to her home to prepare her equipment. Felix wanted to help her, but he only managed to drop another worry on her lap. Now she'd have to care about Felix's safety in addition to her own. And to make things worse, she still didn't know the reason why the villagers had been so unnaturally hostile to her. She'd heard about some mind-controlling spells, but they were both illegal and terribly expensive. She didn't possess anything valuable enough to justify using such a spell against her. Even Vicar wouldn't stoop so low. Or would he? Meanwhile, in the camp of the Bright Sword mercenary group, 3 men were sitting in a tent, discussing a deal. You want me to join this expedition? Lud, the mercenary captain, asked the 2 cloaked men. But why? Does this have anything to do with that girl again? Yes, replied one of the cloaked men, who was none other than Vicar. I want you to follow her and make sure she won't return. But do not harm her directly. Are we clear? I'll consider any direct action against her a failure. That's kinda hard to do. Lud pondered the request. Why bother with the no direct harm crap anyway? No one will notice if I just make her disappear. And with no witnesses, you wouldn't have any sort of legal trouble. Just do as you're told, Vicar replied adamantly. I pay you well enough to follow my whims without any discussion. Well, actually, let's talk about that, Lud said. Going on this mission will be dangerous, so I want a raise. Another 200 royals in addition to what you're already paying me. What? That's ridiculous, the moneylender cried. That's 4 times what I'm already paying you. Well, yeah, but you paid me to provoke a girl into fighting me and kill her in self-defense, Lud explained. That's a bit easier than strolling around in the Caligare forest. Plus, I'd have to take all of my men with me on this mission, or it'd look suspicious. This time you're effectively hiring all of my company. The moneylender did nothing to hide his roiling anger, reluctantly giving the mercenary a nod. Fine, but I have an additional request. He gestured toward his cloaked companion, a pale man with the red nose of a heavy drinker. This is Zeno. Register him as a member of the Bright Sword and take him with you. Also, you'll follow his orders as if I was giving them. Lud took one look at Zeno and laughed. What? Are you kidding me? This little scarecrow here could never pass for a mercenary. Of course not, but he is a very good sorcerer, Vicar replied. He can take care of himself, and mercenary companies do employ sorcerers sometimes. Lud stopped laughing. He stared appraisingly at Zeno. Well then, if you pay, I'll take him with me, the mercenary conceded. While I'll listen to him in private, in public he'll have to obey my every order and call me captain, otherwise people would get suspicious. Of course, Captain. Zeno nodded. Gotta keep up appearances, after all. A week later, on a misty and cold morning, a small crowd waited just outside the gates of Bretholtz. Due to the mist, it was hard to see every individual, but there were approximately 30 people, all enveloped in cloaks to defend themselves from the morning chill. A bit separated from the group was a line of 5 mules, strong and stocky animals that carried all sorts of provisions on their backs, with 2 men who cared for them. From an elevated position on the city walls, 2 figures observed the gathering. One was a middle-aged man with wavy dark hair, a short beard, and dressed in very expensive clothes. His cloak was dark green, with a fluffy gray fur hood. The other seemed a bit younger, with a completely shaven face, a strong, square jaw, and short blonde hair. He was more modestly dressed in a simple travel cloak worn over brigandine armor, with the only conspicuous element being the bright yellow sheath of his sword, identifying him as an aura warrior. Not a lot of people, the rich-looking man mumbled to himself, dissatisfaction in his voice. Well, that's to be expected, Your Grace. We lost most scouts in the great expeditions a year ago, the other man replied. We'll manage. After all, this is a scouting expedition. We just need to find what's happening in the forest. We do not have to fight it directly. Azen Brett, Marquis of Bretholtz and ruler of the Bretholtz province, adjusted his fur hood to protect himself from the chill, and looked at his underling with tired eyes. Yes, if it's you, I think you'll manage with this ragtag bunch of misfits, he conceded, but then added, Be careful. My diviners have sensed a great disturbance coming from the Ashwood Hills. All spells to directly see what's going on in there have failed. We can't be certain of anything, since we're talking about Caligari Forest after all. But if something is hiding in there, it's hiding itself from magic, while at the same time is big enough it could be sensed regardless. And it's close enough to our borders to be a threat. We'll be careful, Your Grace. The man bowed, making a ringing sound from the armor hidden under his cloak. We'll just investigate and come back quickly. He smirked. I'm not exactly used to running away from danger, but if you order so, I'll manage to do it anyway. This is just what I expect from you, Dagobert, the Marquis said with a smile, but then he sobered and sighed. To be honest, I really hope the diviners are wrong, and you find nothing. But I have a feeling that we won't be so fortunate. His eyes became lost in the mist. The times are changing, Dagobert. I can feel it. A storm is brewing, and if we're not careful, it will sweep us all away. As you say, Your Grace, Dagobert replied. He'd known the Marquis for a long time, and he knew the man had a flair for the dramatic. In fact, he had a peculiar penchant for making cryptic and ominous predictions about the future, as he thought doing so made him appear wise. For Dagobert, at least, that just made him look kind of funny. All that moaning, staring into nothing, and using phrases that seemed to have come out of a fortune cookie was ridiculous. Azen was a good ruler, in his own way. It was probably okay to let him indulge in his theatrics. Besides, in this case, he was perfectly justified in his worries. Nothing good usually came out of the Caligari Forest. Orcs, goblins, beasts, and even dragons were known to emerge from the depths of the forest to lay waste upon the province. No, this time, Marquis Azen had all the right reasons to be pessimistic. The Marquis kept staring into the mist for a few seconds, then focused his eyes again on Dagobert. Well, Sir Dagobert, I won't keep you here any longer. You've got a mission for the kingdom. Find out what's happening in the Ashwood Hills and report it to me. Now go. Sir Dagobert bowed again and left. A few seconds later, he emerged from the gate and reached the group. I am Sir Dagobert, captain of the Bretholtz Knights, he shouted, and all figures in the mist turned to him. I am the head of this expedition. From now on you will follow my order to the letter, without arguing and without hesitation. You will be considered soldiers on a military campaign, and you will be subject to military legislation. If any of you wants to step back now, this is your last chance. All the figures remained still. Well then, the expedition starts now. Let's go, soldiers! And they all started marching. Dagobert gave the group an appraising eye. A ragtag bunch of misfits, if he'd ever seen one. He wondered how many of them could actually be useful. He didn't have many choices. This was a dangerous mission, and volunteers had been few. He was sure about his abilities and those of his two direct subordinates, as they were both former royal knights and green sheath aura users. There was also a group of mercenaries, a dozen men called the Bright Swords. Dagobert knew about them, and though their reputation was far from sterling, they seemed to know how to hold their own in a fight. The rest of the group was made of scouts, mostly hunters hired in the frontier villages, and 4 casters. The hunters seemed professional enough. Most of them were either too young or too old, but they looked like they knew their business. It was the casters that concerned Dagobert the most. Only two of them seemed competent. A sorcerer called Zeno that accompanied the Bright Sword, and another called Argus, who'd been in service of Marquis Bretholtz for years. The two other casters, in contrast, seemed completely out of their depths. A red-haired boy who was an apprentice sorcerer, and a short, black-haired girl who was a novice cleric. Despite not knowing if he could depend on their abilities, they needed all the casters they could muster for this expedition. For now, the order of march wasn't important, as they were still a full day away from the forest. As soon as they stopped for the night, he'd evaluate the skills of each one, seeing who was suited to scout in advance and who could cover the rear. He also resolved to keep the casters always at the center. Lost in his thoughts and plans, Dagobert marched alongside the group, slowly disappearing into the mist. Chapter 25. Tremors Underground. "Fuck everything!" Marcus cursed. His current mood was darker than a moonless night. Lately, almost nothing seemed to go the right way, and even the things that did go well still managed to irritate him. He was sitting in the central chamber of his hive. In just about 3 weeks, the place was almost unrecognizable. The cave was completely covered in mold wax, which had also dripped from the ceiling, creating columns and stalactites. The river that once crossed the cave was now blocked by a small dam and formed a little lake at the center right under the opening on the ceiling. Many circular holes opened on the walls, leading to narrow tunnels that disappeared in the darkness. The floor was littered with dozens of eggs, while many small larvae scuttled around, and the builder drones were tending to the mold wax. The place looked eerily like an alien hive out of a sci-fi movie. To be fair, that was technically true. The air was warm and full of the smell of eggs, mold wax, and other less identifiable scents. There was barely any light, and there was a frantic skittering everywhere. It would have been enough to give a panic attack to any normal person that had the misfortune of wandering inside. And yet, it all felt weirdly relaxing to Marcus. It made him feel safe and cozy, at home. The problem was, Marcus didn't want this place to be his home. His home was on Earth, where he had left his friends and family, not a hole in this godforsaken forest. But he couldn't help what he felt, and ironically, this feeling of ease irritated him a lot. He also had trouble looking at all the eggs and drones that filled the place. He had no trouble looking at them separately anymore, but when they were together, he couldn't help making the connection and think he was the one that had given birth to all those creatures. All 314 of them. Not counting the ones that still had to hatch. And the many more that died during the previous weeks. Now that's a big family indeed, he thought sarcastically. If I'm glad about anything, it's the fact I don't have to change their diapers. I'd literally be neck-deep in shit. He didn't actually feel any maternal instinct toward the drones. He had come to see them only as instruments, and losing them was only irritating in the way losing some useful items would be. This stance was reinforced by the fact that the drones didn't have any individuality. Their only thoughts and emotions were echoes of his own. They lived only to serve him, and had no desires of their own. Combined with lately they had been dying in droves, it was much easier for Marcus to think of the drones as objects rather than living things. There was one exception, though, and that exception was following him around right now. Cooper was the first drone he'd made, and it had been his sole companion for quite a lot of time. Marcus was attached to it like he had been to the stuffed raccoon he had in his childhood. Many years ago, Mr. Stripes helped him fall asleep, warding off all nightmares and loneliness while he hugged him, and Cooper had a similar job. This was also one of the reasons he'd stopped sending the hunter drone out, as losing it would actually be rather painful to him. And as things were, the probability of it dying in the constant skirmishes with the gremlins was rather high. Even the newer hunter drones that were stronger, faster, and better armored than Cooper were dying off by the handfuls. The smaller, weaker, and older hunter would simply stand no chance in the current state of war. Marcus grimaced. He didn't really like it, but the conflict had indeed escalated to the point it could be called a war, and it wasn't going well for him. At first, his forces definitely had the upper hand, thanks to the strength of both warrior and hunter drones, not to mention the aerial reconnaissance provided by the flying drones. They managed to annihilate any gremlin patrols south of the swamp. He even left some of their mangled bodies where they could be seen as a warning. Unfortunately, the humanoids didn't heed the warning. Worse still, they responded by counterattacking with a force Marcus didn't even suspect they possessed. The patrols had more than doubled in both size and number. They were better equipped, more disciplined, and to top it all off, they were often accompanied by some mutant humanoids that were far more dangerous than the others, and were more than a match for the warrior drones. There were 2.5-meter-tall brutes, covered head to toe in rock-like scales, armed with gigantic maces. Quick and skilled warriors who could cut down their opponents in a flash. Wild berserkers who fought with fangs and claws, and red-scaled, winged, gargoyle-looking creatures that could breathe fire. The last ones had been especially annoying. Marcus had no way to counter them. The flying drones were too light to damage them, and even though he had given birth to a new breed with venomous fangs and sharp claws, they were still usually killed by the fire breath before they could reach their opponents. It took at least a dozen of the new flying drones to kill a single one of the gargoyles, and even though Marcus gave birth to them non-stop, it wasn't nearly enough. The aerial superiority had been lost, and even worse, those flying humanoids had started scouting from the skies, searching for Marcus's location. He was powerless to stop them. That came with all sorts of problems. Simply remaining hidden wasn't enough. Sooner or later, the cave would be discovered by the patrols, so the drones needed to keep them away. But they could be spotted by a gargoyle scout while moving around the entrance of the cave. The solution Marcus had come up with was simple. If they couldn't move on the ground, they simply had to move under it. So he'd created the digger drones. He had taken bits from worms, moles, and various other animals and combined them into a single gigantic creature. The result was a 4-meter-long drone with the torso of a worm, powerful claws capable of digging through any soil, and a huge mouth with a powerful jaw capable of crushing rock. Its eyes were very small, but it had exceptional hearing and could perfectly feel and read vibrations through the earth. It dug at an amazing speed, leaving behind a 1.5-meter-wide circular tunnel, which the builder drones reinforced with mold wax to prevent cave-ins. He had given birth to only 3 of these creatures, since they required a lot of energy to produce. They'd been working tirelessly the past week. There was now an underground complex of tunnels that reached all the adjacent valleys. The warrior and hunter drones used these tunnels to move out and ambush any gremlin patrol they found. They'd disappear underground again, collapsing the tunnel entrance after they were done, since the digger could easily open it if needed. Marcus smiled, a small hint of smugness on his insectoid face. He was a bit proud of this idea, which evened the ground in the conflicts between him and the humanoids. At the same time, it provided him with an escape route should things take a turn for the worse. A few of the tunnels reached pretty far into the nearby valleys and could be used to leave the cave. While he was walking around in the cave, one of his patrols, a couple of warrior drones accompanied by 6 hunters, returned. All of them were carrying something in their mouths, which at closer inspection turned out to be the corpses of the humanoids, plus one of the hunter drones. The smug smile slowly faded from Marcus's face as the drones dropped the bodies in the middle of the cave. They were immediately swarmed over by the larvae, who started ripping and eating them in a feeding frenzy. One of the least pleasant things he didn't plan for was the food shortage they were experiencing. There was a huge number of drones now, and the warrior and digger in particular needed a lot of nutrients to stay alive. The mold wax growing inside the cave wasn't enough to feed them all, but at the same time he couldn't grow it outside because it would be like putting a giant "I am here" sign for all the gargoyles scouting the valley. And to make things worse, most of the wild animals had moved away due to the constant fighting between the drones and the humanoids. Luckily, there was an abundant source of food available, but unluckily, it wasn't a very pleasant one. It was, of course, eating the corpses of both humanoids and drones killed in battle. And this felt quite wrong to Marcus. Sadly, there wasn't any other alternative for now. He had the drones take back all the bodies they could grab in order to use them as food for the hive. Even as all the other drones ripped the corpses apart, Marcus still continued to live off the mold wax. It was a bland, monotonous diet, and he would have killed for some good meat. But he could force himself to eat neither the gremlins nor the drones. For the first, he was still reluctant about eating a fellow humanoid while he could help it, as it went against pretty much every sense of morality he had. While for the second, well, eating something that had come out of his own coochie felt wrong on so many levels that he couldn't even count them. Although Marcus had already tried eating some of the more powerful gremlins in order to gain their abilities, but he kept telling himself that it was different than using them as food. Sadly, like what had happened with the laser deer, the humanoids' more powerful abilities couldn't be found in their DNA, no matter what kind of gremlin Marcus ate. The huge scaled ones, the beast ones, or even the gargoyles. The information he got from them was always those of a simple, small humanoid, with no outstanding features. And this made him hate the little buggers even more. They tried to kill him, kept fighting his drones, and wouldn't leave him alone. They didn't even have the decency to give him a good power-up for his minions. Marcus could have just run away, leaving the valley and taking most of his hive with him. At this point, it was a challenge for him. His pride wouldn't allow for a retreat unless there was no alternative available. He promised to take vengeance on the humanoids, and by God, he would do so. To vent his frustration and distract himself, he let his mind go, concentrating on one of the drone patrols preparing an ambush northwest in the valley. The tunnel was small, dark, and crowded, but those weren't a problem for the Vex. Their eyes were perfectly capable of seeing in pitch-black darkness, while the proximity of so many of their kind just felt reassuring. They were one mind in many bodies, after all. Right now, they were all standing still to not disturb the digger, who was using his senses to feel the passage of the enemy. The digger felt the vibrations of many creatures walking on the surface, at least 50, and roughly a third of them were walking on all fours. That meant there were about 15 beast humanoids up there, while the others could be either the quick, skilled ones or the strong, scaled ones. Using the Queen's knowledge, they assumed at least one gargoyle accompanied a group of that size, even if the digger couldn't feel it, as it would be flying above the ground. The hive mind analyzed the chances of success in case of a fight. Their group consisted of 8 warrior drones, 11 hunter drones, 1 digger drone, and 9 flying drones. They were outnumbered, but if they managed to catch the gremlins by surprise, they could still win. The problem was that if a gargoyle spotted them, they would lose the element of surprise. The area they were in was good enough for that. There were numerous trees and a thick undergrowth that would hide them from above. The hive mind pondered for a while and made a decision. The digger drone started digging, creating an exit about 100 meters from the humanoids, inside a small basin in the ground, covered by ferns and bushes, and slithered away to let its brothers get out. The drones crawled out of the hole, staying low to avoid being seen by the enemy. Slowly and carefully, they moved toward their prey without making a sound. They reached them a few minutes later. It was indeed a big gremlin patrol. 16 beast humanoids walked in front of the group, smelling the air in search of potential dangers, but the drones had emerged from the ground downwind and couldn't be found. The rest of the group consisted mainly of a dozen simple humanoids, those without any peculiar traits, armed with wooden spears. 15 of the more human-looking humanoids who wore a crude armor and were armed with shields and pole weapons. And finally, 6 of the fat, scaled humanoids with wooden clubs, one of which towered over all the others, being over 2 meters tall. That last one seemed to be the leader. In the sky, barely visible through the foliage, there was the winged silhouette of a gargoyle flying over the patrol. It couldn't see the drones hidden in the bushes. They waited for the perfect chance, moving along the humanoid patrol. The enemies were staying closer to each other, on their guard. With such an irregular terrain, it was only a matter of time before they got distracted. And the opportunity presented itself after a few minutes. The patrol walked into a wall of thick thorn bushes, which forced them to change direction. There was some confusion, with the big humanoid bellowing orders in its incomprehensible language, and they lost cohesion for a moment. This was the time. Silently, the drones attacked. The warriors immediately ran toward the enemy leader, while the hunters attacked the armored humanoids, and the flying drones remained in reserve, ready to attack when the time was right. The humanoids were taken completely by surprise. The few of them between the warriors and the leader were immediately killed, not even slowing down the drones. The armored ones were almost completely wiped out by the first attack, being too surprised to use a formation with their pole weapons to defend themselves. The simple humanoids screamed and ran away, disappearing into the woods. Then they started to fight back. The leader reacted instantly, hitting a warrior that had pounced on him with his mace and sending it flying into the bushes. The other fat ones started defending, trying to rescue their leader and hitting hard with their humongous wooden clubs. In the meantime, the beastly humanoids that acted as a vanguard turned and came to the rescue of their allies, charging the hunter drones and engaging them in a fight that looked like a tornado of fangs, claws, chitin, and fur. The Vex still held the advantage. A great number of humanoids had been killed during the first assault, and apart from their leader, they were greatly outclassed by the strength of the drones. The hunters were gaining the upper hand against the beastly humanoids, and the warriors were making short work of the fat ones, while 3 of them kept the big one occupied. It was then that the gargoyle dropped from the sky. It was almost as tall as the leader, his red scales gleaming under the sun, with claws as big as knives and a sharp beak full of fangs. The creature turned to the closest warrior and vomited a river of flames, killing it instantly. One of the other warriors tried to attack it, but the gargoyle deflected the slash of the scythe arms with his scales and counterattacked by ripping the assailant's throat out with his claws. Encouraged by the help received, the leader attacked with renewed energy, crushing another warrior with its club. Now, the Queen thought, a command for the ones still hiding in ambush. The flying drones emerged, moving like arrows toward the gargoyle. The humanoids saw them and started breathing fire, but it was too late. They were too close to be hit by the flames, and as soon as they hit the creature's body, they started biting. Thanks to the humanoid's scales, most of those attacks did absolutely no damage, but a couple of them managed to find a vulnerable spot, sinking their venomous fangs in deep in the gremlin's flesh. The gargoyle screeched, ripping the little drones away. Taking advantage of the distraction, one of the warriors attacked the humanoid, sinking its scythe arm deep in the gremlin's neck. The creature went down, black blood spraying from its wound and smoking wherever it landed, and immediately the warriors and the flyers left him, concentrating on the leader. The big gremlin defended himself valiantly, with a defiant look in his small black eyes, but in the end, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of aggressors, falling down with multiple horrible wounds on his body. The rest of the goblins were quickly dealt with only a few of them running away into the woods. Not that this would do them any good. After the battle ended, the hunter drones gave chase. Thanks to their senses, speed, and abilities to find any trail, it was almost assured there wouldn't be a single survivor. The Queen counted the survivors. 4 warriors were dead, and another 2 were badly injured, and only a couple of flyers remained. The hunters had better luck. Only one of them had died, stabbed in the neck by a sword, while the others only received minor wounds. It had been an absolute victory. The only thing left to do, after the hunters finished taking down all the runaways, was to return to the hive and collapse the tunnel behind them, taking back all the bodies they could as nourishment. Marcus returned his focus to himself with a smug, ferocious smile. "Take that, you little bastards," he said with satisfaction, slowly petting Cooper like a stereotypical mafia boss would pet their cat. "That should teach you not to fuck with me." He theatrically indulged this satisfaction for a bit, cackling like an evil mastermind. A sudden pain in his lower abdomen announced he was ready to lay eggs again. That immediately drained all the fun out of him, and he sighed while going to a corner of the hive to get it over with. Damn. Never a moment of reprieve, he said bitterly, before squatting. Chapter 26. Looming from Above. Pride and stubbornness were perfectly good things in Marcus's book, as long as they didn't get you killed. And being too prideful to run away from a losing battle that would almost surely get you killed was a special kind of idiocy. In the last few days, his forces hadn't achieved any significant victory. The humanoid patrols were always on their guard against potential attacks, and their size had grown. The few battles the drones fought were either Pyrrhic victories or total defeats. Even with Marcus literally shitting out eggs all day, the lost drones couldn't be replaced quickly enough. In the end, Marcus had no choice but to admit he was only delaying the inevitable. He had greatly underestimated the humanoids' numbers and strength, and it was only a matter of time before they discovered the cave and killed him. The only sensible thing to do was to organize an escape plan. Thanks to the tunnels the drones dug, getting away from the cave was simple enough. Then, where could he go? He needed a shelter, and a big one to boot, if he wanted to build another hive. In order to find a suitable place, he resumed his explorations through the flying drones. For this mission, he would use a new breed of flying drone. They were still similar to the original dragonfly-lizard hybrids, but they were much larger, with big wings that allowed them to fly at an incredible speed, probably faster than the gargoyles. As for their defenses, they had both venomous fangs and a stinger at the end of their tail, plus the ability to spit poison. They were also strong enough to pick and lift considerable weights, since Marcus wanted them to take back any prey with particularly useful abilities worth absorbing. Originally, these drones were supposed to fight against the gargoyles. At this point, Marcus was simply trying to gain time and avoided any major confrontation. He utilized hit-and-run tactics to keep the gremlins distracted and on edge while he organized his escape. These valuable drones were better used for exploration. There were 10 of those new flying drones, and Marcus sent them in 3 groups. 3 of them would go east, 3 south, and 4 west. He didn't bother sending any of them north, since they would almost surely be spotted by the gargoyles. Those drones were very autonomous, capable of hunting by themselves and procuring their own food. They could explore for as long as it was needed. Through their eyes, Marcus saw the territory surrounding him. Going east, the hills continued for a few dozen kilometers before reaching a series of lakes, marshes, and swamps. Certainly not a good place to build a hive. To the south, the hills continued for a bit longer before they disappeared into a huge forest-covered plain that extended as far as the drone's eyes could see. The forest was made up of gigantic trees, even taller than giant sequoias, whose shadows kept the ground dark, even in the middle of the day. This place was certainly interesting, but it seemed even more dangerous than the hills. Marcus lost 2 drones caught in huge webs set between trees and devoured by some particularly scary-looking spiders, the size of small horses. After a quick glance at one of those arachnids through the eyes of a dying drone, Marcus had said, "Nope," and made the last surviving drone come back. To the west, the hills continued for many kilometers. The territory was pretty similar to the one he was in. Steep hills covered by woods, bushes, and rocks. There were certainly many places to hide in that direction, and the drones had already spotted what looked like a few caves. During the second day of exploration, Marcus finally found the perfect place. The drones were flying well above the trees when they spotted something on top of a hill. Curious about it, Marcus sent them in that direction. When they were close enough, he realized that it was some sort of ruins. He had the drones approach it carefully, remembering the bad surprise he had with the humanoids in the tower. The place seemed completely deserted, apart from a few birds and small animals that scampered away. Most of the buildings were in ruin and covered by lush vegetation. A couple of them were still standing. One of them looked like a big church, while the other was a big 3-story rectangular building with an inner garden covered in wild bushes with a well at the center. The drones stayed up in the air for a while, searching for eventual dangers, but after a while they flew lower to get a better look. The buildings were little more than walls at this point, as all of the wooden parts had long rotted away, and the ceilings had caved in. There were various stairs leading underground, suggesting the presence of wide cellars. The well was too covered in vegetation to see the bottom, but one of the drones dropped a stone in it, which after a few seconds made a splashing sound, indicating water still stood in it. Marcus evaluated the pros and cons. Although it was a very visible area and not really far enough from the humanoids to be completely safe, it was also easy to defend. It had a water supply and probably an underground area in which he could build his hive. All things considered, it was the best option for a new shelter if Marcus needed to run away from his current location. Satisfied, Marcus ordered one of the digger drones to dig a tunnel toward those ruins, while also commanding the scout drones to come back. Good. At least now I know a place I can run to should those fucking gremlins find my hive, he thought, allowing himself to relax a bit. Still a bit too close to them for comfort, but with a tiny bit of luck, I should be able to stay hidden in there long enough to prepare an army large enough to wipe those dirty little bastards off the map. He smiled while thinking this, but this smile slowly drained away as he realized he'd have to personally give birth to the whole army himself. Oh, fuck no. That's gonna be the end of me. The ultimate cooch destruction. He shuddered, trying to think of an alternative solution, but he was suddenly distracted by some feedback coming from the scout drones returning from the ruins. He focused on it, seeing through the eyes of his minions, taking direct control. The flying drones were high in the sky, high enough to be practically invisible from the ground, but their eyes, made to be able to notice faraway things, had no problem identifying the small figures moving below. It was a humanoid patrol, the largest the hive had ever seen. The trees were in the way, so it wasn't possible to count them, but they seemed to be at least 1,000. To make things worse, it was exclusively composed of the stronger breeds of gremlins. The weaker, smaller, and non-specialized gremlins that usually made up at least a third of their forces were completely absent. The size and strength of this army would have been enough to make the hive mind panic, if it wasn't for a small detail. The gremlins weren't coming toward the hive. They were marching in the opposite direction, going northwest. But why would they do that? Was there something else threatening them? The hive mind hesitated a bit, wondering what to do, but then it ordered the 4 flying drones to follow the army from a safe distance. If something required the gremlins to field an army of that size, it was probably better to try and discover what that something was. After all, God only knew what kind of menaces lurked in the forest. Ouch! Felix cried, taking his boots off and starting to massage his feet. Damn it! I think I got blisters. Clara gave him an exasperated look. The group was taking a short rest, but only Felix and the other casters really needed it. The others could have easily kept on marching until sunset. They decided to take their time, as an exhausted caster was a useless caster. Still, the red-haired boy was holding on well, considering his inexperience. He sure wasn't used to marching for days, but he didn't complain too much, despite his obvious pain. Taking pity on him, Clara gave him a small jar. Take this. It's an unguent. Rub it on your feet, and the blisters should be gone in a few hours. Thank you, Clara, Felix said with gratitude, taking the jar. I knew I could rely on you. Shut up! I'm still mad at you. You shouldn't be here. You should have stayed at home. We already talked about this, Felix sighed. I just want to help you. Clara turned her back on him and left, going to the edge of the clearing where the group was currently resting. To be honest, she wasn't really that angry, just royally pissed. This expedition was dangerous, and she had her hands full just trying to stay alive and earn her pay. And now she had to watch over Felix, too. She appreciated the boy was trying to help her, but by the gods he was doing it in the worst possible way. It had been 13 days since the group had departed from Bretholtz. In the meantime, Clara had rescued her friend from quicksand, hidden ravines, poisonous animals, and a particularly nasty snail that had tried to eat his brain. The problem was that Felix, while capable of moving through the woods, was too curious and easily distracted. His mind always jumped at whatever piqued his interest, and he often got almost separated from the group because he stopped to observe something he found interesting. Since no one else really cared about the apprentice sorcerer, Clara had become his babysitter. This just added to the work she had to do as a scout. She arrived at the edge of the clearing and leaned against a tree, resting a bit while observing the rest of the group. At the center, on an old fallen tree, Felix and 2 other casters were resting. The young novice cleric, Baal, was even more exhausted than the apprentice sorcerer. He held on by muttering prayers, while the sorcerer Joachim was much better off and was simply resting while watching the sky. Near them, the knights were silently standing guard. They all wore light armor covered by heavy green cloaks, and were so immobile they could be mistaken for part of the forest. Clara was kind of happy to be accompanied by them. They had an aura of competence and lethality that made her feel safe. The hunters were scattered randomly in the clearing, usually resting or standing guard themselves, while the bright sword mercenaries were near the opposite edge of the clearing from Clara. Zeno, the sorcerer accompanying the mercenaries, also remained close to them, but the others generally ignored his presence. He was by far the most exhausted of the casters, and was currently sitting on the ground with his back against a tree, apparently trying to make the most of this moment of rest. Clara didn't trust the group, and she was very suspicious of Zeno. It was evident he wasn't really part of the Bright Swords, nor an expert of campaigns, but he accompanied them nonetheless. Plus, she hadn't seen him with the Bright Swords when they were in Oakfell. He still felt familiar for some reason. "Attention, troopers!" The voice of Dagobert, the head of the expedition, echoed through the clearing, interrupting her thoughts. "We are resuming the exploration. Get ready and be on your guard. We need 3 scouts ahead, plus some others to cover our flanks and rear. We are getting near our objective, so consider this a war zone." A war zone. Clara couldn't help but smile at the militaristic term, even though it wasn't exactly wrong. The Ashwood Hills were certainly a war zone, but the war happening there was a war for survival. Countless magic beasts and monsters fought every day, and she sure as hell didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. They had reached the hills only 2 days ago, but the hunters had already found more threats in this time than in all the rest of the trip. Sometimes they had to take wider detours in order to avoid the territories of particularly nasty creatures that were a menace even for a well-armed and numerous group like theirs. A moment of distraction would almost surely mean death in this place. Which was why Clara was so worried about Felix. She looked at the sky, trying to gauge the weather for the next day. It was mostly clear, but she could see a mass of dark clouds on the horizon. Depending on the wind, they could have some heavy rain in the coming days. She also noticed a small spot in the blue of the sky. Some creature with bat-like wings. When she tried to get a better look, it flew in front of the sun, basically becoming invisible. She dismissed it. After all, she already had her hands full with worrying about what was on the ground. Chapter 27. Expecting Guests. The group had stopped for the night. The air was chilly, especially because no fire had been lit, as it'd have only attracted the attention of whatever creatures were lurking in the woods. 5 sentinels were dispersed around the camp, while the rest were trying to do their best to sleep despite the cold. Everyone was too tired for conversation, but there were a couple exceptions. In a corner of the camp, surrounded by darkness, Lud, the captain of the Bright Sword, and Zeno the sorcerer were talking. Although they whispered, their tones were clearly heavy and angry. "Can't we just cut her throat and dump her in the woods already?" Lud asked. "Or even just tie her to a tree and let the beasts do the job for us?" "No, we can't," Zeno replied. "If it was so easy, we wouldn't have to follow her in this goddamn forest." "But why must it be so complicated?" Would the curse affect anyone that would harm her?
Certainly not. But it would affect anyone trying to get her book after having her killed.
Zeno was talking with the exasperated confidence of a teacher explaining things to an incompetent child.
Magic does not obey the same rules of nature. The spirit of the magical rules is just as important as the letter. And most importantly, magic always starts with a will.
What do you mean? Lud asked, confused.
I mean that her death should be the result of her.
The mercenary was still bewildered, blinking at the caster. Then a sudden thought appeared in his mind. Lud wasn't that bright, but he wasn't entirely stupid either. Years of mercenary work, of pillaging, threatening, and blackmailing people had forged his mind into something very devious. The girl seems pretty chummy with that red-haired boy, doesn't she?
Yeah, I guess so,
Zeno replied, a bit confused by the question.
Why are you asking?
Well, I'll tell you something, Lud said with an evil smirk. Some people, especially young, idealistic ones, can get very irrational when one of their friends is in danger, and it's very easy for them to get killed. His smile widened, resembling that of a shark. I know this from experience. The sorcerer looked at him in amazement for a few seconds, but then he started smiling too.
You know what? You've got a point, Captain,
he said in a very slimy tone.
I think that young Felix has done us a big favor, accompanying his girlfriend on this little stroll in the woods.
On the other side of the camp, Clara was trying to sleep. She was on guard duty right before dawn, so she needed all the rest she could get. Too bad she had an annoyance sitting right next to her.
Clara? I know you're still mad at me, but we need to talk,
the boy said from the darkness.
There's something I need to tell you. You're right, I am still mad, she interrupted. And right now I want to sleep, so shut up and let me be.
But this is important, Clara, Felix protested. I've got a suspicion about the Bright Swords. I think they've come on this mission to kill you. Clara moaned, rolling her eyes in disbelief.
Felix, that would be ridiculous, she said, turning to look him in the eyes. I agree that Vicar could have easily paid them to provoke me at the village, but my house is not worth enough to justify joining this expedition and risking their lives.
I know, but the sorcerer accompanying them, that's Zeno. What about him? She asked with impatience. Well, he'd stayed in Oakfell for at least a month, and during that time, he never really interacted with the Bright Swords, the young man explained. Actually, he never really did anything. He just stayed in the inn and sometimes spoke with people. He said he was in the village to buy some magical reagents, but he didn't seem really interested in that.
I fail to see the connection between him and the Bright Swords wanting to kill me,
Clara said. Maybe he just has a debt and joined the mercenaries to pay it off. Nothing to worry about. Felix remained silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his tone was dubious. Well, maybe it's just my impression, but to me, it seems the villagers started hating you only since he arrived in the village. I even remember him walking inside Gertrude's store when I was going out, and it was after that she had that change of heart. Before she talked to him, she told me she wanted to help you.
Felix, this is complete nonsense, Clara cried. Mind manipulation is illegal. Any wizard found messing with someone else's mind would be hanged immediately, and my house is simply not worth enough to justify such a risk. Maybe they're not after your house. Then what would they be after, pray tell? I don't know, he admitted. But it's just that it makes sense. It was as though Felix had suddenly stopped talking. But after a moment, Clara realized it wasn't only Felix's voice, but all sounds had disappeared from the world. She couldn't even hear her own heartbeat. What's going on? She tried to say out loud, but no sound came out of her mouth. For a moment she wondered if she'd gone deaf. But then she saw Felix was acting distressed too, holding his hand to his throat and seemingly trying and failing to emit sounds. Clara looked around, alarmed. And it was then she noticed many figures running around the camp and the frantic movement of people fighting, although the details were hidden by the darkness and she couldn't hear anything. She jumped up, dragging Felix up with her. She didn't know what was going on, but one thing was clear. They were under attack. If they did nothing, they would be killed before they had a chance to react. The problem was how to give the alarm since most of the group was asleep, and with that unnatural silence, they couldn't just shout to wake them up. And to top it all off, the darkness didn't help. The decision to not light a bonfire had bitten them back, since they had been discovered anyway, and now it was hard to see. Suddenly, Clara had an inspiration. The darkness could actually help them. An explosion of light would almost certainly wake up a lot of the people, even without sounds. And Felix was certainly capable of conjuring something like that. She grabbed the boy's head, making him turn toward her, and tried to mimic an explosion with her hands, gesturing toward the apprentice mage. It took a few precious seconds to convey her idea, and Clara started to panic as the figures started getting closer to the camp. Felix suddenly understood and nodded. He took out a small black stone from his pouch and gripped it strongly in his hand while murmuring something to himself. The stone started glowing, and he threw it in the air. The glowing stone exploded, and the area was lit up by a blinding white light. There was no sound, but Clara, who had covered her eyes, could see many people suddenly rising from their resting spot. And beyond them, just at the limit of the camp, she saw the attackers, and her heart sank. It was goblins. And that in itself wasn't particularly scary, but a quick glance at their number was enough to terrify her. There was no end to them. They were completely surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands of goblins, with no possible chance of survival other than fighting their way out. The humanoids had momentarily stopped their advance, blinded and confused by the light that kept shining in the air, but their daze lasted for only a few seconds before they resumed their attack. Those precious few moments had given the humans a chance. Dagobert, the leader of the expedition, stood, raising his sword and gesturing everyone to follow him, and charged the goblins. The other two knights followed, and after a moment, the rest of the group did the same, waking those who were still asleep and urging them to run. Moving so fast they were almost impossible to follow, the knights reached the goblins on the north and cut through them like a hot knife through butter. The other humans followed their lead, wedging themselves into the enemy formation and fighting to advance. Clara was in the middle of them, using her short sword to stab everything in her way. Felix followed her like a lost puppy, sometimes using his staff to knock an assailant away. The bright swords acted as the rear guard and fought like demons. They advanced without any trace of panic, methodically killing any goblin that got in their way, while remaining in formation. Lud, in particular, moved almost as fast as the knights, his sword a barely visible blur that left severed heads and bloody stumps in its wake. It was kind of weird there was no noise at all, but the light from Felix's spell lingered, and together with the stars and the moon, it was enough to let everyone fight well with their sight alone. The battle was harsh. For a moment, it looked like the humans could make it out alive. The aura users seemed all but invincible. The hunters fought with a ferocity born from desperation. The mercenaries coldly and professionally dispensed death to every enemy that approached them. Then another group of humanoids emerged from the darkness, similar to a wall of scales and muscles at least 2 meters high. On their flanks were 2 formations of smaller, but still bigger than average, armored goblins, wielding pikes, spears, and other pole weapons, all pointed at the incoming humans. Clara recognized them and internally cursed. Those were hobgoblins. The big ones were orc hobs, and the armored ones were human hobs. She knew they were much stronger and more dangerous than the normal goblins they'd faced so far, and sent a silent prayer to the gods to watch over her and Felix. The knights reached the hobs, and there was no more time for idle thoughts. Thanks to the strength of the Aura warriors, the group was still advancing, but they were taking a lot of casualties. The humongous clubs of the orc hobs were all but impossible to parry, and were taking a bloody toll on the lightly armored hunters, and the simple mass of the hobs was obstructing their advance. If a man got injured or separated from the main group by any means, he was dead. There was simply no time to rescue him in this slaughter. Clara was now grabbing Felix's hand, making sure he wouldn't get lost, while she tried her best to keep up with the rest of the group. Luckily, being in the center meant she was protected from all directions, so they still had a chance to survive. A few meters behind them, Lud noticed the girl dragging her friend, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Clara suddenly felt Felix being jerked away from her. She turned around, and she saw the apprentice wizard flying in the air, a shocked expression on his face after being thrown away by Lud. He grinned evilly at her, as if daring her to rescue her friend. Without a sound, Felix landed at the feet of an orc hob, who stumbled upon the young boy before looking down and raising his mace to hit him. Clara acted on instinct. She threw herself at the hob, stabbing his neck while he was distracted. The hobgoblin fell, blood spraying her face, and she grabbed Felix, trying to pull him up. "We're still on time," she thought frantically. "We can still rejoin the group and escape from here." Clara couldn't hear the boy's warning, but the sheer alarm and fear on his face tipped her off. Clara dove for cover at the exact moment a humongous wooden club swung at her. The attack would have killed her if it had fully connected. Even something that could be barely called a glancing blow sent her flying a few meters. The air left Clara's lungs, while pain exploded in her torso. She hit the ground, where she remained, too hurt to get up. Through her tear-filled eyes, she could see little dancing dots of light, and beyond that were the backs of the mercenaries disappearing into the darkness. She and Felix had been left behind, and were now surrounded by the orc hobs. The girl tried desperately to get up, but her limbs refused to respond. The apprentice sorcerer tried to help her, but he was immobilized by another hob. Meanwhile, the one that attacked Clara approached her, spat on the ground, and lifted his mace to finish her off. "No, I don't want to die. Oh, gods, please no. Please help me." She closed her eyes, waiting for the club to hit her. But that blow never arrived. A moment before the hob could drop his weapon on his victim, a huge shadow dropped from the sky right on the humanoid's face. With a silent scream, the hob stumbled backwards. Before anyone else could react, 3 other shadows appeared and shot something in the face of the hobs, which caused them to jump back, obviously in pain and probably screaming. Before anyone could do anything else, one of the shadows swept over Clara, grabbing her and lifting her from the ground. The sudden movement sent a shock of pain through her torso, and she felt her senses leaving her. The last thing she remembered seeing before fainting was Felix struggling as two of the shadows lifted him in the air. In his cave more than 10 kilometers away, Marcus was positively jittery with excitement. The flying drones had been following the humanoid army for 2 days. Marcus was just too curious to know what enemy justified such a deployment of troops. Sadly, the gremlins were accompanied by those damn gargoyles, so the drones had to follow from a very long distance and could only get closer during the night, when the darkness would hide their presence. This was the reason why Marcus discovered that the mysterious enemy the gremlins were facing was a group of humans, only during the second night. By then, the humanoids had already started their attack. Finding out about the humans had been a shock. He'd assumed, by this point, he was on an alien world with no member of the human race present. His joy and surprise had been greatly mitigated by the fact that the gremlins surrounded them, and were probably going to kill them all. A few weirdly dressed humanoids, each wielding staves decorated with skulls, had done something that involved a lot of dancing around, and suddenly all sound disappeared in a radius of 2 kilometers. After that, the gremlins started their surprise attack, killing the human guards and preparing to slaughter the whole sleeping camp. Luckily, things didn't go exactly their way, as a blinding light was somehow produced by the humans, waking the group, and they'd started fighting their way out of the ambush. The drones were watching the battle from the sky, and despite the humans fighting with incredible valor, it was clear they weren't going to make it. They couldn't see it from the ground, but they were charging directly into the biggest formation of gremlins in the battlefield. At least 1,000 waited behind a smaller formation of those big, scaled humanoids. It was then Marcus decided he needed to do something. He couldn't save all of the humans, not with just 4 drones. He could at least try to get a couple of them. The chance presented itself when a couple of young humans, a boy and a girl, became separated from the group. They were surrounded by 4 of those big, fat gremlins with the maces. The rest of the humanoid army was concentrated on the rest of the humans, and this gave Marcus the window he needed to perform his rescue. The flying drones had dropped from the sky, biting and spitting poison in the gremlins' faces, and while they were distracted screaming, although he couldn't hear them in the silence, the oversized dragonfly creatures grabbed the 2 humans and fled to the sky. The girl, who had probably been hurt in the fight, stopped moving completely, fainting in the drone's clutches. Marcus hoped she wasn't dead. However, the boy had been quite a problem, struggling to free himself, almost falling a couple of times as a result of his actions. This bothered Marcus quite a lot, as he had no way to reassure him and didn't want to lose the livelier of the 2. After a while, and a quick look at the ground, which had been worryingly far at that point, the young man calmed down, shivering and trembling like a rabbit caught in the talons of a hawk. At this point, Marcus had finally been able to let out a sigh of relief, and he had let himself fall on his bed. He lay there for a few seconds, and then he started giggling. Humans! I found humans! Real people. I'm not alone on this fucking shitty world. I can't wait to talk with them. I have so many questions. Are there cities in this world? Can they help me come back to my own world? And most importantly, do they have toilet paper? Not that I really need it. My shits are so small and dry I couldn't get dirty if I tried, but still, wiping myself with soft, wonderful toilet paper after getting the duty done would be very nice. He giggled again, but a sudden realization hit him. Wait. Maybe I should do something about my appearance. After all, I don't look very human, and I could scare them. But what can I do? He got up, looking around to find something to improve his look, and noticed the cave itself was pretty intimidating. It was dark, damp, and completely coated in mold wax. What worried Marcus the most was the ground, which was covered by bones, scuttling larvae, and most importantly, a huge number of eggs. "Damn it, I can't let them see the cave like this!" he screamed. "Especially not the eggs. I can't let them know about the fucking eggs. No one can know about them. I couldn't live with myself if someone found out I'm the one laying them." He issued a mental command, and a few worker drones started to move eggs and clean the room. "Let's get this place clean ASAP," Marcus shouted. "Double time! We're expecting guests." Chapter 28. Mutual Flashing. The flight was a pure nightmare for Felix. In the beginning, he tried to free himself, kicking and punching to be released by the grip of the creature holding him. But as soon as he looked down and saw the ground more than 50 meters away, he decided that wasn't exactly a good plan, and had stopped struggling. After he stopped panicking, he took a good look at the flying creatures. They were some sort of hybrid between a lizard and a dragonfly, about 2 meters long from head to tail, with equally large wings. They also had a creepy collection of talons, fangs, and hooks that made them look incredibly deadly, and their alien eyes shone with a purple light. Despite their intimidating appearance, they were actually holding him quite delicately. At least, as delicately as their talons allowed. Plus, they had just saved both him and Clara from the hobgoblins, fighting off the humanoids long enough to grab them and escape. Sure, they could have saved the humans just to eat them later, but Felix didn't think this was likely. There were much easier preys to catch than a couple of humans surrounded by an army of goblins, after all. But why would these creatures save them? Felix had no idea. Rather, he had no idea that he actually liked to think about. He recalled a parasitic spider that used living beings as meat puppets. Not having any way to escape right now, he just hoped these creatures wouldn't inject mind-controlling webs into his brain. Another source of worries was Clara. She was being transported by 2 other dragonfly creatures in front of him and was obviously injured. She still hadn't regained consciousness and barely moved, save for the occasional spasm accompanied by a moan of pain. Felix spent the whole trip accompanied by these dark thoughts. It was no wonder that, to him, it seemed an eternity before it ended. In reality, it took about 5 hours, and it was still dark when they reached their destination. It should have been dawn, but the sky was covered by dark clouds that let the night linger. When they reached a valley in the middle of the Ashwood Hills, the flying creatures started slowly descending until a big hole in the ground appeared in front of them. Without hesitation, the creatures dove into it, taking their passengers with them. It was far too dark to see anything, but Felix immediately noticed the smell. It was pungent and strong, but not exactly unpleasant. He could only describe it as weird. Then, the creatures dropped him. He screamed in surprise, but he'd only been a meter from the ground and easily landed on all fours. He heard more than saw Clara being deposited a little more delicately a few meters from him. Too shocked to do anything, he remained there for a while, trying to catch his breath. He could hear the sound of flowing water near him, but what caught his attention was the ground itself. It was soft and compact, and also quite warm. It almost seemed like the skin of some humongous animal. What is this? The apprentice sorcerer wondered. Then the sound of something nearby moved. He immediately jumped up, looking frantically in the darkness, unable to see anything. Then, with horror, he realized countless small purple eyes were glowing all around him. Felix panicked, taking out a small knife, his only weapon, and pointed it against the eyes in the darkness. "Stay away!" He tried to scream, but his voice came out as a whimper. The skittering sounds stopped, but the eyes kept staring. Then a new voice came out of the dark. It was a high-pitched female voice, similar to that of a young girl, but with a shrill echo that made it sound very alien. To make things worse, he also hadn't been able to understand a single word of that gibberish. "What? Who's there? Is someone here?" No answer came. After a few seconds, he heard something moving again, and the purple eyes were getting closer. Panicking, he did the only thing he thought would help him. He took out a focus from his pocket and cast a flare spell. It was the same spell he had used at the camp, a simple one that would summon a big light that would linger in the air for a few minutes. He held the focus to his heart, concentrated on it, and as it was about to discharge, threw it into the air, where it exploded into a ball of white light. As soon as the flare spell illuminated the cave, Felix was able to see his surroundings, and he immediately wished he hadn't. He was in a big, circular cave with a hole on the top and a small river flowing in the middle of it. The whole chamber was completely coated in some weird substance similar to opaque wax, which formed weirdly shaped lumps everywhere. Many small, circular tunnels opened on the walls, making them look like worm-eaten wood. Clara, still unconscious, was lying 3 meters from him. But the worst part was the army of creatures surrounding him. Hundreds of lizard insect things, of many shapes and forms, all trying to cover their eyes from the light. Many of those creatures had terrifying scythe-like arms, while others looked like monstrous hounds, and others still had a vaguely humanoid torso attached to a 4-legged lizard body. All of them had chitin armor, sharp fangs, and a single horn in the middle of their forehead. Felix started screaming. He grabbed Clara and tried to run for it, but before he could take another step, a dozen of those creatures with the humanoid torso recovered themselves from the blindness and swarmed him. He tried to defend himself, stabbing a couple of those beings with his knife, but he didn't manage to inflict any serious wounds before he was immobilized and disarmed. He still tried to free himself, kicking, punching, and screaming. It was useless. Those insectoid things had an iron grip and wouldn't let him go. He kept struggling for a bit, but then he heard something approaching him. It was an overwhelming presence, an aura unmatched by any he had ever felt before. Despair grasped his heart as he closed his eyes. "This is the end," he thought. "I'm sorry, Clara. I just wanted to help you. I just wanted to tell you that I love—" His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat. It was a weirdly human sound, filled with irritation and impatience, but not really menacing. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the lingering light of his spell, he saw a naked girl in front of him. Marcus had watched the drones drop the boy and the girl in the cave, and it was only when he'd seen the boy jump to his feet, pointing his knife blindly around him, that he realized it was too dark for a normal human to see. He cursed himself for his idiocy, but it was too late to do anything about it. He could just try to calm down the young man. "Calm down, boy," he said, trying his best to sound reassuring. "No one wants to hurt you. Just put down your knife, please." In response to his words, the young man simply looked around even more frantically, but he didn't seem to have understood anything. Then he spoke, and his words sounded like some incomprehensible gibberish to Marcus. Only then, It finally dawned on him that the people of this world could be speaking a different language. He cursed under his breath. He'd failed to take into account the completely predictable fact that the inhabitants of this alien world would speak an alien language. God damn it! I'm such an idiot! I should have been able to anticipate this. He stopped for a second. Then he decided to cut himself some slack. Well, I was busy hiding all the eggs into the third room while they were coming, and it's not like I ever planned to receive visitors before. If I can somehow calm him down without hurting him, I can still make this work. I just have to stop acting completely brain-dead and start thinking from now on. He looked at the terrified young man holding the knife and decided the first thing to do was to immobilize him, as he was bound to hurt someone otherwise. He was about to order the drones to immobilize him when the boy took a small stone from one of his pockets and launched it in the air. An instant later, an intense light exploded in the cavern, blinding Marcus and most of the drones. With a cry of pain, he turned away. Luckily, he could see through more eyes than just his own. A few of the drones didn't get hit by the light directly, and through them, he saw the young man rush toward the unconscious girl and try to run away with her. Oh, no you don't, Marcus thought, and issued a mental order to the drones to seize him. Out of caution, he gave this order only to the workers, who were less likely to accidentally hurt the boy, and although he struggled and tried to stab a couple of them, soon he was completely immobilized. Only then did he approach him, walking under the white light that still lingered in the air over him. He didn't really know what it was, whether some sort of firework or flare, but he guessed it was the same thing that illuminated the human camp during the attack. He quickly dismissed it, turning his attention to the captive boy. The young man, clearly in complete terror, was keeping his eyes shut, and Marcus cleared his throat to attract his attention. Hearing that sound, the boy opened his eyes and looked at him. Then he kept staring. And then he blushed. What? Why is he staring at me like that? Marcus wondered. And why is he blush? Oh dear. He finally registered the fact that he was completely naked. After all, the cave was warm enough to let him stay comfortably nude, and he hadn't bothered wearing anything for the past few weeks, as he had been forced to stay inside. He instinctively covered his crotch, almost letting out an embarrassed whimper. He stopped immediately, as his stubborn pride surfaced. Wait a second. I'm a man. I don't need to be flustered or scream like a shy little virgin. I am a man, and I will act like one. No need to cover my dick or anything in front of another man. Although, right now, I have a cooch, not a dick. His resolution wavered as the boy kept staring at his private parts, making him feel very uncomfortable. Well, maybe I should get dressed anyway. No need to give any wrong ideas to this young man, and I'm definitely not getting dressed because I'm embarrassed or something. He ran to the newly appointed storeroom of the hive, searching for something to cover himself with. Felix couldn't help but stare and blush, despite himself. He'd never seen a naked girl before, and even if this one was probably a monster that would eat him, he couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed in front of her. Then the monster girl seemed to realize the reason for his insistent stare, and she covered herself, looking flustered for a moment before running away. She disappeared into a small tunnel, and when she returned, she'd covered herself with a small fur cloak. Felix, in the meantime, was trying to get some order to his thoughts. Fear had been replaced by confusion. Sure, he was surrounded by scary monsters that were keeping him immobilized, but they didn't seem to be overtly hostile. But what confused him the most was the little monster girl. She was clearly not human, as she shared many of her features with the other creatures. from the eyes to her skin and chitin armor. On the other hand, her mannerisms were very human, and very expressive to boot. This, coupled with her girlish appearance, made her much less threatening than she would otherwise be. Now covered with a fur cloak, the monster girl approached Felix again. For a second she studied him. Then she pointed at herself and said a single word. Marcus. Then she pointed at Felix, slightly tilting her head. For some reason, maybe because of her very expressive mannerism, the young man immediately understood what she meant. She'd introduced herself as Marcus, and now was asking about his name. Felix. My name is Felix, he answered, wondering about the creature's name. Marcus was a common imperial male name, and he had no idea why this monster girl called herself this. Maybe she'd picked it up from some imperial explorer lost in the forest? Felix. Rai numis Felix? She repeated, pointing at the boy. Felix immediately tried to correct himself. No, just Felix. He waited for a bit. Then he just said, Felix. She seemed to understand, as she pointed her finger at him and said, Felix. Then she pointed at herself and repeated her name. Marcus. Good. Felix tried to smile a little. Marcus. Your name is Marcus. Is that what you're trying to say to me? Marcus! The monster girl replied triumphantly. Then she pointed at the boy, saying, Felix! After a second, she pointed at Clara, still lying on the floor, with a quizzical expression on her face. Clara, Felix said. He looked to Clara with a worried expression. She probably needed help, and he couldn't give her any while being held like that. Sorry, but could you tell these guys to let me go? He said in a worried tone. Clara needs my help, and I promise not to hurt you or anything. He looked at both Clara and the creatures that were holding him, trying to convey his message non-verbally as best he could, using only his head, since every other part was immobilized. Luckily, the monster girl seemed to understand, as she nodded and pointed to Clara. Still, she was being cautious, and she took a few steps back as the insectoid creatures released him. Felix fell to the floor and immediately got up and approached the unconscious Clara. He tried to see if she had any serious injuries, taking off some of her clothes. He couldn't see any blood. She was very pale, though, and had a nasty bruise on her left side. At least one of her ribs is bruised or even broken. I can't see any other injury, and she doesn't seem to have any trouble breathing, so even if her rib is broken, it didn't puncture her lungs. I don't know any healing spells, but she should be able to survive if she gets some rest. Then she could get healed as soon as we make it back to Bretholtz. Having finished his amateurish diagnosis, he turned to look at the monster girl again. She was watching him with curiosity, but neither she nor the other creatures in the cave were doing anything else. She's injured, Felix said, pointing at Clara. Probably a broken rib. He mimicked a blow to his side. She needs to rest for a while. He mimicked the sleeping gesture, closing his eyes and laying his head on his hands. So, can we stay here for a while? He pointed first at himself and Clara, and then at the ground. Miraculously, the monster girl seemed to understand all of this. She nodded again, and then she approached him cautiously. When she was a couple of meters from him, she extended her hand, apparently waiting for him to shake it. Felix remained motionless for a second. But then he decided that trusting this monster girl was the only thing he could do right now. So he slowly walked to her and took her hand. The little monster girl that called herself Marcus smiled brightly. This didn't exactly put Felix at ease, though, as that smile was full of shark-like teeth. Chapter 29. Rib-caged. When Clara finally regained consciousness, the first thing she saw was Felix, who was watching over her with a worried expression. "Clara? Can you hear me? How do you feel?" She tried to get up, but a sharp pain exploded in her right side, making her stop and moan in pain. Felix immediately sounded more worried. "Don't move," he said. "You have a broken rib, and if you move too much, it could pierce your lungs." "Ugh," Clara moaned again, closing her eyes, but she remained still. Judging from the pain she was in, Felix's diagnosis was probably correct, and she knew all too well how dangerous broken ribs were. "What happened?" she asked in a pained whisper, still keeping her eyes closed. "My memories are a little hazy. I remember we got ambushed by a bunch of goblins, didn't we?" "Yes." "And we got separated from the group." "Yes, again." "And I can tell we're not dead, 'cause I don't think dead people can have broken ribs. So how in the three hells did we survive? Did we get rescued by the group?" We got rescued, yes, but not by them," he replied. "What do you mean?" Clara asked, finally reopening her eyes. "Who else could have rescued us?" Her voice slowly died as she took a good look at her surroundings. She was in what seemed to be a rather big cave. The only source of light was a hole in the ceiling that let in the dim gray light of a cloudy day. But even in that semi-darkness, she could tell the place was wrong. First of all, everything was covered by an opaque substance, similar to gray wax, which formed weirdly shaped lumps on the ceiling and walls. The only thing that was free of that stuff was a small river flowing in the center of the room. The place looked unnatural and just plain alien. The worst thing were the dark shapes moving in the shadows just outside of the light. Some of them were looking at her with purple glowing insectoid eyes. It was impossible to count them, but they seemed to number in the hundreds, skittering and scuttling like insects. Clara's eyes widened with fear and panic, and she tried to jump up, but the pain from her rib made her fall again with a moan of pain. "Stay still," Felix said. "Don't worry, they won't hurt you. They're the ones that saved us." "Felix," Clara spoke, but her voice was faint and full of fear. "What do you mean? What are those things? And for the love of the gods, where are we?" The apprentice sorcerer looked at her for a moment, trying to decide which question to answer first. "Well, I don't know what exactly those things are, but they don't seem to be hostile. They rescued us from the hobgoblins. Or maybe they were just following Marcus's orders." Felix seemed lost in his thoughts for a second. "She seems to be the only sentient one, and the others obey her." "What are you talking about?" Clara said, exasperation in her voice. "Who is this Marcus?" "Oh, right. Marcus is the owner of this place, I think. She seems nice enough, though she doesn't speak our language. She seems capable of learning it, and anyway, she's amazing at communicating through gestures and—" "Felix, focus," Clara admonished him. She knew fully well her friend could speak for hours without getting to the point if left unchecked. "Answer my question first, please. Who exactly is this Marcus? It took him a while to answer. For a few seconds, he seemed to try to find the right words, but then he gave up. Well, I don't know if I can explain it, he said. Maybe it's better if you see her with your own eyes. He turned away, facing toward the dark, and gestured to someone. Marcus, could you come over here, please? I want to introduce you to Clara. In response to Felix's call, one of the dark shapes stepped into the light. Clara flinched in surprise. It was a humanoid creature with gray skin and long, messy, copper-brown hair. She was pretty short and dressed with a collection of random furs and rags. From the shape of her body, it was pretty clear she was a female, although her chest was completely flat, and her arms and legs were covered by some sort of dark chitin armor. What really struck Clara was the creature's face. She had various non-human features, like the glowing insectoid eyes, the horn in the center of the forehead, and the slightly jagged mouth. But for some reason, it felt familiar to the young woman. She couldn't tell why, as she had certainly never met this creature or anyone like her before, but the feeling remained. Clara, this is Marcus, Felix said awkwardly, pointing at the creature. And Marcus, this is Clara. Marcus bowed slightly after being introduced. Then she pointed at herself and exclaimed, Marcus! Her voice had a weird, shrill echo, but apart from that, it sounded like a girl's voice. Then the creature pointed at the young woman and asked, Clara? Yes, she answered, still a bit confused. I'm Clara. The creature smiled merrily after this introduction with a childish, delighted expression on her face that was at odds with her shark-like teeth. The overall effect was creepy, and did nothing to put Clara at ease. What followed was a long, awkward silence, broken only by the flowing water and the skittering sounds of the creatures moving in the dark. Felix, what is this creature? Clara finally asked. I don't know, the apprentice sorcerer admitted. I've never heard of something like her. She doesn't seem hostile, though, and the other creatures here seem to obey her. These other creatures are the ones hiding in the dark? Clara studied the shadows and the purple eyes around her. Why don't they show themselves? I think that maybe they don't want to scare you? Felix shuddered a little. They don't look as human as Marcus. The first time I saw them, I panicked a little. What do you mean they don't look human? What do they look like then? Clara asked. But before the boy could answer, a sudden memory flashed in her mind. Wait, I remember something. Those dragonfly things. The ones that took us from the hobgoblins. Are those the other creatures? Yes, but there are other types too. They all look like a mix between insects and lizards, but their general shape changes greatly from type to type. I wonder why that... Felix, Clara interrupted, a worried rage in her eyes. Are you telling me that we're in the middle of a den of creatures that could rip us apart if they wanted to? The boy shrugged. Well, why would they? They saved us from the goblins. As long as we don't do anything stupid, we should be safe. And Marcus seems quite friendly, to be honest. Yes, but... Ouch! The girl had tried to debate that point, but a stabbing pain at her side interrupted her. She'd completely forgotten about her broken ribs, and after talking for so long, it had started to hurt a lot. Felix gave a worried look at her. Maybe we should argue later, he suggested. You can't move right now anyway, and Marcus and the other creatures are at least keeping us safe. We should treat your wound. Do you happen to have a first aid kit with you?" "No," Clara hissed through her teeth. "I left mine in my backpack at the camp." Well, then I'll have to find something," the apprentice mumbled. "But I don't know what to use." "Just some painkillers would be enough," Clara hissed again. "Broken ribs require, to stay still. But something for the pain would be great." "Right. What do we have for the pain?" Felix asked. "Nothing, but there are plants on these hills that can be used. Dawn shade berries or toad birch bark should work. Do you know them?" "Of course. I'll get them for you in a flash." And he immediately turned to Marcus, who had been following the whole conversation in silence, listening to every word while trying to pick out bits of the language used. "Marcus," Felix said, trying to use gestures to explain himself. "I need to get some medicines for Clara. I need to go outside. Search for medicines." The monster girl seemed a bit confused, so Felix tried to explain himself better, pointing first at Clara, then trying to mimic the treating of a wound, and then pointing outside. Marcus finally seemed to understand, but she replied by shaking her head and gesturing about something flying over her head and then diving to get her. Felix understood the meaning. She was worried that some flying creatures would discover and attack him. He argued by mimicking a pain at his side, moaning in pain, and then pointing at Clara to indicate that she would be suffering without medicines. Marcus seemed thoughtful for a moment, but then she nodded and gestured Felix to follow her. She brought him to one of the small circular tunnels leading out of the cave, where they found one of those huge worm mole things and various warriors and hounds waiting for them. The monster girl pointed at the drones and then at Felix, meaning they would accompany him. The boy tried to refuse, but Marcus interrupted him, pointing to the outside and mimicking various ferocious beasts that would attack him. The apprentice sorcerer got the point. A lone human in the Ashwood Hills wouldn't last long without protection. Felix had to agree, and as soon as he nodded, the creatures entered in the tunnel in front of him. The boy did the same, but he took the time to take out a small crystal from his pocket and murmur a few words. A pale light appeared from the crystal, just enough to illuminate the darkness of the tunnel, and the apprentice sorcerer made a loud, nervous gulp and entered the hole. As soon as he left, Marcus walked back into the light and sat right next to Clara, staring at the girl with her big, glowing eyes. The wounded young woman couldn't help but shudder, and she fervently hoped Felix would be back soon. Chapter 30. Happy Meal. "I tell you, Cooper, this girl ain't very sociable," Marcus muttered to his drone. He was now sitting in another room, since his presence seemed to make Clara uncomfortable. All of his attempts to start a conversation failed. The girl kept staring at him almost as if he was some kind of dangerous beast, ready to pounce at her. Even after he had some drones take a few furs to her to make her more comfortable, her cool attitude didn't change a single iota. In the end, Marcus elected to retire to the storeroom and sat near a pile of his eggs, venting his frustration by complaining to Cooper. "I mean, I get that she's injured, and I don't look exactly normal right now, but she looks at me as if I threatened to kill her dog or something. Even after I gave her the furs of my own bed. Now I'll have to sleep on the floor. And did she thank me? Of course not. Not even a word. She just took the damn furs and kept staring at me. She's getting fucking creepy. What should I do with her, buddy?" Cooper didn't answer, nor did Marcus expect it to. The drone wasn't capable of talking. Heck, it couldn't even think on its own. But having some sort of echo chamber for his thoughts helped him to relax. He couldn't do anything about it right now, so he just had to wait for Felix to come back. He, at least, seemed the more collaborative of the two. Following this line of thought, he shifted his attention to the drones accompanying the boy, and saw he was still out in the woods, looking for plants and roots. Just to be sure he wasn't going to be discovered while outside, Marcus concentrated on the flying drones that were patrolling the valley. He didn't see any threats nearby. In fact, since the previous day, the gremlin patrols had retreated north of the swamp, abandoning the territory completely save for a few packs of gargoyles that still scouted the nearby valleys. And those were far from the one the hive was in. This actually seemed quite suspicious to Marcus. Why abandon the territory they had fought so hard for, especially since the fight was going their way? The only answer he could think of was that maybe the humanoids were more concerned about the humans than they were about him. This theory was supported by the fact that the army sent to attack the humans had been much, much bigger than all of the patrols sent against the drones combined. It was still highly suspicious, though. Marcus knew the gremlins well enough to expect some sort of dirty trick from them. He resolved to keep his eyes, the eyes of his drones, actually, well open just in case. Also, there was another aspect of this unexpected truce that was both welcome and horrible. Since the conflict was on break for now, it was the perfect moment to replenish the